Welcome in to everybody tuning in on YouTube. It is so good to have you in here with us for the day. Thank you so much for giving me some of your time. We're going to be hopping into the debates with Trump supporters as per usual. If you don't know what we do here, we basically just debate Trump supporters until I rage quit, which typically happens around 4 or 5 hours in. We already have our very first Trump supporter of the day loaded into the live stream. Their name is Vaughn. Vaughn, you were in the comment section saying that I'm scared of you?
Yes.
I don't know you.
Imagine.
Yeah, I still think you're scared of me.
How could I be scared of you without knowing you exist?
Well, I've been in the live trying to debate you. I've waited for hours.
So you're telling me that you've tried to join before and you haven't been able to?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you know that there's also a lot of other people that are also trying to join?
Yeah, but you purposely have been trying to dodge me.
Why would I be purposely trying to dodge you if, just like everybody else in my queue, I literally have no clue who you are?
Yeah, well, I've already beaten you into Parker a few times, and
so we've already debated.
I guess I'm coming back for another triumphant victory.
So we've already debated?
No, we actually haven't.
Well, I thought that you said that you've already beat us a handful of times.
I've beaten Parker, not you.
Oh, okay, buddy. Well, I'll go ahead and give you the mic. Why do you support Trump?
Because I don't like the super liberal social values that liberals hold. I
Okay.
think they're destructive to society.
Yeah.
I think traditional type of social values are better.
Okay, when you
I
say
honestly
traditional
think-
social values, does this mean that you think that like men are better at leading than women? Women should stay at home, cook, clean, raise the
Yes.
kids. Men should go out and work.
Don't think that per se. I do think that men in a household should be the leader. I think
Okay, let's
that's
start
most
there.
recent.
Why?
I just think that they were designed like that.
Okay, so what
I
is the
think
difference
that-
in the biological quote-unquote design of men and women that literally makes men better at leading?
I just think that God designed us like that.
Well, I know I'm
And-
asking you, what are the differences in the designs that God hard-coded into us that make men better at leading than women?
Well, I think there's multiple.
So what are they?
We're more physically adept to it.
Physically
Um,
stronger?
Physically stronger, yes.
Okay, I don't think that
you-
physical
you don't
strength
believe
gives
in
us
God.
any type of edge for
Well,
leadership.
Well, I also think that on average we have higher IQs by like 4 points.
According to what?
I forget what the study is. I'm not near a computer. You can look it up if you want.
Well, I mean, I already have. There's no good evidence to indicate that men have a higher IQ on average than women. I think that there's one study done ever
I've
by a
read a
singular
study on it.
professor that concluded that men have a higher IQ on average than women, but his sample groups for men and women were quote unquote tall men and then beautiful women.
Yeah, I actually have seen that study too.
Right. Right.
Well, he attributed
So I'm
it.
guessing it's not gonna be that
real
study.
quick. Well, I don't know why he attributed it to the height, but it was by whatever he was measuring, he did come to the conclusion that the men on average did have higher IQ.
Because he sampled
I
for
think that
women that
women-
he thought were beautiful, and he sampled for men that he thought were tall. He basically just sampled the men that he wanted and the women that he wanted in very small sample sizes to yield said conclusion. You understand, if I wanted to, I could go pick 30 women, and I could go pick 30 men. And in my methodology of picking the men and women, I could ensure that the study, quote unquote, if we could even call it that, will yield the conclusion that women are more intelligent on average than men.
No, I don't see how that tracks.
Right. Well, it tracks because it's what he did. He didn't like just choose random samples of men and women. He like selected men and women that he wanted to be in the study based
How do you
upon
know that?
attributing them because of the methodology of the study. We would just went over it. Beautiful
He
women
just
and tall
went
men.
and
quote unquote.
handpicked people he knew. Well,
He
then
went
why
and-
is this study published?
He handpicked individuals that were in accordance with his selection bias, and this is clear through the methodology of the study.
Yeah, I would need to see this.
We just agreed on it. Wait, we just agreed on the selection bias.
Well,
Beautiful
no, I
women,
don't-
quote
I
unquote,
don't-
and tall men, quote unquote. That's the selection bias.
No, I don't remember beautiful being in it. I think he attributed IQ to have like some sort
we'll
of.
go back to the claim. Let me ask you another question because you said that you can't provide us any evidence that men have a higher IQ on average than women.
Well, look, I think that
Do you
men
think?
and women.
Well, look, I'm
real
asking you.
quick,
Well,
real
look,
quick,
no,
can I
no, real
clarify?
quick. I'm asking you a question.
Oh,
Do you think that there's a positive correlation between IQ and performance in school?
I think that school is very feminized, so you're not going to see like the best portrayal of men intelligence in schools.
Can
No.
you answer my question? Do you think that we'd see a
Uh,
positive correlation between IQ and performance in school?
um, no, I
We
don't.
wouldn't see we wouldn't see a correlation between
No,
IQ and
I don't
performance
think
in
so.
school?
No, no.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, I'm going to just go ahead and re-ask you for the evidence. What is the evidence that men are
Did
significantly
Mark
smarter than
Zuckerberg
women on
graduate?
average?
Did Mark Zuckerberg get a degree?
I think you dropped out.
Exactly.
I said
So it's
positive
not
correlation. What is a positive correlation?
like a correlation that goes with both.
Okay, and what is a correlation?
Something like X is related to Y because of
Yeah, there's some type
said
of
correlation.
relationship between X and Y. And now let me ask you a question. Are correlations always the case, or just the case a significant amount of time in order for the relation to be apparent?
Um, yeah, I don't think that correlation is causation in this. No.
That wasn't even the question that I asked you, bro. You're over here telling me that men are significantly smarter than women, but you're a man and you can't even just track like a very basic question about if a correlation is true in all circumstances ever, or is just generally true in most circumstances in order to make the relationship
Am I gonna
clear.
get to talk, bro?
You just answered the question. You just talked.
Well, I would
and
like
if you
to clarify.
Well, I mean, I
like
would
to
like it if you could
clarify.
listen to me because I'd like to respond to what you just said, and you're not hearing me out,
Well,
right?
yeah, but I would just like to clarify if that's cool.
Okay, well, I'd like to respond to your last point. Why are you running?
No one's running.
You are
What you
running
talking
because I'm
about?
trying to respond to your last point, and you don't want me to.
No, I have no problem with it. I would just like
Okay.
to clarify really
So
quick.
then I will. If you have no problem with it, I'll go ahead and respond to your last point.
Ah,
So
Jesus, this
I
guy's
tried to.
insufferable.
Well, I'm insufferable to you because I'm right and you're wrong, and I could
No,
describe
you're
it.
just insufferable. But go on.
Okay. Well, it sounds like somebody's getting very emotional. One of your talking points better not be that women are more emotional than men.
Uh, don't think they have as good regulation.
We'll talk about that after I finish dismantling this point. So let's go ahead and get back to the basics here. So I was explaining to you the idea that there might be a positive correlation between IQ and performance in school. And then in response to that, you gave me an example of Mark Zuckerberg, who obviously didn't have the best performance in school because he dropped out, obviously. And this was supposed to demonstrate that, well, there's examples of people with high IQs that haven't had good performance in school. So therefore, there can't be a positive correlation between IQ and performance in school. Well, this just shows me like a big misunderstanding about the nature of correlations. So the nature of correlations doesn't necessitate that it must always be true in all applicable scenarios. The nature of correlations just simply means it must be true in most applicable scenarios in order
Okay, let
to
me ask you this
observe a
question.
relationship.
Our school, you've been
Can you
monologue,
respond to what I just said?
dude. Yeah. Okay. Well, let me ask you this.
No,
Do you
you're
think
not going to ask me
schools
anything. I
are
want you
the
to
best
respond to what I
portrayal
just
of
said.
IQ?
I'm not
Do
going to
you
answer
think
your question
schools
until
are
I
the best
respond to what I
measurements
just
for
said.
IQ?
My answer to that in a nutshell would be no, but I
Okay,
want you to
exactly.
respond to what I just said.
Okay, say it again.
You want me to say it for a third time?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
You gave a Shakespeare monologue.
So you said that
Try
men
to
are
keep
like
it concise, if
significantly
you don't
more
mind.
intelligent than women. Where do you fall on that bell curve?
Probably on the high end.
So then why have you had me repeat that what the nature of a correlation is 3 times?
Because you gave a
today?
Shakespeare monologue.
What's a Shakespeare monologue? Something that's not written in crayon on paper in over 5 words at the reading comprehension level of a 3rd grader? I get it. I'll repeat it for a 4th time. So once
Oh,
again,
God.
you disputed, the
Insufferable.
idea that there's a positive correlation between IQ and performance in school by attempting to give me an example of somebody that you think has a high IQ with bad performance in school. All right. Well, you're just misunderstanding
no,
the
you're
nature.
the one that correlated IQ in school.
You're just misunderstanding
never
the
did.
nature of. Okay. All right. Well, we're gonna go ahead and repeat this one more time for our friend down here. So I brought up the idea that there might be a correlation between IQ and performance in school, and then you responded to that by bringing up Mark Zuckerberg, who you think had bad performance in school because he dropped out, but had a high IQ, and you thought that singular example would refute the possible existence of a positive correlation between IQ and performance in school. I need you to listen closely now for the
On the bell
fourth
curve,
and
on the bell
final
curve, men
time.
have it.
For the 4th and final time here.
Bro, holy fuck. You've gotten worse, man.
I think that you are literally
gotten
not
worse since a couple
intelligent
months
enough
ago.
to even further this conversation because you
No,
won't even let me
if you would
explain
allow
a
me
simple
to talk,
concept.
if you would allow me to talk, it'd be amazing.
Okay, you could talk once I'm done. Like, you asked me to clarify my point for the 4th time because you didn't get it the first 3 times. I still haven't finished clarifying on the point. Like, we're not going to be able to move the debate forward until you could, like, understand a very simple error that you made at this point around 5 minutes ago.
Okay, cool.
I'm just trying to explain to you an error that you made 5 minutes ago that you haven't been able to address or even, like, coherently understand when I've repeated it to you. I'm going to try one last time. This is going to be my last time with you, little buddy, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Just take a hit of your vape. It'll be okay.
Stop projecting. I'd suggest you do that.
It'll
because
be
it sounds
okay.
like you're pretty
It'll be
anxious and
okay,
flustered. Are you telling that to yourself?
No, I don't vape.
No, the statement.
I don't smoke weed, probably like you.
Okay.
And Parker.
Well, now I got to kick you because you can't even say that on TikTok Live. But if you're curious, the point that I was trying to reiterate to him is just the example of like one data point that would contradict like a positive correlation. Doesn't mean the correlation is false because correlations don't always have to be true. They must just generally be true. And I tried to reiterate that point to him like literally 5 times. Dude was so DUMB, he didn't even get it. So I honestly think he was a counter argument to his own position that somehow men are so intelligent. We're gonna move on to the next guest. Oh, now he's back in the queue begging for my attention. Buddy, keep being a fan. If you'd like early access to the merch drop, I'll send you the password. But let's move on to the next guest. Everyone, just give us a minute here. Ali, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo, saying I hope today is much better than at finding guests. Much love to you as well, Ali. Thank you for the $5, as well as Laura. Thank you for the $25 over on Venmo. Let's get 250. Laura W's. Laura says for dealing with a Shakespeare monologue mambo jumbo from the MAGA mind. Thank you for the love, Laura. You are awesome. And welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hello, Dean.
Hey, what's up? You MAGA?
No.
All right. Well, we're only looking to talk to Trump supporters. We're going to go ahead and throw the rules back up on screen over on TikTok. If you're going to hop in the queue, make sure you're following the criteria on screen. If you're going to hop in the queue, make sure that you're following the criteria on screen. We got that next guest loaded in right now, everybody. Just give us a minute to get them loaded up here. They actually left. If you want to skip the line and get right up onto the live, just drop a MAGA with your age down below. Just make sure that we're following the rules. And then for the 8,000 people in the live over on TikTok, y'all, make sure that we are double tapping as well. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. How old are you?
I just turned 18.
All right. What's your birthday?
July 26, 2005.
Okay, moving on to the next guest. Everyone, just give us a minute. You would have actually just turned 20, funny enough, so bad at math. Here we go, everyone. Do be patient, do be patient. Let's go to get that next Trump supporter loaded up into the live stream right now, everybody. We got Adam loading into the stream right now, as well as we're going to start pulling up some people from the comment section. Just make sure that we're following the rules, y'all. Welcome in, Adam. Do you support Trump? All right, Adam just left. He ran away. Adam. Welcome in, Alex. Are you MAGA?
Yes.
Okay, what year were you born in?
2006.
Okay, and how old are you?
19.
And what time is it?
I'm in England at the moment.
All right, well, look at that second rule. It says American, guys, so we're going to go to ban you, Alex. Once again, make sure that we're following the rules. We got Kyle loading up into the box. Kyle Bronson, to be precise. Everyone, just give us a minute to get that next guest loaded up in here, y'all. All right, welcome in, Kyle. You MAGA?
Hell no.
Okay, Kyle, I don't know what the fuck you're doing, dude. It's not cute. It's not funny. Follow the rules in front of your face. For the 9,000 people on TikTok, y'all, make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen while we load that next guest up into the box, everybody. All right, moving on to the next guest. Here we go. What's going on, Pearl? Do you support Trump? Moving on, everyone. Give us a minute. We got Rainbow Dash loading up into the queue, guys. Make sure that we're following the rules today, everybody. Make sure that we're following the rules. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What year were you born in?
2005.
And how old are you?
I would say 19, I would believe. Yes.
You don't know how old
And,
you are?
yeah, also, this question I may need to ask you. I've been dying for it to ask you. And also, I love what you do. This one guy that you were debating one time, why'd he refuse to talk to you again? Like, I've been trying
I don't know who you're
to
talking
know
about.
why.
I don't know who you're talking about. Now, why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because he's supposed to like take the fuel or a bunch of that down and then lower costs for everything.
He's supposed to lower costs. So have we seen lower costs or higher costs in the last 200 days?
I would say they're higher, but
Okay.
he said
Okay, was it?
no,
No, okay. Well, what do you care more about? The actual price of goods or what he says he wants the price of goods to be?
the actual price, but like See, I don't know like what to do because he sits there and makes it all hard, and I'm like, okay, what do we do? Like,
You stop supporting Trump because he has
like
because he lied to you. He lied to you about reducing prices. It's really simple. You told us that
where
you
can I
support
support
Trump
him? Like,
because
where
he
can I
promised
support
lower
him?
prices. Now the prices
Like-
are higher, and you still support Trump, even though you told me that you supported him because he promised lower prices. Why do you still support him?
I don't know. Like, I'm trying.
Okay. Moving on. Silent. Thank you so much for the $9.99 over on YouTube Super Chat. Appreciate you for the love, Silent. That's very kind of you. As well as Laser. Thank you for the $6.66 on Venmo. Thank you, Silent and Laser. Everybody down below, show some love to Silent and Laser. Welcome in, Gabrielle. Do you support Trump? Band. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Make sure that you're following the rules. In fact, we're going to go ahead and put them right back up on screen right now. Make sure that you're only hopping in that queue if you're 18 plus American MAGA and ready to debate, everybody. Let's go to get that next guest loaded in right now, y'all. Let's go to get that next guest loaded in as we speak, everybody. We got Jack loading in. We got Nick loading in. What's up, Nick? Do you support Trump? Okay, Nick very quickly left. We got Jack loading in. We got Pickle loading in. Everybody, we got everybody loading in. We're gonna get our next debate going here very, very shortly, everybody. If you want to skip the line and come right up onto the live, just let me know down below. What's up, Jack? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do. My Wi-Fi is kind of terrible right now. I hope you can hear me.
Great. How old are you, Jack?
I'm 23, October 22nd, 2001.
Awesome. Pickle, what's up? Are you MAGA? Okay, Pickle's not here. What's up, EMAC? Do you support Trump?
I love you, Dean.
Okay, banned. Appreciate you for the love, though. What's up, Pit Boys? Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, and what year were you born in? Okay, that's another kid. All right, Jack, listen, man, we have close to 10,000 people watching the live stream right now, and it looks to be like you're one of the only Trump supporters in here. Do you ever kind of get the feeling that MAGA is dead?
I'm a Trump supporter, but really my family is more like mega Trump supporters. I feel like you mostly hate on Trump for him as a person instead of what he does as a president.
Oh, really? No, because I despise both. You know, I think that his character is very despicable. He's on the Epstein files. He was held civilly liable for raping a woman. And he's boasted about pervert on naked minors. And that his policies, redistributing wealth from the poor to the rich, infringing upon human rights, deporting people without due process, infringing upon the Constitution, trying to play dictator, and taking 10 million people off of healthcare and 3 million people off of food stamps. They're both pretty bad.
So, do you think that there are other presidents in history that have been like a shitty person that can also be like a good president?
I'm actually not too educated, on historical presidents outside of Clinton, Nixon, Reagan, Bush 2.0, and then like the Obama, Biden, Trump era. But I mean, I just want to clarify once again, I did just give an argument that he's not only a bad person, but also a bad president.
Yeah, I'm just curious, bro. I'm not. My family's mostly the Trump supporters. I mean, I support Trump. I'm not a. I mean, if we're gonna do a political debate, you destroy me. I'm just kind of curious to why you don't like him. So
Okay. Well,
that's all, bro.
Quickly, I'm actually curious insofar as why you do like him.
Honestly, bro, it's more just like a family thing. I feel like Trump is a shitty person, but like.
Okay, so what
I
is he
feel like
doing
I'm
for your
kind of
family?
ignorant when it comes to the whole. I feel like I just listen to them, bro. I feel like I just listen to my family. Like they're just like, we like Trump,
All right,
and
my
this is
friend.
why. I feel like I'm kind of ignorant on the whole thing.
All right, well, I'm gonna have to propagandize you. So what I recommend is just like watching the stream for a little bit. You know, getting a little bit of a different take on nearly like everything to do with the presidency. Like obviously, right? Just saying that you support Trump because of tribalism and like mob mentality is not going to be sufficient to like give an argument on the debate live. But you should definitely like succumb to the propaganda, watch the stream for a little while, and hear me out for what I have to say. Okay? Hopefully I could save you from that mind virus. You know, like that's why I'm here. But we're going to move on to the next guest, everyone. Let's throw the rules back up on screen so everybody knows.
I
if you
love
enjoyed
you,
or not.
Dean. I love
Band.
you.
Make sure that we're following the rules if we happen to be in the queue, everybody. We're going to get that next guest loaded in right now. In the meantime, make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen. If you want to support me by chance, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok and in the pin message over on YouTube. Band. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. We got Exiles loading up into the live right now. What's going on? Do you support Trump?
No, I support John Pork.
You support John Pork? Banned because you don't support Trump. Guys, make sure that we're following the rules. We got our next guest loaded into the live right now, everybody. Welcome in Connor. Goodbye, Connor. Didn't mean to load you up. Skedaddle. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Right now. We got Hudson loading up. Here we go, everybody. Welcome in, Urbex. Are you MAGA?
I love you, Dean.
And you're banned. Moving on. Follow the rules. Welcome in, Hudson. Do you support Trump? Hudson actually left as well. Here we go, everybody. You know, I got to fight through like the 50 trolls to find one person that supports Trump. Very terrible. Here we go. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Okay.
I love John Pork.
Okay, yeah, we get it. So right now we have 11,000 people on the TikTok live stream. I just want to make it clear there's more people in here that support John Pork, a fucking meme as president, jokingly, than there is real Trump supporters. So I just like, you know, Mac is dead. I don't really know what to say beyond that. You know, like if you happen to be in here, if you're an American adult that supports a president, can you like make your voice like known in the chat? Can you start spamming MAGA with your age down below so we could get you up here? Like, it's so insane to me that there's literally more people that jokingly support a pig as president than those that actually support Trump as president. So, you know, let me know down below in that chat if you actually support Trump. I'd love to get you up here. We're going to go ahead and move on to the next guest right now. What's up, Joey? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do support Trump.
Awesome. Kara, you MAGA?
I'm sorry, what? Say that again. Sorry if my internet's bad, man.
No worries, Joey. There's another guest in here. Kara, you were spamming MAGA21 in the chat. Are you actually a Trump supporter, or should I ban you?
No, I know that there's... Go ahead, you go ahead.
Yeah, I was talking to them, not to you, Joey. Now to you, Joey, actually, real quick. Amanda, thank you so much for the $20 over on Cash App, saying for the blinker checkpoint. Appreciate you for the love, Amanda. If everybody watching could please show some love to Amanda down below for the $20. That'll mean a lot to me. Let's get 200 Amanda W's. Thank you so much for your kindness, Amanda. Now, Joey, take it away. Why the hell do you support Trump as president, man? Let's talk about it. Go ahead.
I initially loved the idea of Trump at the fact that he was different from other politicians. I felt like his view as a businessman was different than just a standard politician, and I feel like
well, keep in mind, I'm asking you the question.
First term,
I'm asking you the question.
Yeah,
why do you support him today? And you're kind of giving me some like view that's like retrospective. I'm asking you why you support him right now, Joey.
I am pro business. I think as a business owner and people who are generating revenue for a country, and I know like with the big beautiful bill, that's bringing money into our economy.
Yeah,
but I know it's necessary.
How is the big beautiful bill bringing money into our economy?
Well, look, you know, I know a lot of people don't like the viewpoint of, you know, tax cuts for the rich, but the rich are the ones providing, you know, opportunities.
So actually what we see is when we cut like corporate tax rates or taxes for the rich, that it doesn't trickle down to the average American. And we have around 40 years of empirical evidence to demonstrate that it's true. So Reagan introduced trickle-down economics. And since the introduction of trickle-down economics, we've seen a stagnation of worker wages with an increase in worker productivity, right? And as well, I mean, if you're telling me that Trump is pro-business, well, then why did 52% of S&P 500 companies report lower profits in Q2 this year compared to Q1? During Q1, why did our GDP go negative? Why is the annualized rate of growth that our GDP is set to experience this year only 1.3% when historically it's been closer to 3 or 4? You know, why are we now seeing that the average and low-income Americans are less confident in our economy, are saving more money, and are now being royally fucked over by this administration, increasing their taxes effectively? If he's so pro-business, why are businesses suffering so much under him when they weren't suffering right before he was inaugurated?
Well, they're not. I mean, look, they suffered initially from the introduction of the tariffs and the trade wars, which, I know that it affected international relations to a degree, but now we see countries coming to the table like Japan, bringing money.
Sandra, thank you for this one.
There was an initial influx with the S&P from the introduction of the tariffs, but now we're seeing a lot of, we're seeing crypto at an all-time high.
So I just want to clarify, Joey, you literally didn't respond to a single thing I said. Like
I'm sorry, what?
I just want to clarify. You literally didn't respond to a single thing I said. So the first thing that I described is how like cutting taxes on the rich doesn't trickle down to the average American. I gave you evidence. And then I went on to point out like a billion different facts of like the economy right now that are performing worse today than they were a year ago or even when Biden left office. You didn't respond to my rebuttal claiming that trickle-down economics doesn't work, and you didn't respond to any fact that I gave you to demonstrate that our economy is actually just getting worse.
Well, okay, so I guess ask me your question. I understand what you're saying and the examples you've proven, but ask me a question so that I can respond.
Well, I don't have a question for you. I just had a response, a counter argument for you. Because you brought up that you think that cutting taxes on rich people is good, and you brought up that you support Trump because you think that he's pro-business. I didn't like respond to that with a question. I responded to that with a counter argument by stating that trickle-down economics is bad. When we cut taxes on rich people, it doesn't go into the pockets of the average American. I give you evidence and data from the last 40 years tracking worker wages in contrast to worker productivity since Reagan to see that worker wages have stagnated. We could also see the empirical outcome of the first rounds of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, where we have a financial study from Brookings that tells us that there was no new macro level business reinvestment because the rich people took their tax cuts and put it into their bank accounts, not into their business. And then also all of the facts and data from the last 200 days showing that even American businesses haven't been doing too well, such as our GDP literally going down in the first quarter, such as 52% of S&P 500s reporting lower profits in Q1 than Q2 than Q1, such as long-term unemployment, which is 21 weeks plus, being at an all-time high since Donald Trump's first term in 2017, excluding the pandemic, such as inflation being up. I mean, such as the annualized rate of growth for GDP being at 1.3% when it's typically 3 or 4%. And that is what I want you to respond to.
I mean, I feel like America is unfortunately a capitalist society, and if you're a business owner, the business owners are the one benefiting from that. And if you're not, the statistics and the stuff that you're mentioning is stuff affecting middle class, which is, I mean, it's tough, but like America has predominantly been a get rich or go home. I feel like
you're still not responding to anything that I said to combat your claim that Trump is good for businesses or that cutting taxes on the ultra wealthy is good for the average American.
Well, I mean, didn't not Steve Jobs, but who's the new Apple CEO that he's bringing a facility to the U.S. He's putting a bunch of money into building a facility for the U.S. for Apple.
So that's Tim Cook, and he was talking about
Tim Cook,
producing the screens for the iPhones in Kentucky. They've already been doing that for the last 20 years. Tim Cook and Apple, they're great at like appealing to the president. I mean, they want to stay in, the administration's good grace.
The good graces, right?
They're good at it. They're good at it. Yeah, when Biden was inaugurated, they also announced a $400 billion investment because of his great economic policy. Did the same thing in Trump's first term and now Trump's second term. And now, like, they're just straight up lying to the administration saying they're going to start doing all this production in America, when in all reality, they've already been doing it for 20 years. But you still haven't responded to my argument about anything, Joey. I'm going to go and give you one last chance to respond to my argument about why trickle-down economics doesn't work, because that's the part of the big beautiful bill that you told me that you liked, or to respond to any of the macro data that is true of the American economy that demonstrates that seems like businesses are doing worse. And I could sum that up. GDP growth is down, business profits are down, unemployment is up, inflation is up, and investment into American business has gone down for the first time in years since Donald Trump's inauguration.
Please don't hate me. I'm a big fan. I was just trying to join to be devil's advocate, but it's really hard. Trump sucks. Please don't.
Yeah, no, I do. I mean, I obviously don't hate you, but like Joey, that is like just not okay. That's just not okay, man. It's like I don't know, man. It's just like not okay. Like I just real quick before I meet these two people, guys. If you're watching, don't do that. Like I've now been on this stream for 30 minutes. I haven't had a debate, right? So it's like 30 minutes of my life are just gone. Like, guys, please don't do that. It like significantly wastes my time. It wastes so much of my time. I do a stream like this every single day. And I want you guys to keep that in mind when you troll. It's because when you guys do that a lot, I will lose hours off of every single day of my life because you want to have a laugh. So please don't do that, you guys. All right. Now, Luke and Lando, I invited you both to unmute. All right, what's going on, Lando? Do you support Trump?
Vote Brent Peterson, America, yeah.
Very nice. Banned. What about you, Luke? Do you support Trump? Okay, Luke's not even here. We're going to move on to the next guest. Everyone just give us a minute to get that next guest up in here. Guys, make sure that you are dropping a MAGA with your age down below in that chat if you'd like to come up and have a debate. Let's go and throw the rules back up on screen. If you are requesting, make sure that you're 18 plus, American MAGA, and ready to have a conversation with us about why you support the president. Guys, I think that we're really close to just running out of true Trump supporters. I think that I've debated and beaten them all. And it's like all those that remain just like don't want to talk to me because they know that I'm smarter. Brendan, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, Brendan. Thank you so much. As well as I read your message there, Brendan. That is incredibly kind of you. Let's get 100 Brendan W's down below. Welcome in, Awful. Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
All right. How old are you?
18.
Great.
April 4th, 2007.
Cool. Real quick. Oh my God, Ellis. That is ELLIS. Thank you for the $100 over on Venmo. Ellis, you are fantastic. Holy crap, Ellis. Thank you so much for all the love. Ellis with a $100 donation on Venmo says, keep it up, Ellis. You are so incredibly kind. That is so much money that I do not deserve. Thank you for your kindness from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. If everybody watching can please show some love to Ellis down below, it would mean the absolute world to me. Thank you so much. And as well as if you want to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal can be found in the link tree in my bio on TikTok, the pin message on YouTube, and of course you could also support me on Super Chat over on YouTube. Now, Awful, I'm going to pass the mic off to you. Why do you support Trump?
Because he allows for his cousin marriage. I'll be snatching my cousin's soul out of body.
All right, another troll. We're going to move on to the next guest. Everyone just give us a minute, guys. We just want to talk to Trump supporters. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Caden?
Yeah.
All right, what year were you born in?
2006.
All right, that is a troll. Oggs, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, that is also a very small kid. Moving on to the next guest, we got Canty loading up in the box. Here we go, everybody. Here we go. All right, what's going on? Do you support Trump? All right, it looks like they're just automatically leaving, everybody. They're automatically leaving, chat, quite frankly. Okay. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. We'll also go ahead and overlay the rules on screen before you join the queue. Make sure that you're following the rules. Before you join the queue, make sure that you're following the rules. Take a good look at the rules, y'all. Take a good look at the rules, everybody, before you join over on TikTok. They're overlaid on top of my face. What's up? Are you MAGA?
What?
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, I think that you're faking the voice, and I think that you're a troll. Moving on to the next guest, Drago. Here we go, everybody. Give us a minute. We got Drago loading up. We got Kimchi loading up. We got Sarah loading up. Take a good look at the rules before you hop in the queue. What's up, Drago? Are you MAGA?
Yes, sir.
All right, phenomenal. While I'm asking these other guests if you could disconnect any Bluetooth devices that you have connected to your phone, like headphones or AirPods, that'd be great. What's going on? Absolutely. Do you support Trump? No, they're not even here. All right, Drago, go ahead and take it away. Why the hell do you support the man, the myth of failure? Trump is president.
Well, he's our president right now. That's why I support him, basically.
Okay. Well, I'm going to make this very clear. We should be the most critical of those in positions of power, especially the president. Support for the president isn't just given because they're the president. It has to be given because they're doing good things for their constituents. Right? And when you just say that you're going to support whoever's in the Oval Office because they're in the Oval Office, you're basically just giving the president, no matter who they are, and including Trump, more free reign to do whatever they want over the country.
Well, the big thing too is holy shit, dude. It's really hard. 10K people, I don't know how you do it. It's really hard.
I get
it, man. Can I see your screen, please?
My screen?
Yes, sir.
Why?
On the computer?
Why do you want to see my computer screen?
Just because I'm a curious individual.
Weird. Bye. Ian, go ahead and unmute that mic.
Hello?
Hi, Ian. So you were spamming MAGA 21 down below in the chat. So you're a big fan of Trump?
Yeah, I am.
You know, you really shouldn't be. He's a terrible president, man.
Well, I like the big, beautiful bill.
Oh, no, that's one of the worst pieces of legislation we've ever had passed through Congress. Why do you like such a monstrosity?
I mean, I like the idea of the U.S. being more self-sufficient.
And how
not
does the big,
relying-
beautiful bill make us more self-sufficient?
Well, because we're getting ourselves out of, what is it, like 40 trillion in debt slowly.
So we're like going more and more into debt. And you think that the big, beautiful bill is going to help take us out of debt?
Yeah, I do. I believe it will
So if
slowly
the-
take us out of debt.
What if I told you that the big, beautiful bill is actually the most expensive piece of legislation literally ever passed through the American Congress?
Well, but I think it sets us up for success in the future, though.
There's no way that you could interpret what just came out of my mouth to mean anything other than the idea that you're wrong. You told us that we're really far in debt. We need to get out of debt. The big, beautiful bill is going to help take us out of that debt. The big, beautiful bill is the most expensive bill ever passed through Congress ever. We've never had a single piece of legislation put us in more debt than the big, beautiful bill.
Yes, but here's the thing, though, because with like a two-party system, I feel like you're blaming a lot of these things on Trump.
Right, because
Whatever
it is Trump's
happens-
big, beautiful bill.
But it's a two-party system, so
That
whatever one
doesn't
party
change that it's Trump's big, beautiful bill, and the Democrats
Which is- yeah,
literally did
correct. I know.
everything in their power to stop it from passing.
Okay, but his bill, this is the thing. It sets us up for success. That is because Trump's in office 2016, right? He has his 4 years. These next 4 years, everything he's done is trying to get overturned by Biden's administration because it's the opposite party. So I think the two-party system ruins things. But I think if Trump was in straight power for his 8 years straight, if Biden wasn't president, we would be in a way better place than we are now.
Okay,
From
well,
Biden's
I
administration
appreciate your
messing us over.
speculation, but the speculation isn't responding to the very first claim that you made. You came up here and you told us that you support this big, beautiful bill because you think it's going to take us out of debt. I very quickly corrected that by describing to you that it's putting us in significantly more debt. In fact, we've never had a piece of legislation that has put us in more debt than the big, beautiful bill. So you were wrong in that first point. So now I want to re-ask you the original question. Why do you support the big, beautiful bill?
I mean, currently it might put us in more debt, but I think the tax cuts, those are going to set us up for more success in the future by.
So you think it's going to
slowly-
take us out of
slowly
debt in the
taking us out of
future?
debt, which I have stated. What?
You think okay? So when can we expect the big, beautiful bill to start taking us out of debt?
I mean, it's a year process. I mean, $40 trillion in debt isn't something that's going to happen overnight.
So you think it'll take us out of debt in the next 10 years, maybe?
The soonish around then.
Okay. Well, actually, that $4 trillion figure that I told you how much it's going to put us in debt is actually an estimate of how much it's going to cost us in the next 10 years. So you're wrong.
I mean, I would like to think you're incorrect on that.
Dude, literally go on Google, type in BBB, CBO, Congressional Budget Office. Keep in mind that they're run by Republicans, so it's actually biased towards you. $3.4 trillion. And you'll read the report that's also co-opted by the Treasury, because they have to co-opt our budgets, that describes how it is going to put us into $3.4 trillion worth of debt in the next 10 years.
I wanted to touch on, you said the trickle down.
No, we're
you
not.
said
We're
that's-
not going to move on until you could give me a valid reason here to support the BBB, because it obviously is not because you want to get us out of debt, as it's only putting us into more debt.
I don't know what to say, honestly. Wait, what was the thing you told me to look up?
CBO, Big Beautiful Bill, debt spending. And while you're looking that up, I'm going to go ahead and get another guest up in here. Take all the time you need to read over that source. We're going to go ahead and load Rusty up in here. If you're watching and you support Trump, let me know down below in that chat. We'll get you loaded in. What's up, Rusty? You MAGA?
Yeah, I'm MAGA, bro.
Okay, well, you're also underage, so we got to kick you. Guys, if you want to come up here and debate with Mr. Ian, make sure that you're at least 18 American and MAGA. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can, but you sound very young. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, guys. Here we go, everyone. Just give us a minute. We got Alf loading up into the box. What's up, Alfie Maga?
Joe Benalozzi.
Okay, guys. We're looking for a debate. I know, right? It's a crazy concept. Moving on to Luke now. Everybody. What's up, Luke? Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir. MAGA till I die.
MAGA till you die?
Yes, sir. Of course.
So if it came out tomorrow that Donald Trump was on the Epstein list, raping little girls on Epstein Island with Epstein, you'd still be MAGA till you die?
Of course. But
You'd
okay.
Well,
what?
hold on. No,
But is that even
why
what
would
we're
I hold
debating
on?
about? Look, hold
You
on.
just said of
We're
course to that
debating-
question?
So you empathize with the receiving end? You like to put yourself in gay people's shoes?
Apparently you empathize with literal child rapists.
You empathize with the receiving end?
I don't even know what you're talking about. Can we touch on the
Thanks
fact
for
that you
having me
just
on,
told
pal.
us that you would still support Trump as president if he was a child rapist? Oh, empathize with the receiving end. You're talking about the clip from the from the debate with Nick Fuentes. Okay, I have a second question for you. Go ahead and unmute your mic. Oh, he ran away. Well, Ian, I'm trying to find somebody to come up here and debate me while you're doing your research. It still looks like you're doing your research, but I've just already caused a Trump supporter to rage quit and lose a debate in less than 30 seconds. So, continue to do your research in. Honestly, guys, I just think, well, let's see how many, Trump supporters we could take down while Ian is still doing his research, everybody. Let's go for a record here. I'm going to start speed running the Trump supporters, folks. I'm going to start speed running the Trump supporters, everybody. Let's see if we could get through, 5 Trump supporters in the time that it takes Ian to research the debt-related spending associated with the big, beautiful bill. We're going to get them in quick traps. Welcome in. Oh, Luke said no. Luke said I'm leaving, even though he was just spamming MAGA down below in that chat. Yo! Oh my goodness gracious. Valerie, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love. Valerie says, keep it up and I love what you do. Alongside Robert, thank you so much for the $25 donation on PayPal, Robert. Show some love to Robert down below while we're working on getting that next Trump supporter up here. Robert says, thank you for publicly challenging ways of thinking that are harming our society. Well, I appreciate you for being here, Robert, and that's what I do. Thank you so much for the $25. Welcome in. Oh, Goddess, thank you for the motorcycle. What's up, Beck? You MAGA? Hi, Beck. You're loaded into the live stream. How we doing today? Do you support President Trump?
Daddy Dean, let that finger fun.
Whoa, okay. We're going to move on to the next guest. Guys, just looking for another Trump supporter to debate while this guy's, still doing his research. Please, guys, respect that. Do respect that, guys? Because we are just looking for a quick speed run. What's up, Central? Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. What year were you born in and how old are you?
2004, 21.
Okay, phenomenal. Real quick before we hop into the debate, Danielle. Oh my goodness gracious. Thank you for the $100 over on PayPal, Danielle. You were awesome. Guys, show some love to Danielle down below in the chat for the $100 donation. That is so incredibly kind of you. It's good to see you again today. Danielle left a message. Let's read it real quick before we hop into our debate with Central. Danielle says, thank you for continuing to expose the truth. They may be loud and aggressive, but MAGA is selfish and lacking facts and intelligence, and they are the minority. I hope everybody listening is inspired by you as I am. Also, maybe take weekends off to avoid the bored children. I mean, that honestly might be a good idea, Danielle. Once again, I love you. Thank you so much for your kindness. While we're hopping into this debate with Central, I want everybody watching to seriously please show some love to Danielle in the live chats. Thank you for the $100 and such a kind message. Now, Central, take it away. Why do you support Trump as president?
His immigration policy.
Okay, yeah. What immigration policy specifically?
Well, how he's handling our southern border.
Okay.
If you looked at, if you think about how I support how Biden did take in asylum people, but the way he did it was just too much and how he handled our southern border.
Okay, so I like to be clear. I asked you to name what specific immigration policies of Trump's do you support, and then you wanted to tell me that you just simply don't support the policy of Biden. So that's not an answer to the question that I asked you. I will now re-ask you the question. What is the immigration policy of Trump's that you support?
His one policy where you have to stay in Mexico until you are granted asylum. That's one policy I support, because you should have to stay in Mexico until our country grants you asylum.
What is asylum?
Asylum is when you stay in another country because your country isn't safe or you can't live there.
Okay, so everybody that's seeking asylum is seeking asylum because their country isn't safe and it's not inhabitable for them. So where should asylum seekers from Mexico stay?
They should stay in their country until they're granted access, and we can really see that they're not just faking asylum.
Okay, well then at that point, what even is the point of asylum if we're not going to be able to give it to people and forcing people to stay in places that are not inhabitable, not safe?
They will be granted asylum at a point once we verify that they really do need asylum and they're not just trying to come into our country.
Obviously, statistically, if there's a lot of asylum seekers coming into America from Mexico, for instance, there's going to be a significant portion of them that really do need it. So if we force them all to stay in those uninhabitable bad conditions for however long, we know that there's a certain percentage of those individuals that we'd be forcing to stay in bad, uninhabitable, unsafe conditions. Why would we want them to stay in bad, uninhabitable, unsafe conditions when we could just allow them to stay in America while their claim is processing, while then also focusing on making the claims get processed faster by hiring more judges to run more courts? Like, it's a humanitarian issue, bro.
Yeah, I understand that. But still, it doesn't mean they should just be allowed in our country without seeing that they actually need asylum. I understand that their country
Why don't you
may
think that
not...
they should be able to wait in the country while their claim is being processed?
Wait, can you repeat that? Sorry.
Why don't you think they should be able to stay in the country while their claim is being processed? Because, like, we know doing that will save lives, so why shouldn't we do it?
Because it's not their country yet. You can't verify. Why should they be allowed to stay in our country if we do not know?
Easy answer. They
that
should be able to stay
actually
in
need asylum. We don't know if they...
Easy answer. I'll give you a really easy answer. Because we do know, statistically speaking, that a portion of them actually do need asylum.
Okay,
and
but what
allowing
about that
all of
portion
them
that
to stay in
doesn't?
the country while their claims are processing, it keeps them safe and it saves lives.
Okay, but what if they actually don't need asylum? That's taking the spot of somebody who does need asylum.
But we won't
So
actually
need to
know that.
verify.
One second. We won't actually know that they don't need asylum until their claim processes through the courts. I understand that there will be some people that will wait in America while their claim is processing that don't actually need it, but I'm okay with allowing some people that don't actually need asylum to wait in the country to have their claim denied at the sake of saving the lives of everybody that does actually need it and needs a safe place to live in the meantime.
I understand that, but I think that like some of these policies are the reason why Kamala lost, because she didn't enforce a policy like this. Like we see how in Trump's first term he enforced this policy.
With all due respect, now you're not answering to my argument. You asked me a question, I answered the question. Now I want you to give me your thoughts about my answer. Please take it away. Respond to the last thing that I said.
What was the last thing you wanted me to respond to?
Why weren't you listening?
I was listening.
Well, if
I
you were
just
listening,
didn't know.
then you would know.
I do know.
Okay,
like
so
I
take
don't
it
know
away and respond.
what your question was.
I didn't ask a question. I responded to yours. I appreciate you for the diamond gun. That's incredibly kind of you. Thank you, M. So I didn't ask you a question. I responded to yours. I'll repeat it. So you asked me the question, why should they be able to stay here if we know that a certain portion of them don't actually need the asylum? Okay, well, that's the question that I responded to. I'll repeat my response. It's because I can acknowledge that there will be a certain portion of asylum seekers that don't actually need it, that will stay in our country before their claim is denied and they're sent back to their country. I acknowledge that. But I'm okay with that because of the portion of those asylum seekers that do actually need it, and the fact that we can't determine if they do or don't until their claim is processed. And if we allow everybody to stay in the country, well, then we will be genuinely saving the lives of those that actually need it. Maybe the solution here isn't to force everybody to stay in suboptimal conditions where they're possibly not safe, but is to rather make the process as a whole faster while they're in the country. Hire more judges to run more courts and reduce the amount of time that it takes for the asylum claim to process from like 2 years to like a month and a half.
Okay, I understand that. But when they're staying in our country, who is paying for where they're staying? Who is paying for how they live? Because when you're waiting for asylum, you legally cannot do anything.
Right. You're absolutely right.
Exactly. You cannot do anything in our country.
Right.
So the taxpayers of the United States
so they maybe
put
give
them
work
up in
permits.
hotels.
So they maybe give them work permits. Wow.
You can't.
Yeah, instead of telling them all to like stay in unsafe living situations where they could potentially be unalived, in places that are potentially uninhabitable, where they could die, we just give them a work permit. What about that?
You might, like, I just don't think you get it still. That you cannot, like, when they're living in the United States, they're not just going to be automatically granted a work permit. This is back to asylum. You're seeking asylum from your country. That does not mean that you're granted a work permit.
Okay, I know. I said that it should mean that.
Okay, but it didn't mean that.
Okay.
In Biden's term.
I
Because
don't
during-
I don't understand like what like the hiccup is here. You're saying that an issue is that when they're in the country, they literally can't work. so therefore they're subsidized by the taxpayer. The very obvious solution to this is not to keep them out of the country while their claim is processing so more innocent people die, but rather the solution to this is to significantly reduce the amount of time that the claim takes to process and to give them work permits the moment they touch down on U.S. soil.
So, just so you know, we've seen this happen in Europe. We've seen this happen in all different countries around the world. When migrants come over for asylum, why do you think some of them are not going to work despite having work permits? So they're just
Right.
going to live off the U.S. government.
Right, just like a lot of citizens don't work too, but we see overall that populace of immigrants, including asylum seekers that can work after their claim is processed, do work and do productively provide into the American economy. And if you're telling me that there's still some loss, point number one, I think it would be overruled by the net gain. And point number two, I think it's okay to lose some money to save lives.
Okay, but still, it's just like remain in your country until you're granted asylum, and then you can come over, work, and do what
Now
you
you're
want.
just repeating the original claim that I've already given a
we
response
just
to.
have different stances
real
on
quick,
this
Central.
scenario.
I don't understand why so many people do this. It's like you gave your belief, I refuted it, we walk down a line of logic, I explain why you're wrong, and then we reach a point where you can't actually combat what I say, so then you just repeat the original claim. That is an L. I'm not going to lie. Like, because essentially what that means is that last point that I made, okay, well, like, I think right, the loss that we would experience from the asylum seekers that would have a work permit that don't work would be overruled by the net gain, meaning that as a demographic, they're still productive providers into the American economy. And my reason to believe this is because that is true of asylum seekers that do have work permits after their claim is processed, as well as immigrants as a whole. And then B, even if this wasn't true and there was some loss, well, you support losing $4 trillion on spending for the big, beautiful bill that's taking 10 million people off of healthcare, 3 million people off of food stamps and making the life
I
of
never
the
said I
average American
supported
worse.
that, by the way.
Oh, well, you support Trump as president, right? And guess what? That is his biggest accomplishment to date. So are you telling me that you support Trump as president in lieu of the fact that he's spending $4 trillion to just make poor people poorer because he's not spending a couple $1 billion to save lives of immigrants? I mean, the only thing that could possibly reduce down to is xenophobia, bigotry, and racism, right?
I understand, but just because I support a current president does not mean I support everything he does. I support a majority of what he does do, but that doesn't mean I just saw a better candidate.
Okay.
I
just want you to listen to what I say here.
Okay.
There's a conceptual relationship between the reasons that you've described are why you support Trump and the point that I made about the big, beautiful bill. The whole time that you've been on this live stream, you've been talking about the amount of money that our government spends on asylum seekers that can't work. And you're telling me that because under the Biden-Harris administration, we spent a couple $1 billion at the state level on asylum seekers that literally couldn't work, you support Trump. What does this tell me? You support Trump to reduce wasteful spending, and you deem that spending as wasteful. And the way that he's reducing it is by implementing the Remain in Mexico policy. There's a conceptual relationship between the theme here of reducing wasteful spending and a contradiction being present within your ignorance or towards the big, beautiful bill, because the big, beautiful bill is the largest spending bill that has ever been signed into law, and it's not really doing anything for this country outside of making poor people poorer and making rich people richer, right? So it's that conceptual relationship right there that matters.
Okay, I understand that. But to bring you back to immigration, I'm confused why from Clinton to Obama, everybody has supported deporting illegal immigration. You don't want to know why? Because it's illegal. I just don't get why now, since Trump got into his first term, he had less deportations than Obama, and people do not support it anymore. I just don't know why Democrats denounce it, because Trump, during his first term, did it, and he did the same thing as Obama. In fact, Obama was more harsh. So I'm not seeing...
Really? Well, I mean, first I want it to be known that you're pivoting. Second,
What?
I want it to be known, can you name one undocumented immigrant that Obama deported to a torture prison for terrorists illegally without due process?
I never said that. I'm saying Obama deported people just as Trump did. Why is it being
I know. So then answer the question, because we
Yeah.
know that Donald Trump has been illegally deporting undocumented immigrants without due process, where they were then tortured, beaten, starved, and sea caught for 3 weeks in El Salvador. Yeah, name one undocumented immigrant that Obama deported without due process illegally to a torture prison for terrorists.
I just never have heard of that, so I don't really know what you're saying.
Okay, so then it's like they claim that like, oh, he's doing it just as hard as Obama is also not true. Then the second point is Obama focused on deporting
but
undocumented
you're not
immigrants
seeing
with
it,
prior
though.
violent offenses and didn't want to deport undocumented immigrants that are in this country to provide a better life to them and their family, right? In fact, I mean, this was not only clear through like what he said, but also clear through his policy and work programs for undocumented immigrants such as DACA. Trump, on the other hand, literally wants to deport every single undocumented immigrant that is in this country. Every single one. And on top
Okay,
of that, he's been illegally deporting them, like Abrigo Garcia, illegal deportation to Secot, where he was beaten and tortured. He's been illegally detaining legal immigrants, like Mahmoud Khalil, who he sent to an ICE detention center for 3 months, even though he's a legal green card holder. He illegally deported plane loads of Venezuelan immigrants to Venezuela without due process, even though a federal judge told him that he had no right to remove them because their constitutional rights were being violated, and he still did it. Everything I just said makes it clear that there's a big, stark contrast between the immigration policy of people like Obama and now presidents like Trump. So when you make claims like they were the same or he's doing it just as hard as Obama did, are abundantly false.
Okay, I understand. But do you not hear how you're saying he's deporting undocumented immigrants? Undocumented meaning illegal. It's still illegal. I don't get how you're going against that. If they're illegally here, they're not allowed to be here.
Yeah, because it hurts our country when we remove them. The purpose of legislation, the purpose of a criminal justice system, the purpose of codified laws attempt to make this country better. And if there's a law in the books that when we execute upon it, actively make this country worse, that's one of the laws that we literally overrule and we get rid of and we find a better solution. I don't understand what is so hard for Trump supporters to grasp the simple concept that when we do a mass deportation, we're like forcefully removing 8.3 million people from our labor force and 12 million consumers from our consumer base, which according to the Center for American Progress, will like just get rid of 1.1 trillion through 1.7 trillion dollars off of our GDP per year. I don't understand what is so hard to understand that we are literally spending money to lose money. We are spending money to destroy our economy. We're spending money to destabilize our manufacturers. We're spending money to increase poverty, therefore increase crime. That's what I don't get. And how the hell don't Trump supporters understand this?
It's just like taking a shortcut by allowing illegal migrants to take jobs in our country. Yes, it does contribute. Of course it's going to contribute because when people hire illegal migrants, it's considered cheap labor because they don't get paid as much because they're technically not a citizen in our country, so they don't get treated by the same laws. So
actually what you just said is true, is false. So the last thing that you said is false. Undocumented immigrants have a right to equal protections under the second clause of the 14th Amendment, just like citizens do. So you're wrong.
But they're not legally here. So
Yeah, that doesn't change the fact that they have constitutional rights and are entitled to equal protections under the law.
But do they really know that, though? I mean, who's going to do research into that? They just
well, now
wanna
you're
get
shifting the
it.
goalposts because your original claim was that they don't have equal protections under the law. I'm saying that they do. Now you're asking if they know it. No, they obviously get paid less on average because they have less bargaining power in the workforce, in which I agree is something that we need to fix. That's why I support mass amnesty. But I would still prefer them to get lower wages here compared to the even lower wages wherever they came from. And I think that it is crazy for you to act as if you care about the wages and the exploitation of undocumented immigrants and then support policy to rip them of their human rights, refer to them as illegal, like not even human, send them back to a country where they had worse conditions instead of supporting policy that's better for them and better for us, like mass amnesty. Also,
I don't support.
Also, are you
ripping them
16?
up. No, I told you my age.
Okay, why is everybody in the chat saying that you're 16?
I don't know.
Okay, everybody in the chat spamming 2008. Where did you get that from? Because I just looked on his account. I didn't see 2008 anywhere on there. I looked on his following list. The only people he's following is me. He doesn't even have a bio. A lot of y'all are saying Instagram. I mean, I even like copied his name and tried to paste it into Instagram. Nothing popped up. Literally, where are y'all getting this from? Y'all just be honest, bro. If you're underage, just say it.
I'm not. I told you my age. I mean, do you want me to leave? I can.
Okay, I just want to like be super clear here. There's no Instagram connected to his page, and then I even like took his username, I put it into Instagram. It didn't pull anything up, right? Okay, I don't know. I don't know why the chat is saying this. Go ahead.
As I was saying, I do not want them to be deported in humane conditions, but when people come over here illegally, it's not about what the Constitution says. That's not what a majority of the American population sees. They see a way to get a cheap bargain out of illegal migrants because they don't see them as technically part of our country. So it's just cheap labor that they use to their advantage. And if they come over legally, I see it as a way that they can get paid more and they can have a better life here rather than getting exploited by people.
Okay. Yeah, the better way is to offer them mass amnesty, to make them citizens or residents. So then they have just as much bargaining power
Yes,
as you
and they
I,
get the
and that means
citizenship
that they
through
could collect
going
higher
through
wages.
legal citizenship.
Right, which would be mass amnesty.
Well, yes, but like you just repeated what I said.
Okay, so you support mass amnesty?
Yes, I support giving citizenship to illegal migrants if they contribute.
Hey, guess what mass amnesty is opposed to?
What is it?
Mass deportation. Mass deportation is the removal of the immigrant. Mass amnesty allows them to stay here. So you just conceded on the whole position.
They should be allowed to stay here as long as they have citizenship.
So then,
So
then you disagree with what Donald Trump is doing because he wants to remove every single undocumented immigrant from the country. You just contradicted Donald Trump's policy.
I
and agreed
agree
me and
with
disagreed with
removing
him.
undocumented immigrants if they do not have citizenship to our nation.
All
It doesn't
undocumented
matter.
immigrants are necessarily not citizens.
It doesn't matter how much they contribute or how much statistics you pull up. It doesn't make it right. They still get
What
exploited.
is this fucking garbage? Like, I'm so sorry. You are like literally like so incoherent. You can't even track a simple argument. There's literally no evidence that I've seen suggested to me that you were 16, born in 08. I mean, I even took your name and I put it into Instagram and I couldn't find anything. But I mean, I'm actually now willing to believe the people in chat simply because you can't even follow the argument. Like, you just can't even, like, you're not even, like, following what I'm saying here.
Okay. Then, can I just bring up one more thing?
Unfortunately, I'm going to go to move on to the next guest. Ian, are you still doing your research, man? Let's go ahead and send you an invite on you.
Yeah, no, I've been ready.
All right, take it away, Ian.
Okay,
Actually,
so yeah,
real quick before you do, I want to thank somebody. Chris, thank you for the $25 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for that love, Chris. Everybody watching, show some love to Chris down below. Let's get 250 Chris W's. Chris says, I teach elementary and most of my students could do better than the guest today. Yeah, so real, Chris. Show some love to Chris down below. And then Nightblade, thank you so much for the $6.66 over on Venmo. I'm not going to read off your message there because you asked me not to, but that's like pretty fucking cool, man. I'd love to connect sometimes. And then Cloud, that is Cloud with a K. Thank you for the $21 on Venmo. Show some love to Cloud down below, folks. Cloud says, hey, Dean, Cloud again. My old friend Lexi reached out after like months and months of radio silence after hearing you say my name on your podcast. Thanks to you, we reconnected. Bro, dude, that's a W. Holy shit, Cloud. Yo, all the best to you and Lexi. All the best to you and Lexi. And then also Emily, thank you for the 5 over on PayPal saying I love you. I love you too, Emily. Thank you for the $5. Yeah, go ahead and take it away.
Okay, so I saw your thing about the spending, but I think you gave me a wrong number because the only thing I'm seeing is 3 trillion, and I think you told me, what was it, 4 trillion? But here's the thing, though, because it's a huge piece of legislation, right? Mm-hmm. There's going to be new spending, so of course debt makes sense, but this is debt that can generate value, like in the near future. So that's why I think you're saying this as if this is going to be like something that's just going to like add up and add up and add up. But I think what he's trying to do is get us out of this debt that we're in. Okay. And even if debt now is a thing that happens, that is still setting us up in the future, in my opinion.
Okay, so it's important to note that you're wrong. So you're telling us that this is debt that will generate value. I'm going to assume what you mean by this is basically maybe we're going to be spending extra money on these tax cuts, but because we're cutting people's taxes, they're going to be more incentivized to make more, reinvest more into their businesses, growing the GDP, meaning that we're going to be paying more, meaning that their overall contributions into the tax system at the end of the day will be higher as well. That's not true. Okay? Because when we look at the first round of the tax cuts under the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, we see from 2 Harvard economists, one right-leaning and one left-leaning, that it only added 0.04% to our GDP per year, meaning that it only adds around $20 billion to our GDP per year. Typically, taxable revenue accounts for 33% of our GDP, meaning that at the end of the day, we're only going to gain around $6 to $7 billion in additional revenue generated by the extension of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act under the Big Beautiful Bill per year, meaning in the next 10 years, that would amount to around 60 to $70 billion in value that it's generated, but we're spending $3 trillion to get it done. right? And if you would disagree with me, well, then I'd just ask you for a competing source to demonstrate that it's going to generate significantly more value than that.
Well, let me see. If you're what you're saying, so we're spending 3 trillion, right? And you're saying we're only going to be able to generate 700 billion.
No, just 70.
Well,
And that's an estimate
70
that comes
billion.
off of the first round of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act passed in Trump's first term, yeah.
Okay, so it's an estimate.
Right, because it hasn't actually happened yet.
Here's the thing: people who are voting for Trump, who are business owners, they're gonna want the big beautiful bill because that benefits them.
Okay.
And like that's the reason why, like.
Okay, this doesn't mean that it's good, right? Right, just saying that it's going to benefit the ultra wealthy doesn't mean that it's good.
I may agree with you all around. It might not be the best for every single American, but like most middle class families will have more money from the big beautiful bill.
Oh, that's
business
not
owners
true.
will have
That's not
more
true.
tax cuts.
You just said that the average American's going to have more money because of the big beautiful bill. False. So according
Yeah,
to
because there's gonna be tax cuts.
well, everybody's getting a tax cut. However, because of the cuts in the bill to Medicaid, food stamps, social programs, because of its cuts to the Department of Education, to energy production, the Center on Budget and Policy Priority tells us that everybody making at or beneath $51,000 per year, which is roughly the average American, will be worse off at the end of the day. Right, and this is because of things like it's rolling back clean energy credits offered under the IRA, in which subsidize a massive increase in clean energy production. Because it's rolling those back, we're now expecting clean energy production to go down by 72%, which is going to reduce the overall supply of energy in America, which is expected to increase the price of energy for the average American household by $500 per year. Because of its $900 billion cuts to Medicaid, not only are 10 million people going to lose coverage over the next 10 years, but for those that don't lose coverage, their premiums are expected to go up by 75%, right? You know, because it's rolling back funding towards the DOE and kicking 18 million school students off of free school student lunches. Now the average American is going to have to cough up more of their dough to spend money on food for their kid in a place where they're forced to be for 8 hours a day, right? Because it's rolling back food stamps. It's defunding it by $158 billion, and 3 million Americans are estimated to lose access to food stamps. Now, low-income Americans are going to have to spend more of their money on the food to live that was being subsidized to the government before the bill was passed. And like all these figures and more are why the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities tells us that low-income Americans and middle-income Americans are expected to have less purchasing power or less money in their pocket at the end of the day because of the big beautiful bill.
Okay, but the average American though, there's like so in a sense of a family, there's gonna be it expands the child tax credit, so there's gonna be more money for families in general. Because the average American by themselves, if they're making under like 50,000, it's not gonna be more aimed towards them. I agree with that, but I'm saying if it's a family, they're still gonna get more money from the tax cuts than they would just like before in Biden's administration.
I just explained to you why that's false. Like, I just gave you like such an in-depth review of why that's not true. Like, I don't understand why this happens. I just like educated you. I just like talked for like 5 minutes about how that idea is wrong. I gave you like ultra niche specifics. I was so specific with how it's defunding these systems. I was even so specific about what the reduction in the production of energy that we'll see, that will reduce the overall supply, and how much that will increase the price of energy for the average American household. I was so specific with my sources too. I gave you sources from the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities. I told you so specifically why that is wrong and why the average American will have less money in their pocket at the end of the day. You ignore all of it and you just repeat the original claim. Dude, imagine that I believe the earth is round and you believe the earth is flat. I ask you why you think the earth is flat, and you're like, well, when I look, it's flat. And then I'm like, actually, well, not only do we have pictures of the globe Earth from NASA, but there's also some cool things that you could do with math to determine that the face of the Earth is spherical due to like the idea that you could go from one location and then get back to that location with 3 straight lines, which is only possible on a spherical Earth, and that a flat Earth model is impossible because it would deny gravity, and we know that gravity exists for reasons X, Y, and Z, and that we also know that typical flat Earth models that would have, Antarctica as like the ice skate around the edges of the Earth is also not true because we have a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, which is impossible if the Earth was flat. And then after like all these facts, reasons, and data I'm giving you to demonstrate that the Earth is not flat, you don't respond to any of it, and then you just say, well, actually, I think the Earth is flat because every time I look out, I see a flat plane. Like, that's basically what you just did with the argument about the big, beautiful bill. It's so annoying.
Okay, no, I'm hearing you out. But you said, like, energy-wise, right? We would be spending more? Yes?
Right.
Okay, but correct me if I'm wrong. The bill, do we not include, like, more access to fossil fuels? And, wouldn't that overall help our economy if we have more access to these energies that we don't regularly use in, like, higher quantities, I guess?
What did the bill do to give more access to fossil fuels, Ian?
Well, I mean, we can expand our excess, like, more than we
But
already
how
have.
did the bill do that?
Allowing spending for it.
Okay, what spending where? That's what caused him to leave? That's what caused, out of like everything, that's what caused him to leave? Dude, I feel like there's like a billion other moments in the conversation that I had with Ian where it was like clear that he was wrong. And it's like, that's the point that he decided to finally leave at. That was the point that he's like, shucks, I give up. I better leave before I embarrass myself anymore. Interesting. Okay, let's go to move on to the next guest here. Yo, Stig, that is STIG. Thank you for the 200 Norwegian dollars over on YouTube. I appreciate you for the love, Stig. Stig says, watching the circus from the Nordics, the clownery of MAGA and Trump is laughed at here. It's amazing that you even need to argue the points that you often debate. We're just so disappointed in how far the U.S. is falling. You know what? Me too, Stig. And I bet your perception is even more interesting than mine because you're not surrounded by clowns that think it's good. As well as Phil, thank you for the $15 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you, Phil. That is incredibly kind of you, chat. Show some love to Phil. As well as Shelby with a $5 over on Venmo. Thank you, Shelby. Little with a $5 on Venmo. Thank you, Little. And then Ducky with a $20 over on Venmo 7 minutes ago saying, hi, Dean, just wanted to tell you that you're awesome. Yo, Ducky, it's so good to have you in here. It's good to have you back, Ducky. I feel like it's been a little bit. Show some love to Ducky, the one, the only. Welcome in, J-Man. Do you support Trump?
Hell yeah, bro. But first I want to say, bro, a good shit, bro. You went up. You know what I'm saying? I remember I used to beat you when you was, you had 2,000 views and shit, bro. 1,000 and shit.
You've never beat me in a debate ever in my life. Do your homework.
So I'm just saying, do your homework, bro. Good shit, bro. But yeah, bro.
Okay, J-Man. Why do you support Trump? Let's hear it. Honestly, I'm surprised that you still do. It's been like a year or 2 years since we talked. It seriously has been a long time. J-Man used to come up quite a bit. So I thought that we'd bring him back for the one time. Dude, how the fuck do you still support Trump?
But I ain't gonna lie, like I'm on some whole other stuff, bro. Like I'm talking about Israel. Nigga, that's black people in the whole time. Do y'all homework on I'm not even gonna do I gotta go there, bro? But yeah, bro, I ain't gonna lie.
I'm pretty sure like that group of belief. Are you like a black Israelite? I'm pretty sure that's what they're called, right?
They stole the land from my type of people, my color looking people.
So I mean, do you follow like the Black Hebrew Israelites?
No, not for real.
Okay. Well, interesting. Listen, just tell us, why do you support Trump?
Nah, that's how I get that message.
You just came up. Okay. See you later, J-Man. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Let's go to see what that next guest has to say. We got MD1 loading up in the box. Here we go, chat. What's up? You support Trump?
Nah, I fucking hate Trump.
Banned. I mean, base, but banned. Chat, if we're trying to join, make sure that we're following those rules. The rules are in the middle of the phone screen. Just got to be 18 plus, American MAGA, and ready to debate. Everybody take a good look at those rules, chat.
Oh, shit.
Take a good look at those rules. What's up? You MAGA?
Yo, me?
Yeah, you.
Yeah, I'll say so.
Bro, dude, Trump sucks. There's no way that you could ever support him. Okay? He's
I mean,
terrible.
like, I'm never going to support one man 100%. There's always going to be disagreements, right? With every man. You're never going to be like, I'm not worshiping him like he is Christ. But do I support Trump as a whole?
But never
Yeah.
any disagreements with women. Absolutely based. Okay, so why do you support him?
Why do I support Trump? I mean, there's multiple factors. Like, the thing you brought up was energy, right? Like, Trump has been trying to pass a nuclear energy bill. For how long, right? He's been talking about nuclear energy. Because you're talking about energy, right? Like, you said you brought up wind energy or solar. Which one did you bring up? I could be mistaken.
I just brought up clean energy.
Yeah, clean energy. So, for example, everyone says wind, right? Wind is clean energy. So how much diesel do you have to burn to create the concrete for the base, or how much diesel do you have to burn to get those
No,
huge
bro,
wind
not
silos
this argument. Not this argument. Dude,
and then
how
on top of
much
maintaining
how
it.
much lithium? How much lithium goes into the battery of a Tesla? How much lithium? How much lithium, chat? Oh, and don't even get me started. Don't even get
I'm
me
just saying-
started
listen,
on
I'm not
all
saying
of
that
the
I support clean
oil
energy.
for
Okay,
the
okay,
for the
go.
solar farms. Listen, the point
I don't
of
want solar
clean-
either. I
the-
want
the-
nuclear.
The point of clean energy production, right, is not supposed to be to have no carbon emissions. The point of clean energy production is not supposed to use zero non-renewable energy resources anywhere in the pipeline, from the planning stages to the implementation and execution stages. The point of renewable energy resources is to reduce these things. I understand diesel and the big trucks and the concrete layers and the construction workers are going to be involved with laying the foundation and the concrete for one of those big windmills, and maybe even in the steel that supports the base and the structure and the panels of the windmills. I get it, okay? But overall, right, energy production from a windmill is significantly cleaner and lasts longer and is better for our environment than fossil fuels in the long term.
Yeah, I don't agree with that at all. Because just maintaining it alone, because you know how much lubricant that we put inside the windmills is petroleum based. You know how much lubricant is inside one of those. So overall, it's still going to have to.
Okay,
mine
well, show
or drill for oil.
me a meta-analysis study to demonstrate that it's not cleaner overall than fossil fuels.
I mean, I just don't think it's that much. I mean, of course it's cleaner, but
Let's see the
in general-
meta-analysis. Let's see the study, Mr. PhD, Dr. Scientist.
You got a PhD in petroleum. You're a petroleum engineer.
Yeah, I'm a petroleum engineer, buddy. Get on my level, kid.
Okay. Well, what else you want to debate about? You want to talk about the legal immigration? Because the last guy y'all on was like 16 and he didn't know the hell he was talking.
Do you mind if I ask you a question?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Cool. Before I do, Jeffrey, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. Jeffrey says, keep with the good fight, Dean. You're adored. I appreciate you for being here, Jeffrey. Let's get 100 Jeffrey W's down below. As well, Simone, thank you for the $12 over on PayPal, saying I'd love to see you debate Charlie Kirk. Me too. Thank you for the $12, Simon. That is Simon. And then Lola with the $15 over on PayPal, saying daily donation time. Love you too, Lola. Hope you're doing all right. So while I'm asking this guest the next question, show some love to Simon, Jeffrey, and Lola. Now on to the next question. You know, I honestly haven't brought this one up in a while, but I think it's time for it to make a comeback. Would you ever support a president that's just straight up hit on kids? Or would you ever support a president that is straight up like perved and sexually exploited children?
All right, what trap you trying to put me here? You're trying to say Trump
It's
did
not
that?
a trap. It's just a question.
So what is your definition of perving? What is your definition of perving?
Well, how
It's
about
like smelling a little girl and kissing her on the cheek all the time like Biden did? Is that perving?
What if I just give you an example? Let's see if you'll accept the
All
example.
right, give me an example.
So there's like women and girls, like naked and undressed in like a woman's changing room. You know, like that makes sense. That's where women and girls get naked and undressed to change, is in their changing room. And then imagine if like there's an older man that literally just walked into the changing room to look at them while they were naked, and then like talked about how good their boobs looked when they were undressed with no clothes on. And then they ran for president. Would you ever support them?
Like I said, I don't support every man 100%. You can disagree. Like, that's fucked up, whatever. If he did say that, right?
Is that a red line, though?
But what is a red line? Like, Martin Luther King,
Is child exploitation a red line?
Isn't it having an affair for a minister, a man of God having an affair? Is that a red line to support a man?
I mean, I'll happily talk to you about MLK after we finish talking about Trump, the current sitting president of the country. You've now tried to pull off a deflection to Biden and MLK.
Nah.
Holy
I'll
fuck,
answer it.
the whataboutism
it's not a red line.
crazy.
It's not a red line. 100% don't agree with it. I'm not agreeing with it or supporting it anyway. But first off, how do I even know it's true? What is the source? You know, I don't know. But I'm not saying like even if it was true, I don't agree with it. But what is the source?
If you knew it was true, would you still support Trump?
If I knew it was true, 100% solid with my own two eyes, yeah, I would not support him.
Oh, like really?
Yeah, not want to support him as a person, no. But
would you support him as president?
I mean, that's my sitting president. I'm gonna support really any of my president, but yeah, I support him.
Oh, okay. So you're telling me that if Donald Trump was found out to have raped multiple children with Epstein on the island, you would still support him as president?
That is not what I said. That's not even what you said.
I mean, you said that he's your president. You're going to support him no matter what.
No, that's not. I said I support all my presidents.
Right,
But
and
what
he'd
you
still be
said
your
was-
president if he did that. So would you still support him?
You hit me with a hyperbole, but no. If you're committing no, and you're talking about what he did, what against what's the girl? What's her name? In the bathroom of a Tiffany.
So far, I'm
What
just
was
still
it?
asking you hypotheticals to try to determine what your red lines are. I say we clear this up because I think that we're getting a little bit lost in the sauce.
All right, let's go. Okay.
I feel like you're weaving. Okay, stop weaving. Yes
All
or
right.
no, if Donald Trump had, I don't know, for instance, boasted about perving on naked adult women and naked teenage girls while they were in a woman's only space, a woman's changing room, and he knew it was bad. He talked about it like he got away with it and laughed about it and talked about how beautiful all of these women and girls looked without their clothes on. Would you still support him as president today? Would you still be MAGA if you knew he did that with certainty?
If I knew he did with certainty, no. You could say no.
You want it? Okay. Hypothetically, if I were to like play you a clip of him like admitting to it, you would stop supporting it? You would stop supporting him?
Yeah, you can say hypothetically.
Hypothetically? Okay. Well, here's the thing. I think that you're a spineless coward. I think if I played you a clip of him admitting to those things, you'd still support him.
I think you're just trying to set me for a trap right now because I brought up other things and then you're just gonna keep digging the hole. Because I spoke about Martin Luther King and Biden, and hypothetically you support them.
I just want to be clear. I just want to be clear. Are you a spineless coward? Like hypothetically, if I played you a clip of him admitting to those things, you already affirmed that you would stop supporting him right now. But I think you're a spineless coward. I don't think you would actually stop supporting him. What is your response to that claim of mine? That you wouldn't actually stop supporting him because you're spineless.
I mean, you act like I could never stop supporting someone. Like you, for example, R. Kelly. Everyone loved R. Kelly until he did what he did. You act like you can just never stop supporting someone. So how am I?
Okay, so you deny that you wouldn't stop supporting him. You deny my accusation of you being a spineless coward cult member, right?
Yeah, I'm denying that. I'm not a cult member.
Conflict?
Yes.
I don't see it as a conflict.
It could be a conflict of interest, but it's the kind of thing you worry about later.
Oh, I see.
You tend to think about the conflict a little bit later
The
on.
question is, how can it not be construed?
No, I mean, some of these foreign girls, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina. And
Well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Okay, so before you even talk, I just want to repeat how we got here. I asked you clearly, would you stop supporting Trump as president right now if he hypothetically boasted about walking into the changing rooms of naked adult women and teenage girls to look at them while they're naked, and then boasted about it, knew it was wrong because he said he got away with it. And you said, no, I'd stop supporting him. Yeah. And then I was like, okay, hypothetically, if I played you a clip right now of him admitting to all those things, would you stop supporting him? And you're like, yeah, no, I would stop supporting him. And then I was like, I don't believe you. I think if I actually did hypothetically play this clip, you would be a spineless coward cult member and you would still continue to support Trump. And you're like, no, Dean, I'd stop supporting him. I promise I wouldn't be a spineless coward. Okay, well, none of it was hypothetical. So what are you going to do?
You said, right, if you want to pull out quotes, you said hypothetically if Trump raped an underage girl or started molesting her, that's where I was like, we're drawing a line there. So what Trump said, right, is that he went behind stage in a powder room where women are getting ready, like makeup and stuff, getting dressed, putting on whatever they're putting on. Is it weird? Yeah. 100% weird. Is that a fucking crime? Did he say he was like groping women or doing something wrong?
He's doing the spineless coward bit. How did I know? How did I know, everybody? Wow. Does Dean have a crystal ball that just sits in his hand where he just knows the future? Dude, it's just because Trump supporters are all too fucking predictable. So this specific Trump supporter has chosen the route of shifting the goalposts, misinterpreting the question that I asked him that he affirmed. Like you shift the question from if he boasts about perving on naked teenage girls and grown adult women, would you stop supporting him? He said yes. But now he's shifting that question to if he raped an underage girl. Okay. Well, good thing that we have this all on recording. We're going to go ahead and rewind about 2 minutes. Let's listen very closely to the question that I asked you and the response that you gave.
That's not. I support all my presidents.
Right,
But
and
what
he'd
you
still be
said
your
was-
president if he did that. So would you still support him as president today?
Oh, Oh, I see.
You tend to think about the
Give us a
conflict a little bit later
The
on.
question is, how can it not be?
I just want to be clear. Are you a spineless coward? Like, hypothetically, if I played you a clip of him admitting to this thing. There we go. We're almost there. Changing room. There we go. I feel like you're weaving. Okay, stop weaving. Here we go, guys. Yes or no, if Donald Trump had, I don't know, for instance, boasted about perving on naked adult women and naked teenage girls while they were in a woman's-only space, a woman's changing room, and he knew it was bad. He talked about it like he got away with it and laughed about it and talked about how beautiful all of these women and girls looked without their clothes on. Would you still support him as president today? Would you still be MAGA if you knew he did that with certainty?
If I knew he did with certainty, no. You could say no.
You want it? Oh, somebody changed the question. Oh, don't worry. There's more. Let's keep listening. Okay. Hypothetically, if I were to like play you a clip of him like admitting to it, you would stop supporting it? You would stop supporting him?
Yeah, you can say hypothetically.
Oh, somebody affirmed 3 times that you would stop supporting him if he did this. And also, Purdy, thank you so much for the love. Purdy's going off with the gifts on TikTok right now. Purdy, you are awesome. Thank you so much for all the love, Purdy. You are fantastic. Oh, somebody affirmed 2 times that he would stop supporting Trump if he knew that Trump did this and if he heard a clip of Trump admitting to doing this. Oh, pathetically? Okay. Well, here's the thing. I think that you're a spineless coward. I think if I played you a clip of him admitting to those things, you'd still support him. Oh!
I think you're just trying to set me for a trap right now.
Oh! So what happened, my friend? I specifically asked you if you knew with certainty that Donald Trump had boasted about walking into the changing rooms of naked teenage girls and grown adult women to look at them while they're naked. Would you stop supporting him as president? You said, yes, Dean, I'd stop. And then I was like, okay, so if I hypothetically played you a clip of him admitting to these things, would you stop supporting him? And you're like, yes, Dean, no, I'd stop. And then I was like, I actually don't think that you would. I think you'd be a spineless coward and you'd still support him. And you were like, no, Dean, I wouldn't be a spineless coward. But then I played the clip, and what did you do? I think we need to hear from you. Everyone wants to hear from you.
Oh, now I can talk. My fault, my shit was muted. I didn't mute it myself. I said the live creator muted it.
He just left. He just left. Dude just left. Bro, dude. Okay, you fully deserve the embarrassment you feel right now. Every fiber in your body that is like disheveled and off-put because of getting publicly embarrassed by me in front of, let's see here, close to 12,000 people is so very well deserved. He deserves to feel that embarrassment. Why do you choose to be a coward? Why do you choose to be a cult member? Why do you choose to worship a man like God? And it's so fun to play that hypothetical red line game because what they do is they'll LARP like normal people. They'll pretend to be like you and me. They'll pretend to be like, yeah, I'd stop supporting this president if he had perfed on teenagers. Don't worry about me, Dean. I'm not weird. I'm not crazy. I'd stop supporting them. Trust me, bro. And it's so fun to watch them like fold in real time and make like it clear that that's all just like a virtue signal to blend into like the normal people in society. See, like, guys, they're not normal. Like, something is wrong with Trump supporters. Like specifically, like, the Trump supporters that will accept this shit. You know, and even they know that. Because they'll tell you that they'd stop supporting him in a hypothetical sense. But then as soon as it actually happens, you know, all of a sudden they're right back to their bullshit. And they're like, no, I still support him. We're going to move on to the next guest. What a crazy thing to watch live. What a truly crazy thing to watch live, everybody. We're going to get that next guest.
Barack Obama is going to prison. He'll be hearing this.
Very nice. What is the evidence that... Hey, I have a question. How many special counsels under Donald Trump's first administration affirmed that there was Russian collusion in the 2016 election?
That's not enough to obtain a FISA warrant. There's meddling in the election.
Can
There's
you
always
answer my
meddling in the
question?
election, just like you guys tell us with 2020.
Can you answer my question?
I don't know.
Two special counsels reaffirmed under Donald Trump's first administration that there was Russian collusion in the election. And I have a question. Out of the individuals that they choose to prosecute for miscellaneous reasons, how many of them went to jail?
There was Paul Manafort. There was, I forgot the other couple of names. I forgot their names.
There was one. There was one person that went to jail. And that one person that went to jail, were they Obama?
No.
No, they weren't Obama. And now even about, Trump's second administration, what is the charge that Tulsi Gabbard has made clear? What she said is that
it's an ongoing conspiracy.
Obama made it seem like the collusion was involved in the election to be more pro-Trump than pro-Hillary Clinton. And I mean, even that is rejected by Obama's own word of mouth. You know what I have to say? You know what I think? That this is just all a big cover-up.
The information was not out there. When they investigated Obama before, Obama was briefed on the fact that there was not enough meddling to subvert the election, and that's what Tulsi Gabbard released. You can go to odni.gov and look for yourself.
You know what I think? I think that this is all just a big distraction away from the Epstein files. Why do you support a president that's on the Epstein files?
We've been saying this for 4 years. Well, how could this be a distraction?
Yeah, because the topic of the live is literally how do you still support Trump?
Jail. The Democratic Party's broken. That's why I'm a Democrat for Trump. I opened my eyes, dude.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Tulsi Gabbard's a Democrat for Trump, too.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I think what he's doing with immigration is going to stop the slave labor, stop 30% of women and children that come across the southern border illegally victimized, and it's going to force lawmakers, because it's not just one president, to legislate law to help immigration.
Okay,
that's going to be the byproduct of this.
So you're a big fan of mass deportation?
No, that's not what I said.
Okay.
Don't manipulate what I say.
Okay, then repeat it.
You asked why do I support him, and I gave you a breakdown.
Right. I
thought
that breakdown would amount to the claim that therefore you support mass deportation. So which side of the immigration policy is it that you support? A reduction in undocumented entry or removal of the undocumented immigrants that are already in the country?
I'm saying enforcing the border, getting it to the level it is right now, 99% down. Okay, literally 99% down.
Got it.
On encounters. Okay, that stops at least 30% of women and children that come in illegally through the southern border from being victimized.
Okay,
and then it also forces lawmakers by a shortage of workers and many other things.
Yeah.
To legislate law for the American people to actually fix these issues and not run off social issues to get the votes.
So, very quick question: do you only support being stronger on the border, or do you also support mass deportation?
I want to fix the issue. I mean, I'm not going to criticize everything Trump does. I don't exactly agree with, you can't be perfect. Okay. Nobody's perfect. We're all sinners.
Right. So, you're not answering the question.
No, I am answering it. You're just not accepting my answer.
Well, I asked you if you also support mass deportation, and so far your answer is that nobody's perfect. That's not like.
No, I said I'm not going to criticize him on everything he does. Who could be happy about the taco stand lady being taken away from her kids? And ICE picking her up off the street and it's on video. I mean, nobody's happy to see this. It's necessary. Just like Obama when he had drone strikes. They were necessary, right? But there's collateral damage.
Yeah, taco stand lady. So instead of telling me that if you do or you don't support mass deportation, you just stereotyped immigrants. So let's try it again.
No, I brought up the lady
stereotyping
that was
immigrants. Tell me, do you support mass deportation? Yes or no?
That's why you lost. That's why you guys lost, dude. I do support enforcing the border. I think that you don't have to just deport everybody.
Quickly, chat. Have we gotten an answer yet? One second. I don't even want you to say a word. I want my chat to tell me if we've gotten an answer yet. No, we haven't gotten an answer. Would you look at that? I'm going to give you one last chance here before I kick you off. Do you?
Answers have context. That you can't. Do I support removal of illegal immigrants? Yes.
Okay. Sounds good. I want you to go ahead and detail to me the positive outcomes of mass deportation on this country.
The positive outcomes by enforcing the border, like I said, and deportation is you get lawmakers to actually start doing their job and legislating law as the byproduct of this. I mean, yeah, it may be bad on how we're doing some of the things, but It's a necessary. It needs to be done in order to fix the problem, Dean.
Okay, so
I
you're
mean,
telling
this
me
is true. It needs to be.
So you're telling me the upside of the removal of undocumented immigrants from America is getting lawmakers to actually like make and enforce good law. So I don't know if I'm just not following the argument, but like what I hear is you're basically telling me if we lay off 8.3 million of our workers, kick out 12 million of our consumers, reduce our GDP by an estimated 1.1 trill through 1.7 trill per year, and spend $2 trillion in the next 10 years to get it done, building new detention centers and violating the constitutional rights of some undocumented immigrants in the process, and accidentally deporting others to torture prisons for terrorists in El Salvador, that this will get lawmakers to actually do that.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Right, but those are all the negative outcomes of
all that stupid shit you just said. That's not what I said.
Those are all the negative outcomes of deportation. So I made sure to clarify the negative ones to preface your one vague good one. So like, what is it? So specifically, when you tell me that, so when you specifically tell me that the positive outcome here is getting lawmakers to actually do their job, can you be more specific and give me some like material example of what the benefit of the removal of undocumented immigrants will truly be? Because I think that you've been too vague so far.
Yeah. So like you were all the bad, shit that you wanted to highlight about it. Of course, it's just like war, man. I mean, there's bad things that happen, but not deporting citizens. That's not true. You're making shit up there. You added a lot of context to that just wasn't true. I think that doing the deportations and enforcing the border, even, some people have been here a long time and they end up getting deported because they've been here illegally. Maybe they can't get status because they may have some minor criminal infraction that won't allow them to go through our broken system. I think, yes, it forces lawmakers to actually reach across the aisle and fix these issues. Instead, they need these social issues to get your vote. They never fix it, Dean. And why can't you admit that? You know why? Because you're a contract. You're not allowed to criticize.
What?
That's
Wait, do you think I'm paid by the DNC?
No, the contract.
Who am I contracted by?
Your sponsors.
Who are my sponsors?
I don't know your sponsor.
Then how do you know I have it?
There's other platforms out there. Well, like that lady Allison, she broke it down.
Who the fuck is Allison?
What can you are you allowed to criticize openly? See, I just got a flag for what? I just got a flag for what? How am I harassing somebody? I didn't harass anybody.
What a goofy guy. I wish that he didn't get that flag, though. I would have loved to talk to him about the fact that he thinks I'm contracted. If you got a second account, feel free to re-request on it, because seriously, I'd love to talk to you about it. Dude, that guy's goofy as fuck. He does his own lives. I love shitting on him. It's really fun. You should come back up here so I could shit on you a little more. Lake, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Lake says back again, not at work today, but I'll never miss a YouTube stream. Love you, dude. Happy Saturday, Dean. Happy Saturday to you as well, Lake. Thank you for being here. As well as Grace with a $5, Stocky with another 10, and Reese with the $2.50 over on Venmo. I appreciate everyone so much for all the love today. You guys are based. As well as Paulita with the $2 over on PayPal. You are phenomenal. Somebody in the chat says, love you, Dean, but let them talk a bit more. I couldn't. You got a flag. I had to kick him. It's TikTok for you. It's TikTok for you. Is he back on the main account, bro? Dude, well, you got to come back. You got to come back on another account because it didn't just give you a flag. It gave me a restriction for uncomfortable FYP content.
I didn't harass anybody, dude. What are you worried about? Did I say something that was harassing?
The restriction that it placed on the live, so now it won't go out on the For You page, I believe.
No, I think people were just reporting because that's what they do.
Dude, you do your own lives. Do you not know how these things... You are a live creator. I see you on live, and you're telling me you don't understand the nature of a FYP restriction for uncomfortable live content from a guest?
What do you think that's going to do to you, Dean?
Well, what I know it's going to do to me is it's going to reduce the overall reach of the live. It's going to prevent some individuals and some demographics from having access to the live, and it will prevent it from being shouted out on the For You page. It'll say profiles.
Well, then how would you know it's me if I came up?
Because I got a warning that said Democrats for Trump got your live restricted.
Come up on another account. How would you even know it's me? Come on.
Why are you telling me what the other account is, silly fucking goose?
Quit worrying so much about shit, dude. Just hang on a second.
Dude. Yeah, see, we lost 600 people in the 45 minutes and the 45 seconds that it took for me to explain that because he still has the live restriction on. Now we're at we've lost 700 people in the last 45 seconds because of the FYP restriction on his account, barring this live stream from being shot out if he's on the live. And I was trying to explain that concept to him, and he couldn't grasp it, even though he is a live stream content creator. Just like, brother. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Everyone just give us a minute. You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up. Dude is like, oh man, what's up? You support Trump?
Hello?
Age, please?
18. I just turned 18.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm done with the 18-year-olds for now, Nick. You have a good rest of your day, though. I'm sorry, guys. I've just been talking to 18-year-olds for like the last 4 days. It gets rough after a point. I feel like every other day or something, I want to make the minimum age to join for like I don't know, like 20 or 21, you know? What's up? Do you support Trump?
Hello, sir. I do.
Okay, how old are you?
I am 22.
All right. And why do you support Trump?
So when I say support, I don't mean like every single decision he does, but I just think he's the best option for America right now.
Yeah, why?
Well, so can we agree the economy was good when he was president?
In his first term, at some points it was good, at others it was bad. Just like when
At what point?
Biden was
What
president.
point was it bad?
Yeah, April of 2020, we had the highest level of unemployment in 100 years.
But was inflation bad or prices or anything like that? Gas prices?
Yeah, inflation was pretty bad nearing the end of his term on some products.
So who had worse inflation, Trump or Biden?
On average, Biden.
No, I'm talking like in general. If you had to pick,
Yeah,
like just not even.
on average is in general.
I'm saying in any circumstance, who had worse inflation?
In any circumstance? I'm not even sure what that question means because it wasn't true.
Well,
in
you
all
said on
circumstances.
average. So I'm saying
It wasn't true in all circumstances that Biden had worse inflation than Trump.
Can you give me an example?
Yeah, for sure. Take January 19th of this year under Biden compared to now under Trump. Inflation has gone.
No,
up
I'm
by
talking about first term Trump.
Yeah, for sure. And like, let's just take
In first term Biden.
2023 compared to 2020. At some points, there was higher levels of inflation entering into COVID.
2023?
Than there were going out of COVID. Yeah.
Bro, wasn't 2023 our worst year of inflation?
Now that was 2021 and 2022. But nearing the end of 2023,
No,
it got
2022
down below 4%, 3, etc.
Okay, I don't really want to argue about inflation because I don't know too much, but I know that.
I mean, I'm just trying to answer the question, man. Like that's why that's why I gave like a general answer. Like I was like okay with saying like generally like inflation was higher under Biden. I don't know why you didn't accept that and you wanted to like dive into the specifics of like at what points was it higher and lower.
I'm sorry, Dean. I'm sorry. Okay,
forgive
me. I just want to say that I think he's just like. Can you give me a reason why he isn't a better president than Biden or like the Democrats, basically?
I could give you many. How many do you want? Give me a number.
2.
Okay. One big reason why he is a worse president than Kamala Harris would have been is because he does not care about checks and balances, nor the Constitution. He's been doing obviously illegal shit, and he doesn't care. One really good example of this is his executive order number 14160 he signed into law on January 20th, banning birthright citizenship for the children of undocumented immigrants, even though it is guaranteed
so I'm actually
by
not
our
against
14th Amendment.
I'm actually not against that.
Okay, so you're not a patriot?
All right. Do you want to explain to your viewers what that amendment was actually for, or do you want me to tell you?
When was the 14th Amendment signed into law, and what
is the amendment? What was the amendment actually for? Do you want me to explain it, or do you need to explain it?
I think before we discover and argue and debate the intention of the amendment, we need to clarify what the amendment is. Can you tell me what the amendment is?
Well, you just said it was for illegal immigrants.
No.
That's not what it was for
I
at
said
all.
that the 14th Amendment guaranteed citizenship to the children of undocumented immigrants born on American soil. I never said what the amendment in totality was. I said that was one
so what was the
guaranteed
intention
right.
for the amendment is what I'm asking you. What was the intention for the amendment?
Before we even talk about that, we need to talk about what the amendment is.
Okay.
What is the 14th Amendment?
Like, what is the definition of it?
No, just like, what is it?
I mean, I'm actually not sure. I know it has to do with birthright citizenship, and whoever's like on U.S. soil gets citizenship. But can you tell me what the intent was for the amendment?
Which part? Because there's like multiple parts of the 14th Amendment.
I'm talking.
You have like the
about
birthright citizenship part. You have the equal protections clause. You have like
I'm talking about birthright citizenship.
It takes money away from it takes money away from states if they don't let all males over the age of 21 to vote. It also prevents individuals that were engaged in an insurrection from running for government offices, and it guarantees due process to everybody that's subject to the jurisdiction thereof.
Brother,
so
I'm talking about the part you
brought
up. I'm talking about the part you brought up.
Citizenship.
Yes.
Okay, well, sure.
What was the reason for that amendment, or that part?
When we read the congressional records of the debate on the floor of Congress in 1865 when they were ratifying it, one big intent was to give birthright citizenship to Black Americans, and another big intent was to give citizenship to immigrants born on American soil.
So I get that, immigrants born on American soil, but it's not for people who fly over the U.S. and have a baby while they're in U.S. territory. That is not what it was meant for.
It definitely
is literally not what it was.
So then why has SCOTUS continued to uphold rulings that undocumented immigrants are subject to protections under the 14th Amendment? So we had like Plyer v. Doe in 1982, so this was only like 40 years ago. And Plyer v. Doe,
I know, it's a technicality.
That undocumented immigrants are subject to the jurisdiction of the U.S. And in fact, that would mean that they would have a right to birthright citizenship given that they're born on American soil. Then in 1898, which was only like 30 or 40 years after the amendment was ratified, we had SCOTUS determine what subject to the jurisdiction thereof even means, right? In the U.S. via Kim Wong case. And in the U.S. Versus Kim Wong case, they determined that subject to the jurisdiction of in the 14th Amendment has very clear boundaries. Those clear boundaries exclude 1, 2, or 3 technical groups of people. Those 1, 2, or 3 technical groups of people would, 1, be foreign diplomats that are not subject to the jurisdiction of American law. 2, militant invading forces occupying our country sent by another country, and this would be militaries, gross. And 3, Native Americans. However, there was laws passed around 20 to 30 years after this interpretation to include Native Americans in the subject to the jurisdiction thereof, meaning they are protected under the 14th Amendment.
Okay, so what does that have to do with illegal immigrants?
Because it shows that undocumented immigrants are protected under the 14th.
Okay, so I get you're speaking on technicality, but it's for people who are in America already, like African slaves, Native Americans that are already in America, didn't migrate.
Wait, are you saying that was the original intent?
Yes.
Well, you're wrong. It actually intentionally excluded indigenous Americans.
Did it exclude Black African Americans?
No, they didn't exclude Black Americans. It excluded Native Americans, like I just said.
So who else did it exclude?
Foreign diplomats.
Or who else did it include? I mean,
it's better to talk about who it discluded, because then that tells us who it included.
No, who did it include? Just tell me.
Everybody that is born on American soil that's not the child of a foreign diplomat, a member of an invading force from another country or military, and indigenous Americans.
Indigenous Americans? Is that not Native Americans?
Indigenous Americans are Native Americans, yes.
And you're saying it excluded them or included them?
It excluded them. Intentionally excluded them.
I might have to look that up because that's not what I heard. But then again, this was after the Civil War, so it would make sense.
What year was it passed?
What year?
Yeah.
I'm going to guess like 1890-ish?
No, 1865.
Oh, okay.
How many clauses does the 14th Amendment have?
Huh?
How many clauses does the 14th Amendment have?
Oh, no. So I'm a Ben Shapiro fan.
So you know nothing about it. So then how the fuck are you going to how the hell are you going to sit here and tell me that it was designed to include indigenous Americans, bro?
I just know that it wasn't specifically for people who are sneaking over the border and having children. That's what I know it's not for.
Okay, so you're saying
And
that
I don't know
wasn't
why you would agree with that.
So you're saying
I
that
don't know
wasn't
why
an
you would
explicit intent designed by the individuals that ratified the amendment in the first place? I have a question. Who sets the legal interpretation of the Constitution?
Congress?
No, the Supreme Court. They're the ultimate interpreters of the Constitution. That's why they're referred to as the law of the land. And the Constitution.
So are you
is
fine
not
with
a-
the Supreme Court
is,
changing
is
the
not
Constitution?
it's not them changing it. They don't have the power to change it. They have the power to interpret it, right? And they have parameters in which their interpretations must fall under. Now, I would like to clarify here that the Constitution is a living, breathing argument, and its interpretations can update and change. But one interpretation that has not changed since the 14th Amendment was signed into law is that the children of an immigrant, citizen, resident, or not, that is born on American soil is a citizen themselves. This precedent was first suggested with the U.S. versus Kim Wong SCOTUS case and ruling in 1898, and then once again reaffirmed not even 40 years ago in the Plyer v. Doe SCOTUS case, where they explicitly determined that undocumented immigrants are subject to the jurisdiction of the U.S. and can and do claim legal protections under the 14th Amendment.
So you're saying it wasn't to protect African slaves and oppressed Africans?
Dude, you were like
Or
insufferable.
specifically, I mean, I'm asking you. I'm
you
asking
were so
you.
insufferable.
I'm saying, is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying. It's like you just can't even follow what I'm saying. It's like at a point, like these debates just become like they're just not doing anything productive because you just can't even listen
Hey, you're
to
getting paid
words.
though. You're getting paid
By who?
by the DNC. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Jason, thank you for the $10 over on Vim. I appreciate you so much for the love, Jason. Thank you so much. Everybody show some love to Jason down below. Jason says, as somebody with a bachelor's shush in history with a concentration in post-Reconstruction America / racial relations and a master's in divinity and theology, grasp of all the important information is impressive. Keep it up. Keep up the great work, sir. Yo, Jared, I really appreciate you for that. Thank you, Jared. It's not Jason, it's Jared. Everybody, please show some love to Jared down below. So I'm going to go to recap where we're at and where we could go from here. So I've given you the clear parameters set by SCOTUS as well as the ratifiers of the amendment to show that, yes, undocumented immigrants have always been protected under the 14th Amendment. Immigrants as a whole, citizens, residents, or not, have always been protected under the 14th Amendment, and how this is case law that is still being agreed to and co-signed by SCOTUS rulings today, with the earliest one not even being 30 or 40 years ago, determining that undocumented immigrants explicitly do claim protections under the 14th Amendment and are subject to the jurisdiction thereof. Where we could go from here is just talking about how Donald Trump passed this executive order that was illegal, that was unconstitutional, that contradicted the Constitution, and how that is him trying to play God, trying to play dictator. It's a mark of fascism because he's trying to consolidate power that is vested in the Constitution, power that is vested in the Supreme Court, and power that is vested in Congress to ratify and change the Constitution by amending it to himself. And I find that to be a big problem, is it is authoritarianism 101.
Fucking A, dude. I'm sorry, I'm playing 2K and I'm fucking losing. Anyways, so the thing I want to say is, like I told you, I watch a lot of Ben Shapiro. From what I've seen, he said that amendment, or that part of the amendment, was for African slaves who aren't documented. But anyways,
nowhere in my last statement did I say that was wrong. Nowhere in the last statement did I say that wasn't an intention.
I'm saying he states it was only for that, basically, to protect them from any type of circumstance.
Okay, point number one. The interpreters of the Constitution are not the people that sign it into law. It's the Supreme Court. Supreme Court has reinterpreted it 1 billion times and said that, yes, immigrants, citizen, residents, or undocumented are subject to the jurisdiction of this country and are protected under the 14th Amendment. You POS. Point number two, your claim that it was only designed for enslaved individuals is also false. If you literally read the congressional debate record on the floor of Congress, and 1865, they explicitly discussed if the children born of immigrants on American soil are citizens.
Born of immigrants,
yes.
But illegal immigrants, though? Illegal.
They literally re-adjudicated this in Supreme Court in the U.S. versus Kim Wong case in 1898, not even 40 years later, saying that, yes, immigrants that are not residents, are not citizens, and cannot become citizens, if they have children born here, are subject to the jurisdiction thereof, and therefore do have a right to birthright citizenship. And they upheld this interpretation, and for the billionth and last time, in the Plyer v. Doe court case in 1982, determining that explicitly undocumented immigrants, yes, undocumented immigrants are subject to the jurisdiction of America and do claim protection under the 14th Amendment. And if nothing that
Well,
I said
protection,
convinced
but
you,
not citizenship, right?
it would be a protection of citizenship.
Is that what it says?
That's what it means.
No, protection could mean anything. Like obviously you're gonna get civil protection if you're in the United States, no matter if you're a citizen or not. What do you mean?
Because of the fact that SCOTUS adjudicated in this prior veto court case that undocumented immigrants are subject to the jurisdiction of our laws, right?
No, I mean yes, but
okay. What does that have to do with birthright citizenship? Have you ever read the birthright citizenship clause of the 14th?
No, have you?
Yes, and I'm gonna go ahead and pull it up right now. Yeah, for the explicit wording, you fucking doofus. What?
Hey, don't call me a doofus.
I'm so sorry. Why are you trying to shit on me looking it up for the explicit wording? What kind of shit is that?
You can call me a POS, but don't call me a fucking doofus, dude.
So let's read it together. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States. Okay. We see that this details two parameters that must be satisfied in order.
Repeat that one more time. I'm sorry. Repeat the thing you just read. I'm sorry.
All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States. That is the first section of the 14th Amendment that guarantees birthright citizenship.
So doesn't that mean they were already living in them?
It details two necessary parameters that must be met to have a claim to birthright citizenship. The first parameter that must necessarily be satisfied is being a person. The second parameter that must necessarily be satisfied is being subject to the jurisdiction of the U.S. Can we agree that undocumented immigrants are persons?
Can you explain to everyone what subject of jurisdiction means?
I already have 5 fucking times. Don't worry, I'll explain it again after you could agree to the first parameter that undocumented immigrants are persons.
Are people? Yes.
Okay.
Obviously.
So now let's explore that second parameter that states and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. All this means is being subject to U.S. law.
You agree if they break the law, they can be deported? Is that what you're saying?
Do I agree that's what the law in the books is today? Yes. Do I also agree that this has nothing to do with the question that I'm asking you about the 14th Amendment? Yes. So do we agree that undocumented immigrants are subject to the jurisdiction of U.S. law?
I mean, I'd have to look more into it, but what you're saying, I guess, yes. Sure, yes.
What more research do you have to do? If an undocumented immigrant commits murder, can they go to a U.S. jail?
I mean, I hope not, honestly. Send them back where they're from, but probably yes.
Wait, probably? You think they probably can go to jail?
Okay, yes. All right.
Okay. And because we could put them in an American jail, that means they're subject to our laws, right?
I guess.
It's not I guess, it's that yes.
Well, according to the Constitution, I guess if you want to be technicality, yes.
It's not a technicality, it's just a yes. We could only impose our laws on people that are subject to our laws. Like, if a Canadian murders somebody in Canada, we can't just send them through the American criminal justice system. Because a Canadian citizen murdering somebody in Canada is not subject to our laws. So it's like, obviously, undocumented immigrants are subject to our laws. So this means that you think children of undocumented immigrants born on American soil are citizens because they satisfy the two and only necessary criteria detailed in the first section of the 14th Amendment to determine citizenship. Unmute, Ty.
Sorry.
So do you see now how you've been wrong this whole time and I've been right this whole time?
So I guess I'll agree. You're right. You're right, Dean. You're right. Okay. He's always right. No, I'm just kidding. Can I finish though? So
Finish what?
I guess
I gave you the 2 necessary criteria to claim birthright citizenship. You agreed that both of those criteria apply to undocumented immigrants. So then you agree that the children of undocumented immigrants born on American soil are citizens. So then you'd agree that Donald Trump's EO was unconstitutional, illegal, and contradictory to the clear text of the 14th Amendment. So you would agree that he attempted to circumvent the power vested in Congress to change the Constitution, and the power vested in SCOTUS to interpret the Constitution, and just the power vested in the Constitution itself. Thereby, you'd agree that this was a mark of authoritarianism. So why do you?
Well, you
why
can't
do you
just
support
say changing the
authoritarianism?
Constitution is like always bad. Like, didn't the Constitution like allow fucking oppression and slavery towards black people still? Or not slavery, but like, you know, can't use the same bathrooms, all this bullshit. Like after the Constitution came out, that shit was all still applied.
I said that he was an authoritarian for doing it illegally, and also in this circumstance.
Okay, so if he freed slaves illegally, is that authoritarian?
Yes, but it'd be good authoritarianism.
Okay, all right. So at least we agree on
Right,
something.
and hopefully, and hopefully that's not going to be like controversial, right? Like we could all agree that'd be good authoritarianism, right?
No, that would be great. No, I would agree.
Okay,
but I mean,
so are you just now arguing that
it's-
same thing for Trump right now?
Well, no, I'm saying at that
are
point,
you now
because-
arguing at this point that you're anti-constitution and that you're pro-authoritarianism? You just think it's good?
Well, no, I'm just saying you say authoritarianism as if it's only bad, and you just said it obviously can be used as good,
I just
right?
want to clarify that you are now defending that Trump is an authoritarianist. You just think he's a good authoritarianist.
Based on what you've told me, yes, but I need to do more research.
Get the fucking boot in your mouth, kid. Tread on me harder, daddy type shit. Yeah, pro-authoritarianism. See, the only context that's not absolutely insane is if you're being authoritarian to like stop extreme human rights violations like slavery. Okay? But in any other fucking context, you look absolutely crazy. Yeah, you just affirmed that you're for authoritarianism. Boot in
I
your
don't think
mouth
anyone
right
agrees
now.
with you.
No. Where are my fucking
I don't think
shoes
anyone
at?
agrees with you.
Where are my
Maybe
fucking shoes at? Put the boot
maybe
in your
the
mouth,
14-year-olds in
kid.
here
Put the
do.
boot in the mouth, kid. I need you to suck on the boot right now. Take a good bite of the boot, kid. Oh my God. Yeah, this guest is pro-authoritarianism. I hope you don't mind me and my authority of muting you real quick. I mean, honestly, I bet you probably like it. You're like, Dean, please, step on me harder. Authoritarianist on me everywhere. Do you like getting muted like that? Are you a big fan? Do you like that authoritarianism? You like it when I exert my power?
Yo, you're actually mad. Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, it's because you said that you were pro-authoritarianism. Get out of here, kid. We're going to move on to the next guest. That one was fun. We just got him to reduce himself down to saying that Trump is an authoritarian and he loves authoritarianism. Crazy shit, chat. Crazy shit. Yo, let's see here. If you're watching and you'd like to support me, you could find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio. I get 100% of all the proceeds that are donated over on those platforms. They go straight to me, as well as you could attach any message and I could read it off on live, like literally like right now. Somebody in the chat said just explain it to him. I think he was actually trying to listen to you. I bet they came into the conversation late.
Yo, how'd you add me back so fast? What the fuck?
Bro, I didn't even mean to add you back. Get out of here. Fascist. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now. We got them loading in. Christina, thank you for the $2 super chat over on YouTube saying thank you, Dean. I just wanted to ask where you get your info from. It'd be heavily dependent on what bit of info. So if you want to ask specifically about what claim, I could give you my source. Let's go to move on to the next guest. We got Max L loading up into the box right now. Hi, do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, how old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
2007.
Okay, all right, take it away. Why do you support Trump?
I can't. I actually don't support him in the slightest.
Guys, make sure that we're following the rules, everyone. Make sure that we're following the rules, guys. All right, let's go ahead and see what that next guest has to say. Everybody go to drop a maggot with your rage down below in that comment section if you would like to come up and join, y'all. We are just looking for some debates at the moment. Y'all already know. We got Chopper loaded up into the box. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
18.
You know, when I was younger, I had such a high voice that instead of like trying to deepen it to sound like an older man, I would like just act like a woman. I'm surprised that like we don't have more fetuses do that. Like more like young guys with a high voice. Like instead of taking the route of like going like, oh, I'm an 18-year-old man. Just like try to come off as like, like an 18, 19, 20-year-old woman. See, that's what I used to do when I was young. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, 100%.
Somebody in the chat said, well, now you're just giving them
50,
ideas.
Georgia.
Well, don't worry. It still doesn't work, Chad. It still doesn't work. Okay. All right. Rob, Jenny, thank you for the budding. I appreciate that. 50 from Georgia supports Trump. Why do you support Trump?
Well, I've agreed with everything he's done. The big, beautiful bill, everything that he's signed as a legislative order, executive order, I mean.
Oh, geez. Well, you do understand that the big, beautiful bill costs like $3 to $4 trillion, and it kicked 10 million people off of health insurance, kicked 3 million people off of food stamps, and 18 million school students off of free school student lunches, while also taking money from the poor and giving it to the rich. That's not something you should support.
Now, the people that the government is supporting will have job opportunities.
The people that the government is supporting will now have job opportunities. I don't know what that sentence means.
Thanks to tariffs.
And I really don't know what it means in response to my critiques of the big, beautiful bill.
The tariffs that he has passed through executive orders have created jobs.
Okay, so then why is long-term unemployment at like a 10-year high, excluding the pandemic?
Well, he just started. He hadn't even been in office for a year yet.
Okay.
And plus, he shut down the borders and imposed, like ICE and
Did he shut down that border with good policy or fascism? See, I'd shoot for fascism. I just think that less people are interested in undocumented entry because undocumented immigrants that are here right now are having their human rights violated.
In what way?
Brio Garcia was illegally deported to Secot in El Salvador, where he was tortured and beat for 3 weeks.
Okay, well, I have certain views and philosophies that if everybody thought like me, you'd be a lot better off for it.
I'm not so sure.
So I'm
that's true,
considering running for Senate in Georgia.
Oh, no.
Because,
if there's any state that you could win in, it might just be Georgia. I mean, we got Margie Taylor Greene.
We got two
down
Democratic senators
we
right
got,
now.
We got
I would
Margie,
run for House.
We got Margie Taylor Greene down there that said when we had the eclipse like last year, it was Jesus' second coming, and he was going to come down to America and save us all. And she's representing Georgia.
I would not move to her district, and running for House is below me.
Running for House is below you, Rob?
Yes.
I mean, I think the only thing below you is that
and
the last math test.
I just saw some of the comments.
Yeah.
That what's his name? Parker isn't on YouTube or TikTok now or something. I don't know if he quit, because I debated him 2 nights ago, and you ought to watch that.
He's literally live streaming
my
right
views
now.
and philosophies, and I don't see things like a normal Democrat or Republican. I see things like a normal person, a logical thinking person.
Okay, Rob. Could you logically?
Yes,
explain?
I believe that someone born in the U.S. has birthright citizenship.
Listen. Can you logically explain why you support a bill that kicks so many low-income families, millions of them, off of the health care they need to live, the food stamps they need to live, while also increasing the price of their energy simply because our president doesn't like clean energy like windmills?
I support it because, the tariffs that are imposed right now cost the billionaires. So now you offset the taxes that the billionaires have to pay in the companies, and now you're creating more jobs. So the people that are living off the government and having abortions on Medicaid should, think about it and get a job.
Did you know that it has been federally illegal to have Medicaid at the federal level pay for abortion because of the Hyde Act that was passed like 20 years ago?
That would probably be in effect in Texas, where all the Democrats are too scared to debate, so they go hide in Illinois.
What?
And
what do the Texas Democrats leaving to Illinois so they can't get the gerrymander approved
state
in
that
their
I
state
know
Congress?
of where you
have
can't
to wait.
have-
What,
I don't
one second.
agree with
One second,
Texas.
Rob. Be quiet here. Oh, you said that you're a logical thinker. Logically explain to me what Texas Democrats going to Illinois to escape gerrymandering in the state of Texas has to do with me asking you why you support a bill that kicks 10 million people off of healthcare.
Okay, I already said that they're taking advantage of the system with the food stamps and everything else they're receiving when they could go to work, and we're creating jobs.
They're creating.
I mean,
they gotta go to work.
It's like,
did you know
it's
that,
give and
that
take.
food stamps have always had a work requirement on them? So it's like the people that it's kicking off like are working. Like
there are people on food stamps, Medicaid that are working, just taking advantage of the government.
wait, if somebody's working,
They're not paying
and they're
taxes.
still not making enough. Yeah, they are because they're working.
Well, you can be working. Well, the big beautiful bill also
Rob,
doesn't
come on,
tax
man.
or
I thought you said that
gives
you're a
you tax
logical
cuts
thinker.
on tips
I thought you
and
said that you're a
overtime.
logical
Is
thinker,
that not
Rob.
good?
What happened to the logical thinking, Rob?
I am. I'm a logical thinker. I'm the smartest thinker. I'm a comedian in Atlanta, and I'm the funniest person in Atlanta, but I
Really?
don't use my
Really?
comedy
Really?
stand-up as a political platform.
Are you sure? Name
I
three
just-
jokes. Name 3 jokes right now.
Dude, I don't want to get kicked off the live.
No,
and I don't
name
want-
3 jokes right now. You said that you're funny. Name 3 jokes right now, kid.
What is an official joke?
Oh, you just
I
got
have a whole
pushed.
set.
You just got
I have
pushed.
a whole set
You just
that I
got
could
pushed.
do.
You just got exposed. You
If
don't
you-
even know. You can't even
listen-
name one joke, and you're saying that you're the best comedian in Atlanta. Get pushed.
Dude, I am hilarious.
Dude, you know,
You-
Rob, I can
but
name
anyway,
a joke. Listen,
I got a real question
I can
for
name
you.
a joke. I can name a joke. Are you ready?
Knock, knock.
No, the joke would be you.
Dude, I am all serious. Sometimes I'm funny just
Wait.
because
Tell me your knock knock joke. Okay.
that's just who I am.
You
but
said knock knock. Okay, who's there, Rob? Who's there?
boo.
Oh, Rob. Okay, we gotta work.
I
on
make
that.
my jokes up, and I can't say
Okay.
the stuff that other people get away with on stage
Yeah.
because the comedy scene is filled full of tree-hugging, bedwetting liberals that get offended by me. But listen, I got a question.
I haven't
B.
heard. Listen, I haven't heard the tree hugging point for like years. That one's like an old liberal talking point. Like, dude, like the whole tree hugging liberal thing. Like that's back from like the 70s and 80s, man. I haven't heard the tree hugging point for a while. You know, I love hugging trees. Like,
Yes,
sometimes I kind of like lick the bark. You know, while I'm hugging them. Like,
Yes, I grew up in the 80s pretty much. But do you agree with this? I support that someone born here on U.S. soil should be a citizen.
Yes.
Just
I do
like
support that.
just like a female that goes into a clinic to get a late-term abortion and it survives the abortion. When they induce pregnancy and the baby survives and then they just toss it, I think that's a citizen now and should get the same rights as an illegal.
Fun fact. Actually, the moment they're born, they are a citizen, and they do have constitutional protections, and it is murder
Then why do they
to just
toss
take
them
them
in the
and toss
dumpster?
them in the dumpster. Why do they do that? Guess what? They don't.
Okay, well, I was raised when my mom found me in a dumpster.
You were tossed in a dumpster?
No, I'm joking, dude. I know that's a fact because I
Okay.
looked it up on Planned Parenthood.
Oh, so it's like
Website.
on Planned Parenthood's website. They say they do this?
Well, they don't officially announce it. You got to dig a little deeper
You
to
got to dig on their
actually
website?
find. Do what?
So if you really do some deep digging on the Planned Parenthood website, you'll find some page.
They're not going to go out and say it.
Really? Well, apparently they say it on some really like minuscule unknown page. It's like
No,
is
I'm
it
the
like
only
wait, like you
one-
gotta
I
sit
am
there and
the
you gotta
only
like
one
click.
who will
You gotta
come
like
right out
you,
and say it
you gotta like
because
click
I
on their
don't care.
website. You gotta like click on their website for like 5 hours, and then once
Yeah.
you're clicking through all the
I will
hyperlinks,
stand
they're like,
outside
haha,
Planned
you found the back page. Only 10 other people have ever seen this back page on our website that we have publicly posted on the internet for everybody to see, and this is an official part of the Planned Parenthood website that represents our values and our goals. But we will take the late-term babies from failed abortions and we'll chop them up and we'll throw them in the dumpster. We'll throw the kids in the dumpster. We're going to take your kids and we're going to put them in the dumpster. Okay. Can you show me where on the Planned Parenthood website it says this?
Well, what I have read on other websites that are valuable or that I consider credible sources,
Like some Telegram
they
group
just
for
let
Nazis
the
from the
baby
early
unalive,
2000s?
which I don't agree with.
Yeah, right. A Telegram group for Nazis from the early aughts. Is that where you're reading that?
No.
Okay, where are you reading it? I need to know.
Yes, let's move on
No, I
to
need no.
some of my better views that I will implement.
Why would we move
And
on? I need this.
my views.
No
I will
running,
pass
Rob.
bills that make it to the Senate floor and are signed into law.
Oh,
In record timing.
Record time.
If I had any
Listen,
recommendation,
let me think a couple people real quick. JC, thank you for the $15 over on Venmo. Saying say Illinois right. The S is silence. I'm sorry, it's Illinois. I'm sorry. Thank you for the $15, JC. Show some up to JC down below in that comment section, as well as Sarah with a 5 and Jay Lee with a 5. I appreciate y'all. Then Erica, thank you for the $15 over on Venmo as well. Saying protest today. Boomer couple was heckling us at the light to the point where the wife undid her seatbelt, hung out of the window, and was yelling about how great Trump is. It was so fucking cringe. Love you, Dean. Dude, that would have been... That's kind of funny. That's kind of funny. That's pretty bad. Thank you for the love, Erica. As well as Jay, thank you so much for the $10 over on Super Chat saying, Dean, you're straight cooking today. I was wondering if you've ever heard of a street epistemology. It's called the Socratic method applied. It's like the Socratic method applied. Anyways, can I get pushed? There you go. Thank you for the love. As well as Jenny, thank you for the $25 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, Jenny. That is J-E-N-I. Jenny says, doing the Lord's work as usual. Honestly, I don't really feel like I'm doing the Lord's work today. Like, this shit is pretty bad, guys. You know, like, specifically today compared to other days, it's pretty fucking bad. I don't know what's in the air. I don't know why the Trump supporters today suck so much. But, like, woof, chat. Like, dude, just listen to Rob down here. It's like, it's bad, guys. You know?
well, the people that are in the comments are saying that I am probably, a baby that's from incest or something.
Whoa.
And they view me based on my
Okay, chat.
voice.
Let's
They
not
just hear
say
my
that.
voice. They hear my political views. And they can't really actually think like a normal person. And I am tolerant, and I support, tolerance and equality for everybody. And they just assume that I am like a copper collecting, catalytic converter stealing, Sudafed buying white dude from Georgia. But I have views and philosophies that support everyone. The gay, lesbian, or the LGBTQ community, I don't support pride parades. I don't particularly go to any of that, but I'm not anti-gay. I'm not anti-anybody.
Okay, so
But
then how
I'm
do you feel about...
anti-unaliving babies that could live outside of the womb when you're just going to let it sit there and unalive when it has rights just as much as
So you support Roe v. Wade?
illegal baby.
So you support... Okay, dude, calling undocumented illegals as is like already dehumanizing, and I don't think that's something we should do. And now you're calling babies illegal? Good
No,
grief, man.
they have
Like,
rights.
come on,
They
you're over here
have.
saying that, oh, you support everybody, equality, tolerance, liberalism. But then you're calling like
Okay,
little
so now you're
newborns
saying that a
illegal?
baby is separate from an actual woman's body. So you've differentiated the two.
Yeah.
So when a woman walks in there with a baby that could survive outside of the womb, then that is not actually a part of her body at her choice.
It's in her body, but it is a different organism. It's just reliant upon her body. That's my take. Now, Rob, did you know everything that you've described
Yes,
so far?
and now
Everything that
and
you've
now
described so
that
far.
baby
No,
has
no,
the
Rob.
rights to
Rob,
at
it's my
least be
it's my turn. It's my turn to talk, my friend.
breastfed.
It's premature babies at 22 weeks, right after the point of viability, where they could technically survive out of the mother's womb, cannot be breastfed. Their like bones are like jelly. Do you think like their jaw can even like? I'm not even gonna get into the description. They just okay. I think I'm done with this conversation, Rob. Any other logical thoughts that you'd like to share with us about why you support Trump?
Yes. While I was looking at the Daily Wire today, I saw that another thing I disagree with Biden about is he traded the arms dealer from Russia that was in prison for Brittany Griner, that we now find out that's another executive order. You don't put a dude in women's sports, and now she grew a beard.
Brittany Griner is a cis woman. Moving on to the next guest. It's just, guys, it is rough today. We are 2 hours and 20 minutes into our stream. I feel like all my hair is about to fall out and I'm going to die from old age. An infart. I'm going to die from an infart. An infart is a heart attack, by the way. It's a medical term, an infart. Infart. Imagine dying from an infart. Okay, moving on to the next guest. Everyone just give us a minute here. Jeez. Yeah, those are scaries. Oh, sorry, not scaries. Those are scary, man. I had a small infarct. Infarct. That's not infart. It's infarct. Yeah, there we go. I had a small infarct a while back. Not too fun. Not too fun. Moving on to our next guest. Everyone, just give us a minute. Hello, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do. Nice to meet you, Dean.
It's a pleasure to meet you too, Tony. Quickly, before we hop into this debate about why you support Trump, there's a handful of people that I would like to thank for their support. First and foremost, Nancy. Nancy, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo, Nancy. It means the absolute world to me. Thank you for the love, Nancy. Nancy said, leftist boomer here. We're not all MAGA. Nancy, I love you. It makes me so happy to hear and to meet people that are older and stand very staunchly against this BS. Thank you for the love, Nancy. As well as Alex, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. And Caitlin with a 5 saying, as a girl from Georgia, we are not all like Rob, I promise. No, I know. Georgia's actually a pretty nice place. And then Lindy with a $5 on Venmo. Lindy, no. Lindy, don't say that. Lindy said, I want to sit on it. Tony, I'm going to go to unmute your mic. Take it away. Why do you support Trump?
Okay. So let's see if we're on the same page here, Dean. You do believe that the U.S. is one of the most influential, biggest state and powerful. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree. U.S. has a lot of influence.
And we are the most powerful country in the world. Well, so the reason why I support Trump is that He's doing the tariffs so we could actually start building a bigger and most powerful system here instead of depending on other countries to get what we need. Do you get what I'm saying?
No. How about you sum
We
it up in a
shouldn't be
sentence?
depending on other countries for anything if we're so big and powerful. Do you understand what I mean?
Actually, it's a dependence on other countries that makes us so big and powerful. I could give you like a little bit of like a brief overview here. So one of the things that makes us so big and powerful is like the globalization of like the trade of commodities, and the fact that like we bring so many things into this country from everywhere else in the world has been like a key part of what has made the U.S. economy the largest of every country ever, of any country ever, right? Isolationism is actually really bad for one's economy, really bad for one's country. A good example that I like to give to prove this is the contrast between North Korea and South Korea. North Korea is isolationist. They don't depend on any country for anything, really. Meanwhile, South Korea has allies, engages in global commerce, focuses on comparative advantage, and obviously South Korea is doing significantly better than North Korea. That's going to be one really good example of the advantages of competitive advantage and why it matters. Like another reason why like the globalization of commerce is really good for our own industries is because it promotes competition. And when you have more competition, you breed more innovation. So, having goods produced by companies out of other countries compete with goods produced by American companies here has made American companies innovate a lot more, especially when they have access to and are fighting over the world's most powerful and richest consumer base out of any country anywhere on the planet. So your claim that if we were just to stop, quote unquote, depending on any other country by buying and selling their goods would stop American innovation and would also just really slow down our own economy. Because think about it. Instead of having like the average worker working in manufacturing, building houses with steel from Mexico and lumber from Canada, well, then you're going to kind of bump our economy down a grade where all of a sudden the average American is focusing on just producing the steel in the first place, producing the lumber in the first place, producing, all the minerals and materials that are required. I have to kick you, Tony. Your echo's very bad. Sorry. Moving on to the next guest here. M, thank you for the motorcycle. What's up, Beck? Do you support Trump? All right, bye, Beck. Moving on to the next guest here, guys. If you're looking to join, make sure it's because you're MAGA, you support Trump. If you're watching and you'd like to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio. I get 100% of all the proceeds sent over on those platforms. And I'm really tired today. I think I may take a day off here soon. I don't know. I'm pretty tired, man. I don't know if it's like the gas or whatnot, but it's like the last 2 days I just haven't been as motivated. But let's go to load that next guest up in here right now, everybody. Let's go to load that next guest up in here literally right now, y'all. We got a Mr. Spiller loading into the box. All right, everybody. Welcome in, Mr. Spiller. Nope, he's not connected yet. Take a vacay, Dean. That one's coming soon. I mean, the next day or two off that I am planning on taking is October 1st. So I'll be off October 1st. I'm going to a Backseat Lovers concert out in Salt Lake. I'm so excited, by the way. I literally cannot wait. As well as I hit up the Backseat Lovers over on Instagram. And echo? Yeah, they got a bad echo. As well as I hit up the Backseat Lovers on Instagram, and they responded to me, and I've been texting back and forth with them, which is so cool. It's because I'm just such a big fan of them. I'm just such a big fan of them. I mean, I've been the Backseat Lovers #1 fan for the last 4 years. But let's go to move on to the next guest. Everyone, just give us a minute here, y'all. We need to pull up this guy real quick. Omega Man, I really hope that you join. Hey, what's going on, man? Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Do you know who that is in your profile picture?
Homelander.
Do you know what his name is? Is the actor's name is Anthony Starr. So Anthony Starr, I'm actually mutuals with him on Instagram. We text every so often. Did you know that he fucking despises you?
No.
Fun fact. Okay, what time is it?
Until
Okay, they left.
midnight.
Oh, okay. All right. You got to be at least 18 years old, guys. Go ahead and take a good look at the rules, y'all. Dude, yeah, Anthony Starr, the actor for Homelander, is like super lived out. He's chill. No, he's like super chill. He's like big for like social justice. Great guy. Loves animals too. Let's go and move on to the next guest. Everyone, just give us a minute, guys. Make sure if you're trying to join that you're following the rules. Let's go and load up that next guest right now, everyone. All right, who's next? We got Nat loading in. Yo, Thom, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for beer at Backseat Lovers. You know, Thom, I will actually be able to spend that $10 on beer at the Backseat Lovers concert. I'll actually be able to do it. I will, because I'll be 21. So thank you, Thom. That will actually go towards that. And I could finally say that. Thank you so much, Thom. You were awesome. Yeah. Dude, that'd be 21. Yeah, I'll be 21 by then. I'll be 21 by then. That's crazy. We're going to go get that next guest loaded into the box, everyone. Yeah, I turned 21 on September 1st, everybody. So we're actually only like 3 weeks away. Go ahead and hop in that queue if you want to come up here. We got Lincoln and Charles loading in. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay, what year are you born in?
2007.
Very nice. Jesse, what's up, you MAGA?
Just realised it's American only. My bad.
No worries. Yo, Kimber, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love for more money for beer at the Backseat Lovers. Yo, let's go. $20. What did that get me? A drink? Hell yeah. Okay, Mr. Charles, why do you support Trump?
Yeah. Sorry, the name is just dumb. It's like a UFC thing. So, yeah, the reason I support Trump, this might come from a bit of a selfish perspective, but it correlates to the Middle East because I am American, like, and I do support Trump, but I also have an Israeli citizenship. I am Israeli as well, right? And what is that face, bro?
Yeah, it's because like, oh yeah, I love Trump because he's giving them more money to like bomb and starve more innocent Palestinians. Like, it's just so weird.
Okay, so no, that's not why I support Trump. I think, okay, so here's my thing. Kamala, right? I don't know how you say her name. I'll just say Miss Harris. She pushed for a two-state solution, correct?
I mean, I don't know specifically, but more likely than not. Like, actually, yeah, obviously she wanted a two-state solution.
So here's the thing, right? I'm all for, especially like, So I'm all for a two-state solution, but the reason I think it's a bad idea pushing it now, especially in our current time, is because when you look at the Palestinian ideology, whether that is in Gaza or whether that isn't. Oh, can you hear me without headphones?
Yeah, I can still hear you.
Okay, yeah, fine. Sorry. When you look at Gaza and the West Bank and you look at kids, they're a grown man, the age doesn't really matter, and you look at their ideology, a lot of them do in fact a lot of them do in fact hate Jews, right? And I know this like may come off as like, okay, you know, he's just saying this and that, and like there's been like many interviews and things that were done of people actually going into West Bank and getting other people's perspective, and that's why, in my opinion, pushing for a two-state solution with people who like despise you because of your religion is a very problematic thing.
So you think there should be one Israeli state?
No. Again, no. You didn't hear what I said. I'm all.
Do you support Israel like annexing like the totality of Gaza?
No. Okay. I'll explain. So,
no, I just want a yes or no. I just want a yes or no.
No. I don't think Israel should take control of Gaza. You asked me if you think.
Okay. Did you know that the plan to take control over the totality of Gaza was approved by the Israeli government the day before yesterday?
Yeah, I saw that. And I have opinions on that.
Do you also have an opinion on the fact that every single day on the Gaza Strip specifically, a child under the age of 3 is starved to death?
Yeah, so that's something I'm more than welcome to talk with you about. I just wanted to close out.
How do you feel about like Israelis even like blocking the trade routes of aid going into Gaza to try to feed them?
I'm more than happy to talk about this topic with you. Can we first of all close off the topic that I opened because it's important.
Well, I mean, what was the topic that you opened? You said that you don't want a
Yeah, so
two-state
the topic that
solution. You want a one-state solution, and I think you're evil.
I don't want a one-state solution.
What's the
I don't.
what's the opposite of a two-state solution?
No, so I said you didn't hear what I said. I said I'm all for a two-state solution, and if it was possible to create I'm all for a two-state solution. What I'm trying to say is the reason I don't support Miss Harris is because I think right, and I'm leaning towards the other side is because I think her pushing a two-state solution is bad because of the Palestinian ideology that's going on. That doesn't mean I don't want a two-state solution. I'm all for it if Palestinians can exist in this area in this region in the Middle East. Now, do you want to move on to a different topic?
No, I just want to reflect on what you just said. You said I
Go ahead.
support a two-state solution, but I didn't support Kamala Harris because she supported a two-state solution.
No, listen, I said I support the idea of a two-state solution, but I think pushing one right now is really bad.
Okay, so you don't support a two-state solution right now. So what do you support right now?
Exactly. So yeah, I support the idea of one right now. I don't support a two-state
Okay, so
solution.
what do
Correct.
you
Sorry.
actually support right now?
What do I actually support and like what
What should happen?
Okay, so here's what I
Right
think should
now.
happen.
What should happen right now?
Right now. Yeah, okay. So first of all, as an Israeli, I'll say this. There's a lot of us so most of Israel thinks this way. Obviously, I think Bibi should not be Prime Minister of Israel in no way, shape, or form. I think there should be re-elections. I think he's delaying. I think he's continuing the word to not have to be Prime Minister anymore. Sorry, I'm stuttering a bit. So yeah, that's what I think. And
You're not answering my question about like the solution
I
of
said,
the
and now
existence of the
answering what you
states.
said. So what I think should happen is first of all, there should be a there should be a hostage deal.
Listen, I'm asking you, what should happen with the states? You said that you don't support a two-state solution right now. The only other option that comes to my mind is a one-state Israel solution right now.
Yeah,
It's
okay, I don't know
either
what you mean.
you either support a one-state solution right now or a two-state solution right now. Which one?
Okay,
is
yeah.
it?
So I'm sorry. I'll answer more clearly. I support a one-state solution until we're able to stabilize what's going on in Gaza, and then from there on, what I would think is a. Are you okay?
Yeah,
I
continue
don't
to
know
speak.
why.
Everybody in the comment section wants me to let you speak, so continue.
Oh yeah. Sorry, I'm not. Okay. So basically, what I think should happen after we stabilize what's going on in Gaza, is really start with the youth of Gaza and the West Bank and really like try to get. This is also a problem that's going on in Israel a bit, but I think it's mostly in the Arab regions in Israel, right? Whether that's Gaza or areas in the West Bank. I think that we should look at their youth and how they're being taught and their education system and change that.
Oh my god. Oh my god, you're so evil. Dude, you're so evil. Listen, what did you just tell us? One, you told us that you support a one-state Israeli solution. What does that imply? Colonialization of Palestine and Gaza in the West Bank. What else does it imply? Well, Israel is an ethno-state. So the displacement and ethnic cleansing of the Palestinians and the partitions of land that you want to colonialize and steal. What else does this imply? Breaking international law. Under UN law, people have a right to self-determination. The Palestinian people have determined that they are a separate state distinct from Israel, but yet you're telling us that you support Israel taking Gaza, taking the West Bank, and violating their right to the self-determination.
I never said that.
So, oh, really? You never said that you support Israel taking it from them? Okay, go ahead and explain to me how Israel has already gained control of 89% of Gaza, according to the UN. That doesn't imply that they've stolen it from them. I thought that the bombs, the guns, the aerial photos, the forced starvation, the blocking of the trade routes, and the war crimes definitely do amount to taking it from them. What is your perspective?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I'll answer that. Just because I think just because, sorry, what's happening right now? Yeah, I agree. Israel has taken most of Gaza. Again, I don't know if you heard me say before, I'm not with the government at all. Most of Israel isn't. What I want to happen and what is happening is completely different. Yes, I agree with you on that. Now, I'll continue. I'll talk a bit about what you said. Do you think Israel's an apartheid state?
Dude, can you define apartheid for me? I know, everybody's gonna look and laugh. I just want to be clear.
What?
I don't define apartheid for me, please.
I'm not really sure, but in what I think it is like when there's a country and there's two different religions or races or national or whatever that may be, and one gets treated differently than the other or has like different like doesn't have the same rights as the other. Am I correct?
System of institutionalized
Or
racial segregation and
yeah,
discrimination
I
and
think
force.
so. I
Yeah,
may
of
be
course
wrong
it's an
in some
apartheid
details.
state. Yeah, duh.
Okay, so would you say that Jews and Arabs
Jewish
that
individuals.
both what would you say?
Jewish individuals.
Oh, Jewish individual. Okay, so would you say that Jewish individuals and Arab individuals that both hold an Israeli citizenship have different rights?
I would say that Israel considers the Gaza Strip and West Bank as a part of their country. They've made that clear. They've already approved plans to take it from them, a part of their state. And because they consider those two segments of land a part of their state, and they've been killing and ethnically cleansing the Palestinian individuals on what they believe is a part of their state, that would make discrimination and systemic slaughter and ethnic cleansing of one group of individuals predicated on their ethnicity clearly different treatment than Israelis, right? So that's one really clear reason why I'd say it's an apartheid state. Now, about differing rights of Arab individuals with Israeli citizenship compared to Jewish individuals with Israeli citizenship, I'm just simply not educated enough to know. But what I do know, and what would hopefully be common sense, is that they consider Gaza to be a part of Israel. And they've been killing and starving and ethnically cleansing everybody that is not Jewish, everybody that is not an Israeli citizen, everybody that is Palestinian in Gaza.
Okay, I'll answer that real quick. So my response to that would be, so first of all, yes, I know the plan that was made yesterday, right? And if that does come into action and if Gaza becomes a part of Israel, your argument is completely valid, and I agree with that. But currently, that isn't the case, and I know you say you're not
Wait,
educated.
I'm so sorry. Like are you saying that Netanyahu doesn't think that Gaza is a part of Israel? Are you saying that today, like the IDF in Israel doesn't already control 89% of the strip?
They absolutely control 89% of the strip. But
right. Would
that
you?
doesn't mean that
I actually have a
Gaza-
broader question because I'm not gonna lie. You
it's
didn't
not
answer to
Israeli
anything that I said
territory.
right there. My question to you is:
It's not Israeli territory.
do you think that we should stop being allies with countries that are ethnically cleansing other countries and committing war crimes in accordance with international law? Yes or no?
Okay, so wait, I'm gonna ask you to repeat that because I
Should
didn't
we
really
stop
hear you.
being allies with countries that are ethnically cleansing other countries and committing war crimes and trying to illegally steal and annex other people's lands? Should we stop being countries, allies with countries that do that?
Can you define ethnically cleansed?
For sure. The forceful expulsion or killing of an unwanted ethnic group from one area to another.
Would you say that Israel is currently forcefully? Wait 1 second. Forcefully. Okay, I'll just rephrase it so other people
Forcefully
understand.
expelling Palestinians from Palestine to elsewhere. And
Would you
even
say?
killing some,
Would you
yes.
say? Would you say? I'm gonna take this a bit of a different route if you don't mind. Would you say?
I just want you to be able to
G-side?
answer my original question.
Yeah. Would you say it ties to this? Would you say Israel's committing a G-side?
I would. Now, could you please answer my original question?
Yeah. I think that. Yeah. I know that war crimes have been committed. I
You're
completely.
still
agree
not
with you
answering
now.
my question, bro. I'm so sorry.
talked about war crimes.
Stop being a spineless coward and answer the damn question. Why is it only hard for supporters of Israel to answer a question? Should we stop being allies with states that are committing war crimes, genociding, and ethnically cleansing other countries? Why is it only hard for pro-Israelis to answer that question?
That's a
why?
problem. I just don't agree with what you said. There isn't a genocide
It's
happening.
wait. You can't agree or disagree with the question because questions can't be true or false. The question is, should we be allies with a country that is ethnically cleansing other countries, committing war crimes, and trying to steal other people's lands while
You said
also
genocide
violating
in the last
international law?
sentence. Why'd you take it out? You said genocide in the last
It
sentence,
wasn't
and
in
I
the
took it.
original question. You asked me if I agree that it's genocide. Sure. But I think that there's, at least because of my level of education and knowledge, a case that I know I can defend for ethnic cleansing. Do I think it's genocide? Yes. But do I think that it is significantly more clear that it's ethnic cleansing? At least from like my perspective, as somebody with the information and knowledge and access that I have access to, that I can debate with, yeah. But now I'm going to re-ask you the question for the last time. Do you think that we should be allies with a country if that country is committing war crimes, is violating international law repeatedly, is trying to steal other countries, and is ethnically cleansing hundreds of thousands of people? Yes or no?
No, I don't think we should be allies with a country like that. But I think the terms that you
I'm going
said.
to pause you there.
Okay.
Okay. So Israel's ethnically cleansing Palestine, right? The reason why I say that Israel's ethnically cleansing Palestine is because they support the forceful expulsion of Palestinians from Palestine to out of Palestine. You could listen to Netanyahu speak at a press conference with Trump where they literally announced a plan to forcefully relocate the remaining 2.1 million Palestinians living on the Gaza Strip to Jordan and Egypt. Donald Trump even threatened to impose sanctions and tariffs on Jordan and Egypt if they didn't accept the forcefully expelled Palestinians. And then he went on to do an interview with Hannity and Fox News where he said, oh, they shouldn't even have a right to return. We're going to flatten the Gaza Strip, turn it into a parking lot, and then build a Riviera for Israel, right? So Israel is ethnically cleansing Palestine. Okay. This should also be clear from their plan to now annex and just take the totality of Gaza that they already control 89% of. So now you say that we shouldn't be allies with Israel, right?
Okay, so what I was gonna respond with, if you let me speak, which is, yes, I agree with most of what you said in that sentence about that interview that he had with Trump. I personally saw it, and again, Netanyahu is a madman. His plans are awful. Nobody's disagreeing with you on that. What I do want to talk about today.
Wait, so you don't disagree with anything I just said? Yes.
No, with sorry, my bad. With the last part in which talked about Bibi's plans and what he said in that interview about flatlining Gaza and the whole stuff with putting tariffs on Egypt and Jordan if they don't comply with orders. So yes, I do agree that it's.
So then you also agree that Israel's ethnically cleansing Palestine. So then you agree that we shouldn't be allies with them.
So just how you're not very familiar on the topic I brought up before. I'm not very familiar on ethnic cleansing. I would really like to talk to you about a G-side.
Oh,
Sorry,
so now you're gonna fucking pivot.
genocide?
No, cute.
No,
It's great. It's great because you already told me that we shouldn't be allies with a country that's committing an ethnic cleansing. You already told me. We defined ethnic cleansing in accordance with Oxford language, and then I gave you a very clear case to justify that it is ethnic cleansing, and then you accepted every single premise of the argument that it is ethnic cleansing. So now that you've conceded that it's ethnic cleansing, and you don't think that we should be friends or allies with a state that is doing ethnic cleansing, the only conclusion that you could yield is that therefore we should stop being allies with Israel.
Yeah. So again, I'm not very familiar on ethnic cleansing. I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right.
Okay. So you have nothing to say. I just yielded the conclusion from an argument that we should stop being allies with Israel, and you don't have a single critique.
I don't listen. I don't think we should stop being allies with Israel. Now, yes, I no. Listen, I get the points that you brought up. Again, I'm not very familiar. I'm not very familiar with ethnic cleansing. If I was, I'm sure I would be able to debate this topic better. I really wanted to talk to you. Why are you laughing? I really
Oh,
wanted to
I'm
talk
laughing. I'm laughing. I'm laughing right now because of how evil your ignorance is, because of how evil you are.
Okay.
You're telling me that you're not too familiar with ethnic cleansing. You're not too familiar with the forceful displacement of Palestinians. You're not too familiar with UN and international law and the determination that individuals have a right to self-determination and how Israel's been violating that explicitly for years. You're not too familiar with any of these things, but yet you think that we should not only fuck over our own country by supporting a candidate that has now repealed the human rights from 66 million American women, taken 10 million people off of healthcare, 3 million people off of food stamps, 18 million school students off of free school student lunches, but all because you just think that Palestinians are so evil and that we should take all of their land, support an immediate one Israeli state solution, and then forcefully re-educate everybody that remains that is still Palestinian, that hasn't been starved to death by the stage 5 famine that is accepted by the UN and repeated and echoed by European countries, Canada, etc. And then also the people that don't die, because we've had a child in Gaza die every 24 hours, either from starvation or from a bullet in the back of the head from an IDF soldier, or not from the people that are displaced and forced out of their home, forced out of their land by the plan announced by Trump and Netanyahu to force them all to Jordan and Egypt. But for all the Palestinians that somehow remain there, we should now send them in detention centers and have them forcefully re-educated to listen to pro-Israeli propaganda. It's such an insidious view. It is just such an insidious, terrible, evil view that nobody with half a brain or half a heart should endorse.
Yeah, so I wanted to. You just said about you just talked about a kid dying, which is absolutely awful. But I wanted to talk about that a bit. Do you think that wait? Before I begin this topic, what do you think the number is for unalived or
Get out of here, bro. Dude, that all that he can do is ignore it. So why would I entertain a conversation with somebody whose only tactic is to ignore reality? He just has to ignore everything that I just said. He has to ignore everything. He has to ignore everything I just said in order to try to have feet in the debate. Oh, Dean, it's just ethnic cleansing. I don't know. I'm gonna ignore that. Let's talk about something else. Oh, Dean, it's just a stage 5 famine. I'm just gonna, I don't know. Let's talk about, oh, Dean, it's just breaking UN international law to violate the Palestinians' right to self-determination by forcefully occupying and annexing their country. I want to ask you a question. Let's ignore that. See what I mean? It's just I'm gonna entertain a conversation with somebody that's actually willing to respond, and not just a shell for Israel, not just a shell for AI pack. It's Israel first for that guy. It's Israel first for a lot of our politicians. It makes no sense to me, man. It's like, dude, just actuate on the common sense I know that you have. Okay, replace Israel with Russia and replace Palestine with Ukraine. Russia has now started a stage 5 famine on Ukraine. Russia has now approved plans to steal their whole country. Russian civilians are now blocking trade routes to get food into the Ukrainians that are dying from starvation every single day. Russia sucks. Oh my God. Ring the alarms. We have to stop supporting Russia. But if everything's true for Israel, it's a whole different story. Let's go and load that next guest up in here. And it's like, I'm not even too educated on Israel and Palestine. I'm not. I should be much more educated than I am. I just have common sense. Welcome in, Ethan. Do you support Trump? It's not complicated to know that you don't support evil. All right, Ethan's not here. Go ahead and put a MAGA down below in that chat with your age if you'd like to come up here and have a conversation with us. Did you guys know that even Germany has now stopped selling weapons to Israel? Yesterday, they stopped selling weapons to Israel. Fucking Germany. They are Israel's second largest arm dealer. And they have been since after World War II, because they kind of thought that they had like an obligation to help Israel, after World War II and the Holocaust and whatnot. They felt that they had an obligation to provide for Israel's needs, an obligation stronger than what we should even see in America. And now even fucking Germany has stopped supplying weapons to Israel. Good for them, man. I love to see more European countries not just being total shills. It was so dystopian when Israel struck Iran unprovoked, right? And then every country in Europe was like, pray for Israel. Pray for Israel, guys. It's just, and I'm really happy that countries are now finally starting to wake up. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
My mom wants you.
Dude, what the hell? Okay, a mom, an older person wanting me as weird as is, but for their son to be still... Get out of here. Yo, Darcy, thank you for the $15 over on Vim. I appreciate you for that love, everybody watching. Show some love to Darcy down below. Darcy says, Dean, thank you so much for all that you're doing. I watch your debates whenever I can, and I'm trying to become more educated on our current political climate. Thank you for being here, Darcy, and thank you for the 15, as well as Ariana, that is Aryana. Thank you for the $20 over on Vimeo, saying I turned 21 on August 23rd. Happy early birthday. Love watching and learning from you. Enjoy your time off. Yo, happy early birthday to you as well, Ariana. Thank you for the $20. That is incredibly kind of you. And welcome in, Amanda. Do you support Trump?
I do.
Oh, Amanda, you really shouldn't support that POS. You know what? We got a couple other donations to read here. I'll hold them off for a little bit because I'm just so entertained. Why do you support such a terrible president?
Well, I don't support everything he does, but I do support a good amount. I would like to talk to you about illegal immigration just to get another perspective, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine, Amanda. You have a little bit of a shaky mic. I think it's because you have like headphones on, AirPods on. If you could just disconnect Bluetooth from your phone, I'd be able to hear you a whole lot better. And while you're doing that, I'm going to go ahead and thank a handful of people. First and foremost, dude, Anonymous, thank you so much for the $200 over on PayPal. Anon, all the love in the world to you. You know exactly who you are. Thank you for the $200 donation. That is seriously insane. Thank you a billion times over. I do not deserve that much love. Saying thank you for supporting LGBTQ plus rights. Also love your shirt and hair. Thank you. I appreciate that. Show some love to Anon down below. Y'all show some love to Anon down below. You are fucking fantastic. I want to see the W-Anons being spammed in the chat until the stream ends. Thank you so much. As well as Angel, thank you so much for the 15 on PayPal, saying another $15 from a fellow lived out American. Hell yeah, Angel. Love to hear it. Thank you for the 15. As well as Alan, thank you for the $100 over on PayPal. Another insane donation. Thank you so much for the love, Alan, everybody watching. Let's spam some W-Allens down below. Alan said, hey, September 1st is my birthday as well, brother. No wonder you're so awesome. Bro, birthday twins. Alan, you are great. I hope you have an awesome birthday here in about 3 weeks. All right? I better expect to see you on the day. I'd love to, personally wish you a happy birthday. Thank you for the love, Alan. And then Darren, that is D-A-R-I-N. This probably pronounced Darren. Thank you for the $15 on PayPal. And Haley with a 20. Haley says we stand with Palestine. And Darren says, keep donating as long as you keep telling the truth. Can't wait to see you in South Park. I appreciate that, you guys. Everybody, please show some love to our donors and both of the live chats while we're starting our next debate with Amanda down here. And if you want to support me like Alan, Darren, etc., you could find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok, or in the pinned message over on that YouTube stream. Now, Amanda, take it away. Why do you support Trump?
I don't support everything he does, but I am in favor of his border policy and illegal immigration policy as of right now. I wanted to know your opinion on if you support open border policy, what you would be doing differently, just so I can know where you stand.
Oh, you got it, Amanda. First and foremost, Emma, thank you for the $10 on YouTube Super Chat saying Trump's tariffs made me unable to buy my favorite anxiety pin. Bro, the geek bars are gone, Emma. Now back to you, Amanda. Sure, I think that his quote-unquote border policy is just fascism. I don't think that he's really done anything to effectively reduce undocumented entry. He's just basically proven to the immigrants that if they do enter, they'll have a lower quality of life, because he's just been violating the human and the constitutional rights of the undocumented immigrants that are already in the country. Now about mass deportation, terrible. One of the worst policies in modern American history. It only hurts this country. The better way to deal with undocumented immigrants in America is to offer them a pathway to residency or citizenship. This way, we'll know who they are, so we won't have that national security concern anymore. But because they're a resident, because they're a citizen, they'll be more likely to work over the table and pay taxes, since they'll be able to claim federal benefits, so we just make more money, as well as they'll have more bargaining power to hold against their employer to garner higher wages. So they'll make more money, and in turn, we'll make more money. It's an awesome solution. Those are my thoughts.
Right. I'm really in favor of the Dignity Act that was recently introduced by Maria Salazar, and I'm hoping that that can get passed. I've read over it. I like it. I'm more concerned with some of the illegal immigrants and the statistics that have been coming in pertaining to crime rate, more specifically the trafficking and the violation of women's rights. And I wanted to get your opinion on cases like the Laken Riley case or the Camilla Williams case or Rachel Morin.
Yeah, for sure. Well, first and foremost, undocumented immigrants are literally 3 times less likely to commit any and all crimes compared to natural U.S.-born citizens, and they only account for 1% of total violent crimes. Men account for 90%. For whatever reason, not too many people on the right like to talk about that fact. Now, you asked for my specific opinion on people like Laken Riley. What happened to her was incredibly sad. Now, the way that the Trump administration has taken her name and taken her story for their political advantage and is only ensuring that more women will be harmed by violent crime is evil. I mean, think about it. The Laken Riley bill that Trump signed into law that was passed by Congress, that allows our government to deport an undocumented immigrant on the basis of an arrest or accusation of a violent crime, meaning that if they are deported because of that, they won't see due process. They won't see the day in court. They won't be found guilty by a jury of 12. Meaning that when they're deported, they're not going to wind up in a jail cell in the country where they came from. They're going to be roaming free on the streets. And if they actually were guilty, if that arrest was valid, if they did the crime, if they raped somebody, if they murdered somebody, if they trafficked somebody, if they kidnapped somebody, etc., well, now we're just going to be letting rapists, murderers, traffickers, kidnappers roam free on the streets of other countries to create more Laken Rileys. And we're going to do that all in her name? That's insidious.
Well, I'm not really familiar. Well, I'm familiar with it. I'm not really educated on that bill, so I want to kind of stray away from that. I'm more my question is, why allow illegal immigrants instead of, trying to promote entering the legal way? Why allow an open border policy?
Okay, I don't want open border policy. I want closed border policy. I actually do. I do. So I think what we should have, I don't know why she left. I'm going to finish that sentence because I bet you guys probably want context. While I'm finishing this next sentence, I'm also going to get the next Trump supporter up here. I want closed border policy in the sense that the legal means of entering to this country are so significantly attainable, cost nothing, and are easy for anybody without prior violent offenses, outstanding warrants from other countries, or insidious demeanors like trafficking, etc., to be able to come in the legal way in like a month. That will remove the incentive of undocumented entry into the country from any benevolent, good faith person. Meaning the only undocumented immigrants that would be left would be the individuals with prior violent offenses, would be the human traffickers, would be the people that we truly shouldn't let in, right? But until we get there, well, then we're just blaming the politicization of immigration policy that our government has done nothing about because it gets votes in elections, blaming the fact that the legal means are so unattainable that it causes surges of undocumented entry on the immigrants who just want a better life for them and their kids and actively make our country better in the process. Welcome in, Charles. I like your profile picture. Just kidding, I hate it. Are you MAGA?
Yes, sir, I am.
Very nice, Charles. What year were you born in?
I was born in 1981.
You definitely don't sound it.
Sir, I was born in 1981. I'm 43 years old.
You sound 14.
No, sir.
Okay, question. Name one Michael Jackson song.
Beat It.
Okay, that is the name of a song. Okay. All right. Okay.
I'm kind of sick. If you're wondering about my voice, I'm kind of sick.
What's your favorite Beatles song?
Yellow Submarine.
Y'all are telling me to read his comedic roleplay, not actually MAGA?
No, don't read that. Fuck.
Don't cuss in my live. This is a family-friendly space. I'm going to have to kick you out for cussing. Moving on. Here we go, everybody. In the meantime, Eladia, thank you for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat saying WD, and quite frankly, Eladia, It is so good to have you in here with us for the day. If everybody watching can please show some love to Eladia while we're working on getting that very next Trump supporter loaded in, that would be great. Yo, Real Kingdom Women, I accepted you up. I would love to chat. Real Kingdom Women. I accepted you up. Please come back to your phone. Okay, please. Let's go and get that next guest in here. But everybody, please show some love to Eladia. Let's also go ahead and check out the Venmo and the PayPal. What's going on? You support Trump?
Me? Or okay. What up, Dean? It's been a long time, but damn, out of 70 people, you picked me? Good God, I'm scared already.
I did pick
But
you.
yeah,
You support Trump?
yes, I do.
Oh,
But look,
dude, why?
yeah, because I think Trump, generally, the media, played this guy. With me personally, I thought this guy was racist and all that, a bigot and all that.
Because he is.
But he's not. He's just if somebody voted freaking a celebrity in office, which they pretty much did. But look, I want to say this because I'm a BLK man. Do you do you believe that YT people owe black people reparations?
I think that our country owes black people reparations. Yes, I think that the country of the United States of America owns black people reparations because of slavery, its aftermath, and how it's persisted until this day, and how we could track back culpability to this date. Yeah.
One second. Let me mute myself, close my door.
Yeah, that's fine. No, there's actually a really good argument for reparations. We went over it in my my intro to ethics course, my sophomore year of college, for my philosophy degree. It is so sound.
Yeah.
It is like there's such a sound argument for reparations. It is like there's such a good one. But I mean, like, I'm more interested in like why you support Trump. Trump isn't doing reparations. Kamala Harris didn't run on reparations. So let's talk about why you support him.
Personally, why I as a BLK man, I don't want no damn reparations. Why? Because I'm very successful now. You know what I'm saying? Even though I still live with my folks, I have a lot of freaking money. I am a day trader and I work for the post office, so I collect money. You know,
Well, listen.
I stack money.
I'll give you an example of a type of reparation that I think the government owes to black Americans.
All right, cool.
So because of slavery and its aftermath, you know,
Yeah.
black Americans have less wealth on average compared to white Americans. Okay? And a consequence of this that we see is that because local school districts are paid for through a property tax, and because black Americans have less wealth on average compared to white Americans, this means that on average, white Americans will live in wealthier areas, and black Americans will live in less wealthy areas. And therefore, the areas in which, on average, black Americans live in, when compared and contrasted to white Americans, will have less property tax brought in their district, meaning that there's less funding that goes to the schools. And that's why we see that the average per student funding of a white student is significantly higher than average per student funding of a black student. Right? And this tracks all the way back to slavery. This tracks back to segregation. This tracks back to less opportunity because of these laws and racial stereotypes, stigmas, etc., perpetuated socially. And it just ensures that these issues will continue to implicitly persist because when you have, you know, education that's funded less on average, you're going to have worse educational outcomes on average. And when you have worse educational outcomes on average, then you're going to be less likely to get a higher paid job, etc. So one form of a reparation that really makes sense is to look at school districts that are disproportionately black, that are getting like disproportionately lower funding on average for all the reasons I just described, and design policy to give them more funding to ensure that the educational outcomes are better. That is a form of a reparation that I think is common sense.
Nah, for some of the part I do. I get where you're coming from. Nah. So wait. When I join pro-black panels, they always go back to what your ancestors did to our ancestors and all that crap. So it's like arguments I use against them is like when it comes to reparation is that what about if you know how slavery started, it was more so, the black people put their own people into slavery, right? So
I think for you to sit here and to say because there was countries in Africa that had been so disadvantaged by colonialization of white people that therefore it is like only the fault of like places in Africa that were willing to accept funding to place individuals inside of the transatlantic slave trade, also ignoring the levers of force that were used to force black individuals in Africa into the transatlantic slave trade, and then to ignore like the Christian evangelicals that literally like indoctrinated black people into thinking that they were supposed to be slaves because of teachings in Leviticus 25 and like societalization reinforcing that, and then like the dawn of phrenology where we were also teaching white and black people that white people were powerful and black people were submissive because of the dimples in their skulls. Just ignore all of that and more, and like just blame it on the black people is like just insane.
Sir, when it comes to Christianity, if you know the history of Christianity, or which it sounds like you don't, because everybody who makes that argument thinks it only started when slavery started, right?
No, I know my Christian history. In fact, I am very well read on my Christian history.
All right, cool. So who brought Christianity to the African continent?
Okay. I mean, like, I'm familiar with Christian history as it relates to the formation of the text of the Bible, the Tanakh and the Torah, like the denominations, how it started with Catholicism, and then you had your Great Schism, etc. But now with like specific questions about like how it found its way into particular regions, I actually don't know. I mean, I'd assume the Roman Empire, right?
No, Paul brought it. Paul baptized an Ethiopian king and brought it to Africa before the Atlantic slave trade was even thought of.
Okay.
This was like the first century, sir.
Yeah, I definitely believe that Christianity found its way into Africa prior to the transatlantic slave trade at like one point in time. But like, I'm not too educated. I'd believe it. I don't know if like what you're telling me about Paul is true. I think that most of that's fiction. But to say that it found its way into the continent is possible. But once again, I'm not educated on the history. I don't understand what this has to do with the point that, you know, like white supremacists use the Christian Bible to indoctrinate people into thinking that black individuals were supposed to be slaves.
I feel like if I didn't bring that up, that part right there, one of those points about the Christianity and these evangelicals was brought up, whatever point you made up with that, I feel like that would have been left alone if I didn't.
Wait, what point did you disprove?
When you said something about how the evangelicals came into, I guess, the African continent and indoctrinating them, talking about how good the YT man is, whatever you said.
We literally, like in America, we had the slave Bible, which was just a condensed down version of the Bible that included portions such as Leviticus 25 verses 44 through 46 that straight up said that Israelites had the right to own non-Israelites as human property for life. And then we saw that the white Christians used this, contorted it, and turned it into a tool to like indoctrinate black people into thinking that God designated them as property. Like that's definitely true.
So this was my thing is in the book of Revelations, Jesus does says if anybody takes or adds to his word, their names will be taken away from the book of life, right?
So you're just saying that these are bad Christians that are going to go to hell if Christianity is true. Sir, I couldn't agree with you more.
So that means if anybody is taking the Bible and using it in their own way, you know what I'm saying, that's not the truth from God, then yeah, they will receive judgment.
Right. No, I agree with you. The Bible doesn't actually condemn black people to be property, okay? And that's what makes like the white Christians that push this narrative to forcefully enslave black individuals and to dehumanize them systemically, kill them systemically, and upon a billion other things just for economic output, to be even more insidious than they already are. And it's like, how is that even possible? But God damn it, it is, right? That's kind of just like another point to show how insidious the treatment of black individuals in America and globally to do with the colonization of Africa and the transatlantic slave trade truly was.
Cool. All right, let's we ain't got to continue on it on a theological point. I get it, but it's just I had to make sure disprove a point. But what are you doing specifically when it comes to reparations? because
Well, I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh, look at me. I'm a white man that has done this for black people. I don't know. That's kind of like cheap. I'm not gonna sit here personally and tell you about like that. That's kind of weird.
Why not? Why not? Because Democratic
because it just reeks like white savior. That's why.
Democratic pro-black panels that I've joined will blame you and your ancestors to this day that y'all owe them reparations. So what I'm doing is that, on this Democratic side, y'all are not diverse or any matter. We have pro-black people who will blame you till this day. You could be the greatest, you can be the best person in this freaking world who's done a lot for BLK folks, and they will still blame you to this day. So
listen, I'm sorry. I just like what I'm taking away from this is you're just trying to convince me to not like black people. Like I don't know if like that's like what other people are inferencing from this, but like what I hear from you is you're like, oh, the black people really hate you, white man. They hate you, white man. They hate me just because of the color of my skin. They hate you. They don't want unity. What's the opposite of unity? Division. It just, I don't know. I feel like the rhetoric that you're perpetuating right now is attempting to breed racial division, right? By convincing me that black people hate me, which carries this implication that I should hate them, right? Like I think that we should try to stay away from that rhetoric and just like focus on the point of the debate here. I mean, like the topic I'm running on right now is why do you support Trump? And then we kind of started talking about reparations. I told you like Trump didn't support him. Kamala Harris didn't run on him. Like they shouldn't have much to do with their debate. But like I gave you an argument nonetheless. And I want to recenter this around the idea that you support Trump. But maybe one last thing we could comment on here is you seem like very dead set on attempting to show me that black people don't like me because of the color of my skin, right? Just anti-white prejudice. If you truly care about racial prejudice, why do you support a man as president that tried to get Obama systemically limited from serving as our president from the color of his skin by betting on the racial prejudice of white Americans by basically telling them all that he was born in Africa?
What's your proof of that?
His Twitter account?
No one ever talks about that. Show me that.
His Twitter account?
Show me.
Dude,
show me.
Dude, just look up Donald Trump birther myth Barack Obama. You'll be given timelines from like a billion different sources. This wasn't like conspiratorial nonsense. He was literally telling Americans this. He was shouting this at the top of his lungs. He was tweeting about this. Then even after Obama's birth certificate got dropped, he was like, I don't know if it's real or not. I still think he's an African born in Africa. You guys shouldn't vote for him. No, 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 no. Dude, it's just like, yeah, it was systemically limiting a black man from attempting to work a job because they're black. He left. Everybody in the chat was like, drop him. He left on his own. What an interesting conversation. Here we go. Let's go and get that next guest loaded up into the stream. Everyone, just be patient here. Meredith, thank you so much for the $5 over on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love, as well as Jocelyn with the $2. Meredith said that he was ignorant as hell. Well, I appreciate you for the $5. Let's go and get that next guest loaded into the box right now. You guys, if you do find yourself in that queue, make sure that it's because you're at least 18 American MAGA. Libby, thank you so much for the $10.
How you doing today, Dean?
Doing all right, man. One moment. Libby with the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat says even Melania did an interview about this. Yeah, no, dude. Like Donald Trump's perpetuation of the birther myth was like very public because he wanted it to be public because he wanted to convince people of it. Then also, real quick, let's see. Lola, thank you for another $5. Happy late birthday, by the way. As well as Catherine with the $5 saying keep up the good work. I appreciate you so much. And then Jeanette with a $1 saying Pete Hegseth reposted a video on Twitter of pastors saying women shouldn't be allowed to vote. Yo, Jeanette, can you link that to me? As well as, yo, Lisa! Oh my goodness gracious, Lisa with a $50 donation over on Venmo. Lisa, you are a queen. That is Leesa. Put some respect on her name, but let's show some love to Lisa down below in that chat. Lisa says, I'm a 53-year-old mother of 6 and married to a crazy MAGA. I listen to you every day to confirm my sanity. Love you, Dean. Lisa? I'm gonna send you my email as a response. You should reach out. I'd love to talk to your husband. Let's see if I could help out, like privately, not even on the internet. If you're down, let me know. If it's invasive and you don't want to touch it, all is good. If you don't respond, I won't care. And then one last one here. James, the man, the myth, the legend. Holy shit, James. Thank you so much for the $100 over on Venmo. Brother, that is insane. Thank you, James. Let's get 1,000 James W's down below in that comment section right now. Thank you so much, James. James says, keep up the good fight. Love you and Parker. You're fucking awesome, James. Show some love to James down below. That is so much money. I do not deserve a penny of that. Thank you, James. And now, Ozzy, do you support Trump?
I do, but can we talk about, to all the people that are saying, how can he be an Aussie fan? Aussie hated Trump. Just because Aussie hated Trump does not mean I have to follow what other people say. Anyways,
I mean, you follow what an orange billionaire says, dude. Okay, listen.
No, I don't follow. I don't follow what he says. I'm not a big fan of what he's doing nowadays. But yeah. Anyways, I would like poser. Someone just called me a poser. Okay.
well. I mean, there's definitely an argument.
You can say poser.
Yeah, I don't know. Like rock, punk rock, alternative rock. Some people can say Aussie kind of bleeds into those territories. They typically have a pretty like anti-fascist agenda. But go ahead, take it away. Why do you support Trump?
I'm not here to talk about Trump, but can we talk about abortion? The abortion, like abortion problems, because I want abortion to be gone. Talking about
in all scenarios.
Huh? Wait, what?
You just want abortion to be gone, period, in all scenarios?
Yes, I want abortion to be illegal.
Even for like rape victims, for instance?
Dang, you got me in a pickle right there.
No, it's just a question. It's not a pickle. I don't know why like so many people people on the right will get pissed at me for asking that question because they'll be like, rape victims only account for 0.1% of all overall abortions. Why are you talking about the 99? Okay, it's because today in America, there's 60 women that got pregnant as a result of rape that are denied access to abortion in 10 of our states because of this line of thought. So it's a fair question. Do you think that victims of rape should have legal access to abortion?
I would say, yeah.
Okay.
I would say they have the right. They have the right to control it. And
all right, it's just for elective circumstances. Well, because you don't want to talk about Trump and you just want to talk about abortion, I'll let the chat decide. Chat, go ahead and put a yes in the chat if I should kick him, or no in the chat if you want to hear a debate about abortion. We'll let the chat decide. And while the chat is deciding, it's mostly
looking like a yes. It's looking like a no.
Yeah, the most sent message is no. Skedaddle out of here. Coral, thank you so much for the $20 donation over on YouTube. I appreciate you for the love, Coral. Coral says, got a $20 tip today at my non-service industry job, so I'm paying it forward. Keep up the good work. Coral, I love you. You are always in here. Dude, thank you so much for watching the streams, and thank you for the $20. Everybody watching, show some love to Coral down below. What's going on? Do you support Trump?
So I actually don't. I just had a quick question.
Band, I'm sorry. We got to follow the rules here. Only looking to talk to Trump supporters. Moving on to the next guest. We got Erica loading up. Yo, oh my goodness. As well as Brian. Thank you so much for the $100 over on PayPal. Holy crap. Yo, while we're looking to find this next guest, show some love to Brian down below in that comment section, guys. Oh, wait. Oh, there's a very specific guest in the queue that I want to bring up here. Thank you so much for the love, Brian. You were awesome. Everybody, please show some love to Brian down below while we're working on getting this next guest loaded into the live. Everybody, please show some love to Brian. Dude, like when I see those $100 donations pop up, like the first thing that comes in my head is like, I just don't deserve a penny. Like it is just so kind. That is so much money. Brian says, thank you for what you're doing. Would love to send you one of my Immigrants Make America Great Again hats. Dude, I would love one of those hats, Brian. Thank you. I'd love that. Thank you for the $100. As well as Morgan with the $10 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Morgan. Meredith with a 5, and then XO with a 2. What's going on? Do you support Trump?
No. Wanted to say I love you.
Oh, I appreciate you so much for your kindness, and I hope you have a good rest of the day. I think that we may have to put the rules back up on screen, everybody. We might do that here shortly. Yeah, we're going to go and do that right now. Bada boom. Only join if you're 18 plus, American ready to debate. What's going on, Don? You support Trump?
No, I don't support Trump. I'm just trying to get in to say hi to you.
Hi. Hope you have a good rest of your day, man. I appreciate you for the support. Oh, shit. No is to keep? I think we need to investigate that claim. Can somebody send me a timestamp over on YouTube of when I said no? Or put a yes or no in the chat. I'm willing to investigate the claim. I think that you guys are right. I think I remember saying that. What's going on, Tanisha? Do you support Trump? All right, Tanisha's not here. Yeah, I think you guys are right. I think you guys are right. Like usually when I'm wrong, usually like when I know I said something, like I remember it, you know? And I think you guys are right. All right. If that guy pops back up again, I'll bring him back up. I apologize for getting confused. Rare DNL. What's going on? Do you support Trump? Jen, goodbye. Make sure we're following the rules. Make sure we're following the rules here, chat. All right, we're going to go get that next guest up here right now. Yo, Spencer, thank you for the $5 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you. What's going on?
Dean, I love you. I love you so much.
I appreciate you for the love. That's very kind of you. Make sure that we're following the rules of the chat, but thank you. You know, now people are starting to spam common D now on the chat. Oh, come on, guys. No, it's not that common. Come on, guys. What are we doing? All right, we got that next guest. I love Trump letting up in. As well as, let's see here, Caitlin. Thank you for the $10 over on Vimeo. Caitlin Beyond. Thank you for the love, Caitlin Beyond. Thank you for the $10. You were awesome. And you got that, Caitlin Beyond. As well as Serenity with the $10. Thank you so much. I'll check that out. Thank you, Serenity. What's going on? I love Trump. Do you love Trump?
I do love Trump.
Do you typically love rapists, or is he the only one?
I think he's the only one.
Okay. I'm kind of just contemplating kicking you right now. Because I just.
Why would you do that?
Because you just said that you love a rapist.
This is the left, I see. Scared to debate me.
You just said that you love a rapist.
What?
You just said that you love a rapist.
I like grapes.
I think that he's referring to the fruits. But he obviously knows that I'm referring to RAP. So I'm just going to kick him. Everyone, just give us a minute to get BT3 up in here. Hello, do you support Trump?
Yep.
Okay, how old are you?
25.
25. And why the hell do you support the worst president of your life? Poopy Donald J. Trump. Abby, thank you for the $5 on Venmo saying it. Thank you, Dean, for everything that you do. Thank you, Abby.
So I think, he supports, when people look at him, they see kind of like a guy who's not afraid to do stuff in terms of, snap decisions compared to, Kamala.
Kamala, okay. All right. So could you give me some of these snap decisions he's made that have been awesome? What is your favorite Trump snap decision that has made this country better? Let's hear it.
Not just the snap decisions themselves, but optically, I feel like when other countries look at America, they kind of take Trump more seriously than Kamala.
That is, dude. No, they don't. No, they don't. Dude, he's got owned by Russia. Russia manipulated the fuck out of him. Russia paid millions of dollars for American political pundits like Ted Pool and Benny Johnson to say that we should stop supporting Ukraine. When Trump saw that was popular amongst the GOP because of the Russian propaganda, he said, if I win, it will stop supporting Ukraine. No more money, no more spending, no more money. And then when the Democrats were like, well, actually, we need to do this for reasons X, Y, and Z. It'll actually help Russia stay weaker. And we need that for not only reasons of humanity in Ukraine, but also for preventing a third world war, keeping NATO safe, keeping us safe. But he was like, no, wasteful. Remember, this all links back to the original Russian propaganda disseminated by the Kremlin and paid for Tim Pool, Benny Johnson, and others to say it online. So then he won. He defunded Ukraine just like Russia wanted him to. He was like, that's great, so good, no more money. And then 6 months later, after Putin had rejected every single ceasefire that Zelensky attempted to achieve, after he rejected every single peace deal, even those proponed by Trump, after they started launching their largest missiles back on Ukraine because they're the weakest they've been, because we stopped giving them money, weapons, and funding, then he was like, okay, the Democrats were right all along. We're now going to resume funding. I got fucking owned by Putin. So I don't know. I think that example makes it clear that other countries don't take him too seriously.
Okay, I meant more in terms of with Kamala because
Kamala is how you pronounce
even
her
though
Kamala is how you pronounce her name.
Kamala?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think with Kamala, it's there's just sort of this. I'm not saying it's right, but for like a lot of people, there's this sort of
She's a
perception.
woman. Yeah, just say it, bro.
Yeah, so it's like I don't like agree with that, but I think optically, when like other countries look at it, it's sort of something in the back of their mind.
Dude, they're going to be forced to take anybody seriously that's standing in front of the world's largest economy, the world's richest consumer base, and the world's largest military by over $500 billion per year in spending per year compared to the second runner-up. Okay? And I think if we force them to respect a black woman, this will actually do a lot for reducing not just racism on the global stage, but sexism on the global stage too. Because one thing that's been historically true for overcoming stigmas, overcoming oppression for marginalized communities, is empowering the voices of the members of the community. Imagine if we gave the most power anybody, any country could to a voice of one of those communities, and what it would do for progressing us towards a more egalitarian society on the global stage.
No, I agree with that. I think that would be a great thing to strive towards, but I think the reality is that's not how a lot of people perceive the world.
Really? Okay. Is anti-black racism exist on the global stage?
I mean, this has more to do with just the perception of
Sexism.
gender.
I know, but I'm asking you, is racism a thing globally?
No, I don't think racism would plug into my example.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's
Oh,
definitely
right. Yeah, it's because your example's just fake. It's just not even real. Like, I'm giving you a good counter argument here to suggest that even though sexism exists on the global stage, that making a black woman president would actually do more for it than against it, and that everybody would be forced to respect her because she's the president. But of course, right, if I bring up racism, you know that it exists on the global stage, but you don't want to apply it to your argument because this would imply that, one, Obama didn't have respect when he was president. He's been one of the most well-respected presidents in modern American history. And two, that you wouldn't have voted for Obama because he's black, which is fucking insane, right? No, this is just like another variant of try to imposing a ceiling on black women and women in general and limiting their opportunity. And it's just an offshoot of sexism, an offshoot of racism, using a black woman's blackness against her, using a black woman's womanness against her. And yeah, it's pretty sour, man. Definitely leaves a bad taste in my mouth, especially when I'm able to sit here and explain to you how and why you're wrong, how people would be forced to respect her because she's standing in front of the world's largest military and most booming economy on earth. And then you don't even hear me out. You don't give it a response. You just simply repeat your original claim that, oh, sexism, I never support a woman, right? And then even when I bring up other isms like racism, yet you'd support Obama, or even like ableism, yet I'm willing to hedge a bet that you'll tell me that you wouldn't vote against a disabled vet simply because they're a disabled vet. It just all goes back to targeting women, targeting black women with no greater logic, with no greater reason. And when anybody ever gives you pushback against that point, you don't know what to say, so you just repeat the original claim.
So I'm not saying that I wouldn't personally vote for someone based on like characteristics like gender, race, disability,
Yeah,
etc.
you are. This is literally the reason why you personally didn't vote for Harris and why you preferred the fascist, grapist that has now pulled 10 million people off of healthcare, that has attempted to circumvent our constitution by passing illegal laws. Yes, this is personal to you.
Okay, I mean, you said something along the lines of like, if Harris were to be elected president, then people would be like forced to respect her. But would you make the same claim about Trump? Like, are people forced to respect him because
Yes, like Zelensky. Like, have you seen Zelensky talking to Trump? He's like, oh, sir, Mr. President Trump, thank you for your great, glorious, gallant leadership, sir. Yeah, Zelensky's been forced to fucking respect him, even though I know in the back of his head, Zelensky obviously knows that Trump and the rhetoric of MAGA and the GOP has led to the material deaths of thousands of Ukrainians. He's forced to respect him because he's president of the U.S.
I mean, you could make the argument that it has more to do with Trump being sort of like this unpredictable force,
Why do you
like
support
not
an
to.
unpredictable force as the leader of this country? Would you ever like get into a relationship with a partner that's like super unpredictable and insane?
No.
So then why would you let them run the country?
Well, I think just the threat of that asserts a certain dominance where, you know, people recognize the US as a national power, you know?
Oh my God. Dominance. Okay. All right. And what has he achieved for us with his dominance? I'm sorry. I'm just sick of the rhetoric. What has Donald Trump done for you that has made you support him? What has Donald Trump done for America? What are the material outcomes that demonstrates he's a good president? What has Donald Trump done for the world? What are the material outcomes that demonstrates him as a good president? I'm sick of the fucking rhetoric. Like, go put it on a t-shirt and then grift and sell it for like $50 to like insane 65-year-old drunk white men. Okay? Go do your thing. But like here, this is supposed to be a space where intellectualism rises above mere rhetoric and conspiracy. I want you to tell me what have the material outcomes of his presidency been that has made you support him as president?
So I guess it would have to do a lot with sort of my values, like abortion is pretty big for me, so that was a main factor. And then like just like gun rights is another one.
Oh, so you think that we should have less gun rights?
Hmm?
We should have less gun rights?
No, I just don't
Really?
think they
Because
should
he
be,
passed bump stock ban in his first term that was ruled as unconstitutional by SCOTUS. He also said that we should take people's guns first and then give them due process second. What gun restrictions did the Biden-Harris administration impose in their 4 years?
I'm not quite clear on the facts on this.
Okay, so we have no reason to believe that the Biden-Harris administration imposed any gun reform, but we literally know that Trump violated your Second Amendment rights per SCOTUS. What does this mean? If you support gun rights, are you going to support Trump as president?
I suppose not, you know.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. Could you speak up a little bit? Put some more energy in your voice.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know this. I was going just off, you know, usually what these parties advocate for.
Okay. Okay. So now that you do know that, now you support Trump because you're against abortion?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, why?
So abortion would be pretty big. I'm not like
Okay, why are you against
married to
abortion?
the stance. Like I could have my mind changed, but right now I'm just kind of pro-life.
Okay, why?
So I haven't really heard too good of an argument from the pro-choice side separating like a human being at conception to a human being just in general, you know?
Okay, so you're saying that you give all human beings the right to life?
Yeah, so I
Is
see
that your
conception
position?
as sort of
Is your position that all human beings have the right to life?
yeah, from the moment of conception. So
Okay.
obviously this wouldn't apply to people who are unalived, right?
Yeah, doctors that
But
pull plugs on brain dead patients, are they murderers?
no, so this wouldn't apply to people who are unalived, yeah?
Yeah, brain dead patients are biologically alive. What do you think the purpose of life support is?
The purpose of life support?
Yeah, it's to keep something alive, right? Biologically speaking, brain dead patients are alive. They're both human and alive, just as human and alive is a zygote.
Yeah, but a zygote is going to wake up eventually, like a
So now you're telling me that there's some relevant difference between a zygote and a brain dead patient. It has nothing to do with if they're human and alive. That makes you value the zygote and the brain dead patient. So this means that you don't actually value the humanity, quote unquote, of the zygote, but you rather value some other characteristics, maybe something it will experience in the future. So now you've already conceded to the view that not all humans have the right to life. So if not all humans that are alive have the right to life, why does a zygote?
A zygote is, you know, it's going to form into a baby, or like, you know, people that are brain dead or brain unalived, they're already passed away, right? Like a
No,
zygote.
they're
is-
biologically alive. I'm not going to repeat that more than 3 times. Now, once again, the question is, you've conceded to the view that not all humans have the right to life. So why does a zygote have the right to life? Please focus on the question. What gives the zygote a right to life? What about the zygote is morally valuable enough to give it the right to live?
The fact that one day it's going to become, you know, a person.
Okay, a person. What's a person?
I guess a person would just be like, I wouldn't know how to distinguish it from a
Okay.
human being.
So what's going to happen in its future that's gonna be very valuable? What's going to happen one day that makes you value it?
That you're going to be, you know, outside of the mother's womb.
So it's just location? So if it's
No,
just
I
about
would say,
location, would you say that like zygotes that are outside of the mother's womb in petri dishes and IVF facilities have the right to life? Frozen zygotes have the right to life simply because they're outside of a mother's womb?
Yeah, if they could be kept alive in an incubator, sure.
Okay. So if I fucking smash a zygote, am I a murderer?
Yeah, because it's a human life.
Well, you've already conceded
That's
that
my
not all humans have
stance.
the right to life. That's not your stance, or else you'd say that brain dead patients have the right to life. Stop contradicting yourself. So why is that murder?
Well, I think it's a pretty easy exception when looking at people who are already unalived.
Okay, well, they're not unalived. They're biologically alive. I've now repeated that 5 times. Why have you made me repeat that 5 times?
Okay, so what would be your definition of someone who's unalived?
Dead. Dead.
I
Brain
would
dead
have
patients
the
aren't
same.
dead.
Right, so with the unalived person, I think the difference is they don't have future experience.
Okay, then you're just telling me that you
Whereas
don't
the
value humanity. You value future experience. Okay, so what is relevant in the future experiences of a zygote growing in a mother's uterus that gives it the right to life? What will it experience in the future that is valuable enough to give it the right to life now?
So I think what would be valuable would just be like that human life that we experience.
Okay, all right.
Like you're depriving them of.
All right, sounds good. We're gonna move on to the next guest. I don't know why some guests like to play ping pong with me. It's really like annoying. It's just a way to stall and make sure that the debate doesn't progress. So then they don't like technically lose. That's the way. You know, it's like I killed him on the human life point. So then he moved on to the future experiences point. I killed him on the future experiences point by just asking him what about the experiences are valuable enough to give you the right to life now. Then he went back to the human life point. Then I killed him on that again. He went back to the future experiences point. I killed him on that again. He went back to the human life point. I killed him on that again. So then he went back to the future experiences point and I killed him on that again. And then he went right back to the human life point. So I just kicked him. Okay, I'm not here to play ping pong. I'm here to debate. Welcome in, Fly. Do you support Trump?
Okay, listen, I have one question.
I'm so sorry. That means that you're not MAGA. We do have to move on to the next guest. Everyone, just give us a minute to get Chasey Boy up here. Super user quickly. Knight, thank you for another $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate you so much for the love. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Everybody watching, show some love to Knight, as well as Joshua. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $100 on YouTube Super Chat, Joshua. Everybody watching right now, show some love to Joshua. Down below in that comment section, literally right now, let's get 1,000 Joshua W's. 1 second. Okay, so Joshua said, just to make this point, friendlies, by joining up, you're allowing MAGA to be better rule followers than you. Think about that for a second before disrupting Dean's live. Keep up the amazing work, Dean. Well, you know, I've never said that one out loud, but thank you for the $100, Joshua, as well as the message. Everybody watching, show some love to Josh down below. And welcome in, Chase. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, how old are you?
41.
Great. Eleanor, what's that?
Let's continue the conversation you were just having with that last person as far as a brain dead person versus a zygote. You asked what's the difference?
I would prefer to not continue that conversation because it was predicated on the ideological underpinnings of what his position was, insofar as valuing all human life, and how that would relate to why that analogy was relevant and valid given his position. What I'd rather do with you is just go back down to the base of why the hell do you support this maniac that is passing executive orders that explicitly contradict our Constitution, playing wannabe dictator, which is a disservice to every American that claims to be a patriot and claims to care about our Constitution.
Well, because absolutely none of that is true.
Yeah, it is. Would you like
No,
me to
it's
tell
not.
you what executive order?
What's that? Which executive order?
Yeah, for
Is that
sure.
what you said?
Executive order number 14160, signed into law on inauguration day, January 20th, explicitly contradicted the first section of the 14th Amendment guaranteeing birthright citizenship to nearly anybody born on American soil.
Well, not necessarily, because the birthright citizenship, if you really read into it, it says born to U.S. citizens. Doesn't say both parents who come into the country illegally who have a child in this country, then the birthright citizenship becomes for that child.
Are you a betting man, sir?
What's that?
Are you a betting
No,
man?
no, I'm not a betting man.
Damn it,
But
because
what
I
do you-
wanted to make some money off of you real quick, because you just said
Well,
that
you
the
make
14th
enough money
Amendment...
on the people that you don't allow speak on your live. So we're not going to give you money for the people who do let you speak. Okay? But, if you want to talk about some of the topics that I wanted to talk about, which is the abortion
I want to
topic,
respond to what you just said first.
Again,
You just said, if you really read into the 14th Amendment, it only guarantees
well,
it to the children.
I'm talking
Now you're
about
not allowing me
birthright
to talk.
citizenship.
I am talking about birthright citizenship too. That's a 14th Amendment.
It's part of it. Go ahead.
Go ahead. So you said if you really read in to this part of the 14th Amendment, it only guarantees it to the children of citizens born on American soil. No.
No, I didn't say that.
If you literally read into it, it says the opposite, actually. The first two words of the first section, which would be the birthright citizenship section of the 14th Amendment, are literally all persons. All persons born or naturalized in this country that are subject to the jurisdiction thereof are a United States citizen. That's the clear, explicit text, the first section of the 14th Amendment. You donut.
Correct. No, listen, you donut. Yes, but that doesn't make the parents citizens.
I know, it makes
And
the
if
kids
parents-
citizens.
Right, but if the parents gets deported, they have every right to take the child with them.
They do.
Oh, God, I'm not debating the two of you again.
Okay, then Parker could just kind of hang out and be quiet until we're done. That's fine.
So, okay, but let's go back to the abortion thing and what you were saying.
No, I don't want to go back to that because you were wrong about the 14th Amendment, and we need to
Okay, well,
clarify
let me
that.
make you wrong about this.
Why are you trying to
Okay?
deflect and pivot? You
Because
told me.
it's the reason I came up on this. You just didn't want to speak about it.
Okay,
anymore
so
because
are you
were
saying
wrong.
that you were super duper wrong when you attempted to interpret the 14th Amendment, but I should just let it slide because
No,
it's not
about
what
the
you wanted to
14th
talk to me about?
Amendment. No, what I said was in birthright citizenship. Okay, you said that that Trump took away the rights for the parents to be citizens. Is what I
No,
thought you were
no,
saying.
that's not what
when
I
they
said.
have a baby in this country.
Okay, let me
that's
let me
what I thought you were
let me
saying.
be clear. Well, I didn't clarify. I won't demean you for that because I didn't clarify how his executive order contradicted the 14th Amendment. So you're good. The way that his executive order contradicted the 14th Amendment was by stating that those kids born to undocumented immigrants on U.S. soil aren't citizens.
Okay. Okay. Well, I don't think he said that they aren't citizens. I think he didn't change the 14th Amendment. The only way you can say they aren't citizens is by changing and amending the 14th Amendment.
This is my
What he
point.
was
This is my
saying
point. He tried to quote unquote change it through the
Okay.
executive branch of our government with an executive order. That was fascist. That was authoritarian because it circumvented the powers vested in Congress to change the Constitution. It circumvented the powers in SCOTUS to reinterpret the Constitution, and it circumvented the Constitution itself.
Okay, but it didn't happen though. If
It did happen. He really did sign this executive order into law. He really
but
did.
It was not. But it did not amend the Constitution.
Because the courts ruled it as illegal because he didn't have the power to do that. But the fact that he thought he did have the power and tried to have that power is even crazier. And then the even crazier part is that SCOTUS hasn't made a ruling on it, even though there's already clear case law that sets a precedent that it's illegal. But rather, they made a ruling that all the lower federal courts that deemed it was unconstitutional didn't have nationwide jurisdiction, but only regional. So then it was still in effect in some parts of the country. Absolutely authoritarian. Can you concede that this was authoritarian? Can we agree that this is authoritarian?
Not at all. What if the 14th Amendment was changed? What if there was an amendment to it and it did come pass and it did work?
Yeah, and what if my grandma had wheels instead of legs? She'd be a bicycle. What the fuck are you saying?
Exactly.
The
That's
14th
the
Amendment
point.
very clearly does include the children of undocumented immigrants born on American soils as being subject to the protections of birthright citizenship under Section 1 of the 14th Amendment.
And that's the way it is right now. But if he wants to try and make an amendment to this 14th Amendment and take that away, he has to start by saying that's what he wants to do first.
And how do you amend the Constitution?
You got to go through the channels of Congress and the Senate and get it passed.
Right,
That's the
not through an executive order. That's why it's an authoritarian move.
That's why it didn't pass.
And that's why it's authoritarian. It didn't pass because it was authoritarian. Good job.
You could say that about any. How many amendments of the Constitution have there been?
Legal amendments ratified by Congress?
Yeah.
Many. But the reason
many?
those aren't I don't know the specific amount of amendments. You got me.
You really don't know how many amendments in the
No,
Constitution?
you got me.
There's 27.
Very nice. Thank you. Now
think about
now
that.
you just got your gotcha moment. You just got your gotcha moment. So now let me go back to the substance here. The reason it's authoritarian when Trump tries to do it, but not authoritarian when Congress does it, is because one is an appropriate application of the articles of the Constitution detailing how you amend it and would follow in suit with our checks and balances, and the others operating outside of the rules set via the articles of the Constitution to amend and change it, and operating outside of our checks and balances with an attempt to consolidate power away from 75% of nearly 500 people to the words of one man.
Mm-hmm. Let me ask you this, Dean. What is the First Amendment to the Constitution?
Yeah, free speech, freedom of assembly,
No.
freedom
What is
of
it called?
protest,
What is it called?
freedom of...
No, there's a name for it, Dean.
I don't
First
know.
Amendment.
I just know what the First Amendment does. I call the First Amendment the First Amendment. I don't know.
No.
I know what it guarantees, though. I don't know why this is relevant.
I'll give it to you, and you'll say, "Oh, I knew that." It's called the Bill of Rights.
Okay.
That's the First Amendment to the
don't-
Constitution.
First 10.
First
Well,
10.
first 10.
Right? I don't think that the Bill of Rights would be one amendment.
It was one amendment that broke down into 10 different subjects. Yes.
No,
There's only
no,
7
no,
articles.
the Bill of Rights is like literally the first 10 amendments.
10 different amendments.
10 different amendments, yes. But that was the first amendment, was the Bill of Rights, which included 10 different amendments. Let's see.
What?
Why don't you Google it? Ready? Here, let's go.
What the fuck? Bro, you try to get a gotcha moment on me because I didn't know how many amendments there were. Now you're telling me that you think one amendment is somehow 10 amendments? Bro, just admit that you got tripped up. Like, obviously this guy is just trying to, like, explain how he was right when he was so just dead wrong. Just say that you were wrong. Just say that there's the first 10 amendments, not the first one amendment, are the Bill of Rights. And also, the First Amendment doesn't even offer 10 protections. Let's see. Speech, assembly, protest. I think that assembly is protest.
The first 10 amendments was the Bill of Rights. That's
There
what
you
it's
go.
called.
Not the first one.
Well, the first time, it was all done at the same time. It wasn't done at different times. It was still the same.
That doesn't
were done is
that
called the
doesn't
Bill of
change that the
make
First Amendment
one.
is single-handedly the Bill of Rights.
No. What I'm saying, Dean, and listen, if you Google it, you will see, okay, when they did the Bill of Rights of 10 amendments to the Constitution, that they didn't do one Bill of Rights and then wait for it to get to 10 and then call it the Bill of Rights.
Okay.
No.
So
It was
this
called the Bill
this
of
doesn't
Rights.
change the fact that the
different
First Amendment on its
amendments
own is not the Bill of Rights.
You're saying that the first article is not the Bill of Rights of the Constitution.
No, you said
There's
that the
7
First
articles.
Amendment was the Bill of Rights.
The First Amendment that was made to the 7 articles of the Constitution was 10 amendments known as the Bill of Rights.
Oh, I see what you're trying to do here. Bro, congratulations. You've actually found a logically possible way to explain your fuck up. Dude, this is great. No, I'm actually like pretty proud of you. So he's now like equivocating with what the term amendment means, and he's suggesting that he said that the First Amendment to the Constitution, insofar as the first change, not individual amendments, was the Bill of Rights in the first 10. No, I gotta give it to you, man. That is like a pretty good way to cover up your fuck up.
Dean, it's not a fuck up.
Yeah,
Dean.
obviously it was. Obviously you're equivocating on what amendment means.
Well, you're just getting articles mixed up with amendments. That's the
I didn't
problem.
even mention articles. I mentioned the fact that you called the First Amendment the Bill of Rights.
Really? What's the First Amendment of the Constitution, Dean?
Oh, wait, I went on and I was explaining it to you about freedom of press, freedom of protest, freedom of speech, freedom of religion.
Where do you find it?
And et cetera. Oh, and this actually only proves my point further, because when I started explaining these things, you cut me off and you're like, no, Dean, it has a name. After I started explaining the specifics of the First Amendment, meaning that you were in reference to the First Amendment. I don't know. Hey, Parker, everybody watching, you guys see how like how MAGA will muddy the waters? Remember how this was a conversation about how Donald Trump violated the 14th with an executive order, thereby making him authoritarian? And now we're debating what the word amendment means. No, this guy's good at it. I'll give it to him. Even he caught me. I don't know how he did it. He baited me like a fish. He got me on the hook, and now we're over here talking about Lord knows what's. Okay, back to topic. Donald Trump's an authoritarian. He passed an EO that explicitly contradicted the 14th Amendment, and he sucks.
But that's okay. That's just your opinion on it because it hasn't passed. And natural-born child in this country has U.S. citizenship. I agree.
When you say it hasn't passed, what do you mean? Like executive orders don't need to be passed. They're just signed into law with a signature.
If a child is born to in this country tomorrow, okay, is it a U.S. citizen or not?
Yeah, because of the federal courts that overruled his EO.
Okay, because it wasn't constitutional to do by an executive
Right,
order.
which makes it authoritarian. You're trying to use like an aspect of what makes it authoritarian to argue that it isn't authoritarian. Imagine this. If when Biden was president, he tried to pass an executive order that banned every American citizen's right to own any and all guns, would that have been authoritarian?
You mean when he was saying how he's going to go take away all the assault rifles?
No, that was actually Trump wanted to take the guns first and give due process second. Now answer my question. Hypothetically, if Biden passed an executive order that said clearly that American citizens have no right to own any gun ever, would that have been authoritarian, yes or no?
If he did an executive order for that, yeah, of course.
Okay, why?
Would have tried, but my point
No
being
pivoting,
is,
no point. Answer the question. Why would that have been authoritarian?
because he didn't go through the proper channels of getting it done. But
it's authoritarian because he signed an order into law that explicitly contradicted the Constitution, and B, did it without going through the proper channels to get it done. Okay, I'll let you finish.
Okay, like when Joe Biden went and did against what the Supreme Court said about the student loans. Okay, was that authoritarian?
No, because he didn't go against what they fucking said. He found a legal way to do it. Now, thank you. Now that we understand. Now that we understand. Okay, actually, you raise a good question. I love responding to this question. You're like, Biden got a bill passed that tried to forgive student loans, but then it was ruled as unconstitutional. And even though he let it die there and he found a legal way to do it, by your logic, Dean, this would mean he's an authoritarian because he did something that was unconstitutional. Not necessarily. My argument that Donald Trump's an authoritarian because of this unconstitutional EO doesn't just hinge on the fact that it contradicted the Constitution. It was ruled as unconstitutional by courts and is unconstitutional via like historical interpretations that still persist until today because there isn't any new ones by SCOTUS. But it also hinges upon the fact that like he knew this. Like come on. It was a clear text of the 14th Amendment. Clear text. All persons born in this country, are citizens if they're born on U.S. soil, with a couple very explicit exceptions that have been agreed upon since 1898. It's a fact that he knew he was doing something that ingressed upon the Constitution. It's either that or he's as dumb as a bag of rocks and has the same education on civics as a third grader. I'll let you pick which one it is.
Well, he's not an authoritarian.
Yeah, you see how you're not answering my question because if you knew you did, you'd be cooked?
Actually, I didn't even hear your question. Say it one more time.
So what I said the difference between Biden and his first round of student loan forgiveness and Trump in this EO is that Trump literally knew it was unconstitutional. The two options are that he knew it was unconstitutional or he is as dumb as a bag of rocks with the same civics education as a third grader.
Well, let's take that into context and find out. Ready? Biden had the Supreme Court tell him no. And then, like you just said, he tried to find a loophole. So Trump didn't have the Supreme Court tell him no until after he tried to do it. Biden went and tried to do it after the Supreme Court already told him no.
Finding a legal way to achieve a goal isn't a loophole.
After the Supreme Court says no.
Listen, finding a legal way to achieve a goal isn't a loophole. Imagine that you need to find a way to get to work, so you hop in your car and you just drive 50 miles all the way there. But then you get pulled over by a cop and they're like, well, the speed limit is 35. This is illegal. You can't do this. So then the next day they try to go to work, they go the speed limit. Okay, this isn't like finding a mischievous loophole. This is just doing it the right way. So when you frame like
I see what
Biden
you're saying.
finding a legal way to forgive student loans after SCOTUS ruled his first way of wanting to do it was unconstitutional, it wasn't the authoritarian, mischievous loophole that you're trying to poise it to be. It was just doing it the right way, right? But Trump,
So
on
if
the other
Donald
hand,
Trump does that now, what if Donald Trump were to do that? What if he were to try to find that same exact way to end birthright citizenships and say, hey, I'm just going to go, I understand what the Supreme Court said, but I'm just going to try and do it a different way.
yeah,
You
there's
think
literally
if
no different way.
so then that eliminates him then. But that's what you're saying right now. But what if he tried to do it? Would he still be what you're calling him? Because it would be the same
Can you
thing as
detail? Sure. No, you're right. If there was another way, it would be the same thing as Biden. Can you detail
okay,
one
so then
legal way?
stop with the
No. The reason why we're not done yet is because can you name one
no,
legal
because
way to ban birthright citizenship for the children of undocumented
can
immigrants
you
through an
name one
interpretation
legal
from
way to
SCOTUS? Sorry, from an interpretation through
I'm not a
the
constitutional
presidency.
lawyer. I'm not a constitutional lawyer.
Oh,
So
well,
I don't.
don't worry. I'm not either, but I just have the civics education of a fifth grader. There isn't. There is not a legal way to ban birthright citizenship for the children of undocumented immigrants through the power vested in the executive branch of our government. It would specifically require a new amendment passed through Congress or a new interpretation set forth by SCOTUS. The president cannot do that. So there is no other way for Trump to do it legally. So your argument is
Right, but
done
he
dead in the
could.
water.
He could go to Congress for it, and
Yes.
if it does pass,
Yes, if
is
he
another.
got a new amendment ratified through Congress, it would no longer be authoritarian in the sense of circumventing our Constitution. You're right. It's not what he did. He signed an EO into law. And remember when I asked you the question, if Biden signed an EO into law that banned everybody's right to own a gun, would it be authoritarian? And you were like, yes, because it circumvented the proper legal channels. Well, if circumventing the
but then I
proper
also
legal
back
channels
it
to
up.
do something illegal makes you authoritarian, well, then this would mean that Donald Trump's executive order was authoritarian because it circumvented the proper legal channels. This is an internal critique of your view.
It's not, because the authoritarian would be if it passed, if it went through, and then he had the power to make it go through. That would be the authoritarian. This is why we have three different branches of government.
Okay. So
that
if
nobody
Biden signed an executive order into law banning everybody's right to own a gun, mandating everybody to get a COVID vaccine, and sending any man to jail that thinks abortion is wrong, violating their free speech and due process, if that executive order got ruled as unconstitutional by a federal court a month later, would you still yet say that when Biden did that, he was doing something that was authoritarian?
No, I would not say he was doing it. Now that I'm thinking about it, he would not do it as authoritarian.
Go tell that.
He would be
Go tell
doing
that.
it
Go tell that
as-
to the rest of the MAGA base. Go tell that to
Okay,
the
well,
rest
let
of
me
the
put
MAGA
it this
base.
way. Let me
Yeah,
finish.
now you're gonna get cooked by your
You're
own
not
people.
letting me.
You're
Okay,
gonna
but
get
now
cooked by your own people after that one.
because I'm saying it on the same side. Because I'm saying that it wouldn't be, if that was a policy that any president was going to try and pass, and then it got shot down. What if Congress didn't shoot it down? What if the Supreme Court didn't shoot it down? They never had the opportunity to do it unless it was presented first. Now, it could have stayed, and they did shoot it down. Did they have the right to shoot it down? Sure they
Okay,
did.
so you're saying that what if like
doesn't
Trump?
make
What
either one of
what if Trump tried to get this executive order passed after the SCOTUS had already shot it down?
Then he would be in the same class as Joe Biden.
Okay, and you think that Joe Biden is an authoritarian, so that would make him an
No, I
authoritarian?
don't think he's an authoritarian. I just said that. I don't think either one of them, for trying to do something, makes them an authoritarian.
Okay, for sure. I'm gonna make you look crazy. Are you ready?
Go ahead.
If when Biden was president, he passed an EO to force all black people to be legal property, again, to reinstitute slavery in America, and forced anybody who detested this EO to go to jail, even if that EO was struck down by a federal judge 30 days later, I would call that authoritarian as shit. If Biden did that, I would say Biden is a racist fucking authoritarian, and I will never support him again a day in my life. What about you? Would you agree with that conclusion that if Biden attempted to do that, he would be a racist fucking authoritarian, even if a court shut it down?
I would consider him to be a racist motherfucker who should never hold office in any
What
way,
about
shape, or
authoritarian?
form.
Somebody tries to
But I-
re-implement slavery in America, and somebody tries to jail everybody who disagrees with it. Is that authoritarian, even if it gets shut down by a court a month later?
I think it becomes, in my opinion, authoritarian authoritarianism is if it went through. And
So
if
no. So
it was
just say it. Just say the
and
answer to my
if
question is
he
no,
was
right?
able to. The answer to the question is the authoritarianism is somebody who makes it happen, like in another country, like in Venezuela, where that one person has that right, and if he says it, it comes to fruition. If somebody over here says it, and that's the reason we have our government set up the
Dude,
way it
you
does.
understand that the way that we understand like authoritarianism and fascism in the literature isn't merely making it happen, but it's also wanting to make it happen?
But it is.
Like no, it's not. It's not. Like for instance,
Passing those laws that make you that way.
people self-identify
You know
as
what I mean?
fascists. Would you agree that people self-identify as fascists?
Sure.
Okay. When they say that they're fascists, are they saying that they have been able to demonstrate that they fulfill all 14 characteristics of fascism and they run society and do whatever they want with it? Or are they just saying that they ideologically support these things?
No, what they're saying is if they were put into position to make anything happen fascism, they would do it and it would go
There you
through
go.
and they would have the last
There you
word
go.
of saying
They're
it.
basically
But
saying if they
thinking
could do it, they would do it.
doesn't make
There you go. Yes, exactly.
But
If
they
somebody
have
calls
to be
themselves a fascist,
able to
listen.
do it.
Okay, well then are you saying that people that call themselves a fascist, they're not actually fascists? Because no private citizen in America right now, like the 1v20 fascists on Jubilee or whatever, every single one of those like 20 fascists, quote unquote, just like live in their mother's basements and don't hold a ounce of electoral power to implement these things in our government. So would you say that they're not actually fascists?
I would say in order to be an actual
Just
fascist.
answer my question, yes or no?
No, I don't. I think what happens is when you want to be a fascist or you want to be an authoritarianism,
Oh my
you have to
God.
put those
So Nazis aren't
onto other
fascists.
people.
So Nazis.
You have-
So I just want to clarify, like the 20 Nazis on there. So Nazis aren't fascists.
No, Nazis did it.
No, I'm talking about the neo-Nazis that exist in America today that don't hold the electoral power to actually run our government as fascists. So, like, neo-Nazis in America today aren't necessarily fascists. By the way, in order for you to now defend the position that Trump isn't an authoritarian, you have to say that Nazis aren't fascists. Dude, what a reduction of the position. What a crazy reduction of the position. Neo-Nazis in America today that don't hold enough electoral power to get it done in our government, are they fascists?
They don't hold enough power
So
in our government.
are they fascists?
No, because they can't put their beliefs on people who don't want to believe it.
So I just want to clarify.
They believe whatever they want to
So
believe.
I just want to clarify in order.
Pass fascism,
in
socialism.
order. So
you want to pass
with a
any of
yes or
these-
no.
That's putting it onto people who don't want it to be put onto them, but one person has the word to say.
With a yes or no, are you saying in order for your argument to logically follow that Trump is not an authoritarianist, it is also true that Nazis are not fascists? Yes or no?
No. No.
No, so you're saying that like the neo-Nazis in America today can be fascists, meanwhile Trump isn't an authoritarian?
No, I did not say that.
Okay,
I
so
did
then
not
it
say
would
that.
necessarily follow, given your like underlying logic here, if Trump is not an authoritarian, following your logic, therefore neo-Nazis are not fascists, right?
Neo-Nazis in this country are not fascists because they can't control what happens to other people.
Right.
who
So yeah, I just want to affirm.
don't have-
Just be clear
we
with a
are-
yes. Just say yes, Dean,
Okay.
you're right. Just say yes, Dean, you're right, or say yes,
let
Dean,
me
you're
ask you
wrong.
this question.
No,
Let me-
because I want you to say yes, Dean, you're right, or yes, Dean, or no, Dean, you're wrong. According to your logic, if Trump is not an authoritarian, then neo-Nazis are also not fascists, right?
No, Dean, you're wrong.
Okay.
You're wrong.
Where did I go wrong? Because I thought that you told me that they have to actually do these things in order for the classification to fit, and that's why you can't consider neo-Nazis fascists, and that's also why you can't consider Trump an authoritarian, even though he signed this unconstitutional EO into effect.
Well, that's what you want to hear me say, but that's not what I said. What I said is, when you were talking about authoritarianism, you're talking about socialism, you're talking about neo-Nazism, okay? I'm not turning around and saying these people can't have their own thoughts or whatever the hell they want to have. But to be into power and to put it into effect, which means you would have to live under those. We wouldn't have the chance to call them neo-Nazis because they would be in charge to do it.
Okay. So then your view is. So then your view.
Then they would be it'll be socialism or
Okay. So then your view is.
authoritarianism.
So then your view truly is, according to your logic, if Trump is not an authoritarian, then it is also necessarily true that neo-Nazis aren't fascists, right?
If Trump is not an authoritarianism, then
It is also
neo-Nazis
not. It is also necessarily true, given your logic, that neo-Nazis are not fascists.
correct, because they can't put it onto anybody else and make other people.
Oh my goodness gracious! Welcome into the live, Parker. We just got somebody to say that if Trump's not an authoritarian, then neo-Nazis aren't fascists. How are we feeling, Parker? How are we feeling?
Dude, that is ridiculous. Not feeling the greatest. I've had some interesting guests. Today's been a wild day. I actually genuinely think today's been a wild day. Has it been the same for you?
It's been pretty wild, man. I mean, that one's going to stick with me. I can't believe that I actually got him to agree. I actually got him to agree that if Trump's not an authoritarian, then neo-Nazis aren't fascist. Oh my God. Oh my
That's
God.
diabolical.
Yeah, I'm gonna stick with that one for a while. That has to be one of the craziest concessions I've ever got from a guest. Yeah, let's go to the next guest, Mark. I'm gonna let you take this one. I want you to have a chance to speak here. But there's a handful of people I'd like to thank. A couple donations did come through. First and foremost, Max, thank you so much for the $200 donation over on YouTube Super Chat. Holy shit, Max. Thank you. Everybody show some love to Max down below in that comment section. Thank you so much, Max. Max says, I'm here nearly every day and it's been amazing hearing your points and being able to further my knowledge about politics. Max, you have been here so much and you've shown so much love in the time that you've been here too. I love you. We love you. Everybody, please show some love to Max down below in the comment section. Not to mention that is so much money. I do not deserve a penny of that. As well as Joanne with the $20 over on Venmo saying, get pushed. Love you, Dean. Love you too, Joanne. Thank you for the $20. I hope that you're doing well. And then holy crap, also Kelly, thank you so much for the $100 over on PayPal. Jeez, you guys, that is Kelley. Says, here's my my elevation money. I quit going through some stuff. Just discovered your show. Keep shutting MAGA down. Female veteran. Kelly, well, first and foremost, thank you so much for the $100. That's very kind. It's also cool to hear that, you're quitting. I don't doubt how hard that is. And thank you for being here. And I'm sorry to hear that you're going through some stuff, but thank you so much for being here. And I hope that this stream helps. I hope that you have a good rest of your day, Kelly. As well as, once again, Eleanor with the $15. Thank you guys so much. If you're watching and you're like, hey, I want to show some love to Dean or Parker, in my bio, you could find my Venmo and my PayPal. In Parker's bio, you could find his Venmo, his PayPal, and his Cash App. And if you're watching us on YouTube, you could find my Venmo, my PayPal, and his same stuff in the pinned message in our comment sections. We appreciate everyone for the love. As well as we just got another donation right now, 17 seconds ago, from another Kelly. That is Kellie with the $50 over on Venmo. Kelly, you are the best. Dude, show some love to Kelly down below in that comment section. Thank you so much. Kelly says, matching tattoos with Parker fun. Well, I don't know if that'll ever happen. Maybe one day. Maybe one day, Kelly. I don't know. I'm not a big tattoo guy, but thank you for the love. That is incredibly kind of you. As well as Kaysen, what's up? You MAGA?
Oh, okay. Well, in the meantime, do tap that screen and make sure to like the stream if you're on YouTube. Dean never asks people on YouTube to like the stream, so I better see everyone on Dean's YouTube stream like the stream right now. Okay. I better see 3,000 likes. He's at 1.1. That is diabolical. Okay. Diabolical behavior.
It is true. I do never ask that. What's going on, Ben? You support Trump?
Dean, I just woke up from a Dean.
Bye. I don't know what that meant. What the fuck? Moving on to Julie. John! Thank you for the $25 over on Venmo, man. Show some love to John down below. John says, I think I'm now a daily donor. Thanks for the good fight. Yo, John Regal. Yes, bro. I've seen you so much in here, man. Thank you for the $25, John. I hope that your day's going all right. If everybody watching could show some love to Mr. John, that'd be great. Dude, John's in here like every day. John, I love you. Thank you so much for hanging out with us so frequently. Show some love to John down below. Julie, what's up? You support the fascist orange?
Hi, I have a question, and I feel like you're the right person to ask. I will be...
Feel free to drop in my Discord. Unfortunately, on the live, we are only looking to talk to people that support Trump.
In the meantime, everyone keep tapping that screen. What's up, Ethan? How old are you? Ethan, how old are you?
I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
2007.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay, why is that?
I really like his immigration policies.
Okay. What immigration policies?
ICE.
What about it?
You're a fucking
What?
loser, you vape, you fucking loser, you vape, you're a fucking loser, you're a loser,
Calm
you're a
down.
bitch, you're a fucking loser.
Okay, Ethan, is this
Ethan,
where you leave?
are you okay, man?
You're a fucking bitch, you're a loser.
Okay,
Is this guy
Ethan.
okay?
Are you okay?
Fucking ban me, loser. Vapor. Hit a fucking vape. Hit your vape, bro.
I might.
Okay.
Yeah, you're not banning me, bro.
So you're obviously very upset. I'd assume it's because we're liberals. So do you want to like show like 15,000 people that MAGA men are immature, childish, emotional hacks? Or do you want to try to show them that you're in the right because of logic and reason by giving us an argument?
I'll give you an argument. Wait, why do you vape though? Like, actually, man.
I don't think that's an argument, Ethan.
Elevation.
Why do you vape, bro? That shit's bad for you.
Because I need it, quite frankly.
Why do you support Trump? That's bad for you.
You need to vape?
Yeah, that is bad for you, Ethan.
Bro, what are you talking about?
Why do you support Donald Trump?
Bro, you guys should like debate Charlie Kirk, bro. I don't know shit, man. Charlie's so hot, bro. He's so much better than you guys.
Like, what, dude? I'm so confused what's going on, man.
That was your turn of events. Okay. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's go and load up that next guess. Oh man. All right, let's go and load up that next guest Noah into the box right now, chat. Dude, what the hell is going on today? I probably got time for one more guest here. Hannah, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal, as well as Rachel. Thank you for the $5 as well.
My God.
What's up, you MAGA?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how old are you?
Oh my God. Wait, hold on. Give me a minute. I didn't think I was actually going to get on.
Oh, you're here, dude. Here,
Welcome.
Parker, I'm going to let you talk to him. I kind of want to munch.
Yeah, so why do you support Trump?
So the reason why I support Donald Trump is I thought he was a better option than Kamala Harris.
Kamala, why so?
Mainly because I took I don't know what the dude, I'm just nervous as hell. I'm sorry. I didn't think I was actually gonna get on, so this is like I did not prepare for this. Holy shit.
Do you have like a policy of Trump's you like?
Yes. So I like his stance on immigration generally, like in a more general sense, more than Kamala Harris's.
Kamala?
Yes.
Okay. You said you like what? Sorry, say that one more time.
I like his stance on immigration more than.
What about immigration?
I think that there was too many immigrants coming to the country at the time.
Wait, how old are you again?
Do I not sound old enough?
Well, we ask everyone, and people are just asking in the comment section. Could you just clarify?
Yeah, I'm 16. I ain't gonna lie. So, I'm sorry.
Okay, well, maybe at some point we'll get someone to debate everyone. Do give it a second. Dean's trying to eat food, everyone. He's trying to eat food. He's been on for a long time so far. How long? Has it been like 3-4 hours?
Yeah, 4.5. 4.5.
Hey, Cookie King fucking mogs you.
Damn,
Cookie
Jonathan.
King fucking mogs you.
Damn,
nigga.
you really put.
Cookie
Whoa.
King fucking mogs you.
Okay, Jonathan. We shouldn't be you saying that word. As a little white boy like yourself, we're gonna move on to the next guest. Jesus fuck. Okay. All right. Okay. Hello. Do you support Trump? Huh. Okay, everybody. We're gonna go ahead and put like a couple more attempts into finding another guest here to debate. I'm gonna be honest. If we don't find a guest in the next little bit, I am gonna just go ahead and hop off. Not something I like to do, but you know, it's just the way the cookie has crumbled, quite frankly. So, Yo, Max, thank you for another $100 super chat on dude on YouTube. Max said an extra little just because, bro. Max, who are you? Who are you, bro? Show some love to Max down below. What a legend. What a legend, chat. Max, seriously, thank you so much for your kindness. Dude, this Max guy, he's insane.
Pussy.
Okay, what's the... You okay? Yeah, I don't know you left. What's up, Logan? You support Trump? Okay, anyways, Ashley, also thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. I appreciate you for that love. Says, thank you for all that you do. I am a therapist and I practice that specializes in neurodivergence, so I'm especially disturbed by this administration's stance on mental health care/services. Fuck RFK Jr. So real! Yeah, now they want to go stigmatize autism and tell you if you vaccinate your kids that they're going to be autistic. Dude, it's so bad not only for the stigmatization of mental health, not only for the defunding of these fields, but also just for like the promotion of vaccine and their safety, you know? And then Purdy, thank you for the $100 over on Venmo. Holy crap, Purdy. Thank you so much for the love, Purdy. You're awesome. Let's get 1,000 Purdy W's down below in that chat, everybody. Let's get 1,000 Purdy W's down below. Purdy says, just thanks. Well, thank you, Purdy. Also, I've been seeing you around recently. I've been running into Purdy in like random TikTok lives that have nothing to do with politics even. That one that we were on last night was definitely pretty interesting, Purdy. Welcome in. What's going on, Wersan? Do you support Trump?
Also, W's for Purdy in the comment section for the $100 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Purdy. W's in the comment section for Purdy. It's good to see Purdy again.
Dude, Purdy's so
fucking
awesome.
W's for Purdy in the comment section. Seriously, always good to see him.
Purdy's been like with us for like how long now? Like a
So
year
long.
or two? 2 years maybe? Yeah, she's... Oh, no.